All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joaquin Escabel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Monday, December 11th. It is noon, and I'd like to welcome everyone back into order on this 3-day and final of 3 days of a multi-day hearing to receive public comments on the draft staff report in support of potential Sacramento Delta updates to the water quality control plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta estuary, or Bay Delta plan. Before we start, I'd like to introduce my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is virtually Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. Joining us as well is our Chief Deputy Eric Oppenheimer, and our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Emily McShane and Margie Argel. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting, so we have both in-person and virtual components. For those of you joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through the customary webcast at Cal EPA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on any item or today's actual just single item, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of the agenda, but if you're having any challenges, you can email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you're on the platform, your camera will be off, you'll be on mute until it's your turn to speak on today's agenda. For those of you here with us in person, good afternoon, good to see you all. We're here in the Sacramento, California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us as well. Please do observe the exits. If there happens to be an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further instruction. Additionally, if you intend on commenting on today's public hearing, there is a QR code or at least a tablet here at the side of the room in order to be able to sign in. Once you are at the podium, please do, or mic, please do introduce yourself and your organization. And additionally, please do silence your phone so we don't have any interruptions in today's meeting. As well then, here I can start to get into some of the procedure for today's hearing. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the Notice of Availability and Opportunity for Public Comment, Hearing, and Staff Workshops on the draft staff report in support of potential Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan as revised on November 14th, 2023. The purpose of the hearing is to provide the public the opportunity to comment on the draft staff report. Please ensure your comments today relate to the content of the report. The revised notice extended the written comment due date from December 15th, 2023 to January 19th, 2024. If you intend to submit written comments on the draft staff report, please read and follow the instructions in the notice for submitting written comments. In particular, please email your written comments to sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov, and I'll spell that out. That's SACDELTACOMMENTS@waterboards.ca.gov. And please include the subject line comment letter, Sacramento Delta draft staff report. State Water Board staff is available to answer questions and collaborate with parties as the public planning process moves forward, and we want to be available to do just that. But we also need to keep formal comments organized. In addition, where possible, it would be helpful if parties could identify and distinguish their specific CEQA comments from other comments. You will see this request and reminder on the website as well. The hearing fulfills the requirements for receipt of oral comments as described in the board's regulations and state and federal law. There will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. The board will not respond to comments at this hearing other than to seek clarification of comments presented if necessary. The state board will not take any action during this hearing. Rather, board action will occur at a later notice board meeting following consideration of public comments on the draft staff report and any needed updates to the report. Before the board considers approval of this staff report and updates to the Bay Delta Plan, there will be additional opportunities for comment on the specific proposed changes to the Bay Delta Plan. Staff will describe these next steps in more detail during their presentation. Today's order of proceeding will begin with any opening remarks that my fellow board members would like to make. We will then hear an abbreviated presentation from staff in order to allow as much time as possible for public comments. Following the brief staff presentation, We will hear from any elected officials and tribal leaders that are not part of our panel presentations that may be present, followed by public comments. Some groups have requested to give panel presentations. We plan to alternate between panels and individual commenters throughout the day. We plan to take a short break in the middle of the afternoon. We will also take a dinner break for at least 30 minutes here in the evening. So here's an overview of our agenda. We have 5 panels scheduled to present today. First, we'll hear a panel on the State Water Project and Central Valley Project operations, followed by a half hour of individual commenters. Then we'll hear remarks from Secretary Wade Crowfoot from the Natural Resources Agency, followed by a panel of voluntary agreement representatives to discuss adapting to our climate reality. After that, we plan to take a short break. After the break, we'll hear about an hour of individual comments, followed by our 3 remaining panels. The third panel includes representatives for Reclamation District 108 and will cover floodplains. The final 2 panels will be from McKay and Somps Civil Engineers and Stockton East Water District. We plan to take a half-hour dinner break around 4:30 and then conclude with individual comments. As a reminder, this hearing is structured to extend into the evening on purpose here in order to accommodate those who may be unavailable during regular business hours. As described in the notice, we are limiting speaking times to ensure a productive, efficient, and fair hearing. Oral comments by individuals will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and panels will be limited to 20 minutes unless otherwise arranged. I may need to limit speaking times further if necessary to ensure all speakers are able to speak without going too late into the night. Speakers should also be making their comments at only one of the 3 hearings. Here again, we're on our 3rd day, and all interested participants have an opportunity to speak at the hearing. As a reminder, we are accepting written comments. Those will be the most useful as we really digest what I know is a lot of content in the draft staff report. So written comments, please do, we encourage them. We encourage you keep your oral comments as concise as possible and submit, again, those more expensive written comments. There are a few points about this hearing that I'd like to emphasize. First, again, please keep your comments to the staff draft report. Please introduce yourself and your affiliation, if you have any, before providing comments, and speak clearly for record-keeping purposes. Second, while I or my fellow board members may ask staff for clarification, staff will not be responding to oral comments today, and we may ask for further clarification, though. Board staff will prepare written responses to all oral and written comments on the draft staff report prior to the board taking final action on the report and updates to the Bay Delta Plan. We also want to take a moment to recognize that the Bay Delta watershed is a complex system that serves as a critical resource for our state. It provides drinking water for millions of Californians, provides much of the water supply for farmland throughout the state, and is vital to California Native American tribes whose cultures are deeply entwined with the watershed and the ecosystem. Providing balanced protection for all beneficial uses of water is incredibly important and takes careful consideration. Your input on the draft staff report will help inform the next steps the board will take to update the Sacramento and Delta components of the Bay Delta Plan. We're intently listening to your feedback. Thank you all for your attendance and for joining us today. Next, I'll turn to my board colleagues and ask if they have any remarks before we go on to the staff presentation. Seeing none, we can move on to the presentation then. And would invite folks here from the Division of Water Rights to provide an overview of the staff report. Nicole, good to see you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Nicole Williamson. I am an Environmental Program Manager in the Division of Water Rights. With me today are Diane Riddle, Assistant Deputy Director, and Matt Holland, Environmental Program Manager in the division, and Tina Leahy with the Office of Chief Counsel. We also have several other members of our team on the Zoom platform and in the room today. A large number of participants have registered to provide comments at today's hearing. Accordingly, staff will provide an abbreviated presentation in order to allow as much time as possible for public comments and to minimize repetition with content presented previously at prior days of this hearing. Staff presentations from the prior hearing days were recorded and can be accessed on the State Water Board's website, along with other presentations on the draft staff report. Next slide, please. The State Water Board and 9 regional water quality control boards have regulatory responsibility for protecting the water quality of California's waterways. The State Water Board is also responsible for allocating surface water rights, protecting the public trust and public interest, and preventing the waste and unreasonable use of water. These responsibilities all converge in the Bay Delta, where the State Water Board must balance many responsibilities and interests. The State Water Board protects water quality in the Bay Delta in part through its Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, or Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan identifies beneficial uses of water to be protected in the Bay Delta, flow-related water quality objectives to reasonably protect the beneficial uses, a program of implementation to achieve the objectives, and monitoring and assessment measures to evaluate compliance and effectiveness of implementation actions. The State Water Board is required under California law and federal law to periodically review the Bay Delta Plan and to update the plan as needed. Next slide, please. The State Water Board is currently in the process of considering updates to the portions of the Bay Delta Plan covering the Sacramento River and Delta. The blue oval in this slide identifies the general geographic scope of these updates, including the Sacramento River and its tributaries, the Delta East Side tributaries, including the Cosumnes, McCollum, and Calaveras rivers, and the Delta. This area is referred to as the Sacramento Delta watershed. Separately, the State Water Board updated the Bay Delta Plan's Lower San Joaquin River and tributary flow and Southern Delta salinity components in 2018. Efforts are currently underway to implement those updates and to consider a voluntary agreement on the Tuolumne River. Next slide, please. Native aquatic species have undergone substantial population declines due to a variety of aquatic ecosystem stressors, including flow alteration, habitat loss, degradation of water quality, and prolonged droughts. This is documented in the State Water Board's 2017 Scientific Basis Report in support of possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, and the 2023 Scientific Basis Report supplement in support of possible voluntary agreements that were discussed in the staff presentation at the November 17th hearing day. The scientific basis reports further document that the existing provisions of the Bay Delta Plan are not adequate to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. The Sacramento Delta Bay Delta Plan update is intended to help address aquatic ecosystem stressors within the State Water Board's responsibilities and improve environmental conditions to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses in the Sacramento Delta watershed. Next slide. In 2018, the State Water Board released a framework that identified a staff proposal at that time for Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, which is referred to as the proposed plan amendments in the draft staff report. The framework identified a possible inflow objective for the Sacramento River and its salmon-bearing tributaries and Delta East Side tributaries, calling for 55% of unimpaired flow, with an adaptive range from 45 to 65% of unimpaired flow. The framework includes flexibility to address specific tributary needs, as well as possible voluntary implementation methods and default implementation absent voluntary methods. The adaptive range would allow for higher or lower flows based on specific tributary considerations. Specifically, higher flows may be required on tributaries that are already at higher levels and where those flows are needed to protect native fish and wildlife. Lower flows could be required if flows need to be maintained in storage for temperature management. The range would also provide for lower flows in the event voluntary measures are implemented to restore habitat that achieves equivalent benefits. In addition to inflows, consistent with the scientific basis report, the framework identified cold water habitat provisions that would require tailored measures based on the specific needs within each individual tributary to ensure that reservoirs are operated in a manner that provides needed cold water habitat for salmonids, or other measures to provide cold water habitat. Inflow-based delta outflows that would provide for required inflows in the Bay Delta Plan from the Sacramento Delta tributaries and San Joaquin River to be provided as outflow. Interior delta flows to establish flow conditions in the interior delta to reasonably protect native fish populations migrating through and rearing in the delta, and science, monitoring, assessment, reporting, and other provisions. While identified as the proposed plan amendments, all other alternatives evaluated in the draft staff report are also under consideration by the State Water Board. Next slide. Following the release of the 2018 framework, in late 2022, during the completion of the draft staff report, the State Water Board received a memorandum of understanding signed by state and federal agencies and water users proposing voluntary agreements, or VAs, as a proposed means for updating and implementing the Bay Delta Plan. The State Water Board is not a signatory to the VA term sheet and has made no decision regarding whether to approve the proposed VAs. The proposed VAs include a combination of flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures on the Sacramento, Feather, American, Yuba, and McCallamy rivers, as well as Poudre Creek and in the Delta, proposed by water users in the watershed. The VAs also include a proposal for the Tuolumne River, which is being considered separately and not being considered for approval in this draft staff report. The VAs propose that the flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures would be implementation measures for a proposed new narrative objective to achieve the viability of native fish populations and implementation of the participating parties' share during the term of the VAs to contributing to the Bay Delta Plan's existing narrative objective to double salmon populations, which the VA proposes to contribute to achieving by 2050. The proposed VAs also include governance and science programs to direct flow and habitat restoration, conduct assessments, and develop strategic plans and annual reports. By the end of the year or soon thereafter, the VA parties also plan to submit to the State Water Board drafts of flow accounting procedures, a global agreement, enforcement and implementing agreements, and a governance charter. The VAs propose an initial 8-year term. If approved by the board and shown to be effective, the term could be extended or modified. If the proposed VAs are not found to be effective through a process laid out in the VA documents, a regulatory pathway could apply after the board takes certain steps. The draft staff report includes a staff-proposed regulatory pathway consistent with the flows identified in the 2018 framework and proposed plan amendments. The draft staff report also assumes the regulatory pathway would apply to non-VA regions. Next slide. The draft staff report includes scientific information and environmental and economic analyses to support Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including impact and benefit assessments. The report assesses a range of alternatives, including the proposed plan amendments based on the 2018 framework document, the proposed VA's alternative, and several other alternatives. In addition, based on input from California Native American tribes, the draft staff report identifies the proposed incorporation of tribal and subsistence fishing beneficial uses of water to the Bay Delta Plan. The draft staff report is also a substitute environmental document that fulfills the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, under the State Water Board's CEQA regulations. The State Water Board has not yet made any decisions on how to move forward with the update to the Bay Delta Plan, and all alternatives and variations described in the draft staff report are available for consideration during the planning process. The board's public release of the draft staff report provides interested parties the opportunity to make oral and written comments on the analyses to inform any needed additions or changes to those analyses. Public input on the draft staff report, peer review of the scientific basis report supplement for the VAs, and the additional VA documents will inform the State Water Board's planning process and eventual consideration of adoption of potential Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes next steps on the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The board has initiated independent scientific peer review of the final draft scientific basis report supplement for the Sacramento Delta VAs. Following the peer review, the scientific basis report supplement may be further revised. The specific regulatory text for changes to the Bay Delta Plan have not been developed yet. Those changes will be developed based on public comments on the draft staff report, the remaining VA products expected at the end of the year or shortly thereafter, and peer review comments on the VA scientific basis report supplement. The draft changes will be subject to public review and oral and written public comment, anticipated to occur in mid-2024. The input received on the draft staff report and draft Bay Delta plan amendments will inform the final staff report and final proposed plan amendments, which will be brought before the board for consideration at a future meeting as part of a full public process. It is anticipated that the State Water Board may consider adoption of the Sacramento Delta updates as early as late 2024. Next slide. This slide includes contact information and resources where you can find additional information on the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation processes, including links to our Bay Delta program web pages and information about our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. Written comments on the draft staff report should be submitted to sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. As a reminder, written comments are due on January 19th, 2024. You may also contact staff at this email address if you have any questions. And this concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. Appreciated. Not seeing anything further from board members, so we can get straight into our first panel. So would welcome up, I believe it's Levy Johnson and Aaron Miller for our State Water Project and Central Valley Project operations. And as we do that, I do just want to check on both the platform and here in person in case we have any elected officials or tribal leaders. If you're on the platform and are an elected official or tribal leader, just feel free to raise your hand, and anyone here in the room likewise. And seeing none, we can move on to the panel. Mr. Johnson. Should be invited to unmute here. And
Good afternoon,
Mr. Miller,
Chair,
you're going to
Vice
kick us
Chair,
off.
board members.
Yeah, good to see you.
Oh, there's Levi. He's calling in today. I just let him start.
Thank you so much. I was just invited to unmute. Thank you so much, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present on the draft Sacramento Delta staff report with some operational concepts and considerations regarding the proposed unimpaired flow alternatives. I'm Levi Johnson, the operations manager for the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation out of the Central Valley Operations Office, and I'll be presenting with Aaron Miller. Aaron?
Yep. Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Miller. I'm a supervising engineer with the California Department of Water Resources, and I manage the water operations planning section with the State Water Project.
Thanks, Aaron. Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources operate the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project in close coordination as partners. As the two largest operators in the Central Valley, the intent of our presentation is to inform the board members on high-level operational concepts to apply and consider in the evaluation of alternatives and really the real-world ability to achieve the stated objectives and goals. Next slide, please. Some of the key messages that we hope will resonate with this presentation is that within the overall California water management system, the Central Valley Project and State Water Project operations have limited flexibility to meet current authorized purposes and requirements. More specifically, when looking at allocations and South to Delta exports as part of a Central Valley Project and State Water Project operation, these functions are not able to offset the impacts to Central Valley Project and State Water Project reservoir storages with an unimpaired flow alternative. Further, the impacts to project upstream storage do align with impacts to temperature. And finally, as it is true for all natural resource managers, the impacts of climate change are being felt and will further complicate and challenge Central Valley Project and State Water Project operations. Next slide, please. Just a very quick overview of the Central Valley Project and State Water Project. Our projects include numerous facilities, both north and south of the Delta, that are authorized in the case of the federal facilities by Congress and operated for multi-beneficial uses. These facilities and their operations are founded on water service contracts and agreements, and really underpinned by the state water rights permits and the conditions on those water right permits issued by the board to meet those beneficial uses. Those beneficial uses include water deliveries to meet senior water right commitments, agricultural and M&I demands, refuge water supply deliveries, operations to ensure delta water quality, fish and wildlife flows, drought response operations, flood control functions, and hydropower production. Next slide, please. Just want to take a quick conceptual look at Shasta Reservoir, looking at the modeled average annual release volumes from Shasta by water year type per our current long-term operations biological opinion. And this is really during the wet season, so that October through April release period. And I'll just point out a few things. The majority of releases, really regardless of water year type, you can see are really driven primarily by spill operations, and what are shown here is Keswick releases. Those are the releases required for minimum flows on the Sacramento River and D1641 requirements. It's a bit of a misnomer there. Note that this is looking to demonstrate and capture the primary reasons for those Shasta releases. That does not mean they're not providing additional multi-beneficial uses like exports, for example. So that's the wet season. Next slide, please. What about May through September? Again, looking at the average annual release volumes by water year type per our current long-term operations biological opinions. Again, the primary drivers of these releases become pretty apparent, namely deliveries for senior water right holders, the water rights that were existed prior to the Central Valley Project and State Water Project, and then also these Keswick releases. Again, the releases required for minimum flows in the Sacramento River and D1641 requirements. That's that lower block of water on those bars. And again, fairly consistent through all water year types. Next slide, please. I think an important feature worth discussing here on Shasta specifically is the temperature control device, a very modern schematic seen here on the backside of the dam. This serves as a selective withdrawal system that allows for some level of blending of water at different reservoir elevations and therefore at different temperatures to control temperatures coming out of the dam, really with the intent of affecting downstream water temperatures. It's interesting, though, that there are several limitations on operating the temperature control device, a critical one being that certain reservoir storage levels do need to be met to fully utilize this selective withdrawal system. I'll give you one example. In order to install, put in, and utilize the upper gates that you see on this figure, you need a reservoir elevation of around 1,045 feet. That translates to a storage of about 3.9 million acre foot. This is a good illustration of that nexus between storage levels and temperatures. Now, so currently the TCD is operated to maximize the use of that cold water pool resource behind Shasta and to use that to manage downstream temperature objectives. Next slide, please. Another way to conceptualize this storage temperature dynamic, we can look at the end of April storage at Shasta. This is shown as thousands of acre feet on the lower graph here, on the x-axis of the lower figure, excuse me. And then we can trace the effects of downstream temperatures here, looking at temperature-dependent mortality estimates seen in the upper graph. Martin and Anderson models are tracked there. In both of these cases, the negative temperature impacts track with that decrease of end of April storage in Shasta. the operations that affect storage in Shasta will affect the downstream temperatures. These last slides use Shasta as an example, but these concepts are similar to other reservoirs. So just keep that in mind. And with that quick snapshot of some of the reservoir dynamics with temperature and storage, let me hand it to Aaron, who can dive into some of these concepts and how they translate into the Delta. Aaron?
All right, next slide, please. All right, so as Levi just highlighted a number of challenges associated with managing the upstream reservoirs, let's move downstream. And here we have a diagram that shows the conceptual operations in the Delta. Should note here, this diagram is not to scale, but generally shows those concepts of Delta operations. Where the, I guess, orange, reddish sort of shaded area, this is showing the period when the exports are operating to surplus, exporting surplus flows and guided by our biological opinions and our incidental take permits for the protection of fish species. Much of the water that is exported during this period of time goes into San Luis and is stored for future use. This is also the time period when our upstream reservoirs are storing water for future beneficial uses as well. And then the green shaded areas show the periods where the exports transition to relying on that stored water for managing Delta standards and supporting exports when there's enough storage available upstream. So essentially what we're doing is we're exporting and storing water during when it's wet and delivering that water when it's dry. But one thing to note here is we meet all other obligations, regulatory obligations, and contractual obligations first. Next slide, please. So we have already started to experience the early effects of climate change. And the challenges are just going to grow from here. So this plot shows the expected shift in runoff patterns from the 8 largest reservoirs and tributaries that flow into the Delta. The black line shows historical average monthly flows. The red shows the average monthly flows expected in 2040. The shift in runoff is largely due to the change in the type of precipitation, where with warmer climate, we expect more rain events that produce runoff directly and less precipitation of snow, where we would have a longer sustained runoff period. Also with climate change, we expect sea levels to rise. This in turn will increase the burden of meeting water quality standards in the Delta, where more outflow will be needed to help repel the saltwater intrusion that tries to continue to push its way into the Delta. With the shift in runoff pattern and the sea level rise, we will need to rely more heavily on stored water to meet outflow requirements in the future. Next slide, please. So this graph shows historical allocations for the CVP and the SWRCB, starting about the time that we adopted the 1995 Water Quality Control Plan update. Blue line shows the State Water Project allocations, and the orange line shows the CVP South of Delta Ag allocations. And then we have a dashed line, 2 dashed lines there that show the declining trend. So I do want to note that there's been a lot of things going on in this time period. We've had a number of regulatory changes. We've had some pretty dramatic weather events where we've gone from extreme drought to extreme wet. And ultimately, these allocations reflect our reduced ability to export surplus flows and reduced availability of previously stored water. And this is because exports are essentially last in line. All other obligations are met first. And this graph really is starting to show that we are reaching the end of our ability to turn this knob to help to manage the system. Next slide, please. All right, so in closing, we have summarized here that the CVP and SWRCB have a lot of obligations to meet, and this limits our flexibility. Allocations have been trending downward, and further reducing those will likely not be enough to offset the storage reductions anticipated with an unimpaired approach. And Levi?
If Mr. Johnson doesn't have anything further, then appreciate the panel and looking to my fellow board colleagues. If they have any questions here off the bat. And Vice Chair, let me make sure I can see you as well in case you raise your hand. Okay, hearing none. Well then, thank you. Appreciate the panel and the information. Thank you. Next, we can go to a tranche of individual commenters. Let me get to my list here and would like to first see if we can go through some of our folks that are in person, and I appreciate those that are joining us virtually being patient to allow us to go for in-person commenters first. So I'll just go by order of commenter received here. So first up would be, I think, Mark Gobley, I think it might be better on the last name. And if not, Ron Royston. And then we go to Spreck Rosencrantz, rather. Spreck, rather, I believe you're our first commenter. You'll need to turn the microphone on there at the top. There's a button. Sorry, make you part technical assistant here.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Spreck Rosencrantz, representing Restore Hetch Hetchy. I think I have some slides.
One moment, those should get pulled up here for you in a second.
Enough time to talk about them, but
Yeah, it's on. It just made it be closer up to him. Yeah.
okay. Okay.
Caller commenter.
Again, Spreck Rosencrantz, Restore Hetch Hetchy. Thank you for letting me speak for a few minutes today. Next slide. I'm going to talk about the opportunity to recharge groundwater that is not being done in the Tuolumne Basin. It may well be not being done as well in many other basins as well. And because water is such a serious issue and there's not enough for flow, not enough for consumptive use, then it's something that you all might think about. Next slide, please. And I want to emphasize that Restore Hetch Hetchy has no dog in this fight, so to speak. We're not taking a view on whether you should adopt the Bay Delta Plan or the voluntary agreement or so forth. Our priorities are upstream in Yosemite National Park, which is sadly not the subject of this hearing. Next. So everybody's hurt when you can't, in the very wet years, like last year, like 2019, 17, 2011, 2005, and 2006, when you're not recharging groundwater and you've channelized your rivers, you've lost your floodplains, everybody loses. And in the case of the Tuolumne, you could increase water for consumptive use, you could increase water supply for flows downstream, or you could obviate the need for Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, again, sadly not the subject of today's hearing. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go into this slide in any detail because I've only got 3 minutes, but it compares the Tuolumne and Upper San Joaquin rivers, very identical rivers in terms of hydrology and management in most years, but in wet years, the very wet years, the San Joaquin does a much better job of recharging groundwater something like 1.5 million more acre feet in 2 years alone were used for consumptive use because people are able to move that water to groundwater, mostly in Kern County at other times of the year. It's a stark difference, a very stark difference. And unfortunately, I didn't have the data is not readily available for the other wet years that I mentioned. Next slide, please. This is the East Side Water District. It's a place with a severe groundwater depression. It's been known for 30 years. San Francisco identified it 30 years ago, but says, well, it's complicated because we have these institutional barriers. Next slide, please. Skip this one, please. So on the Tuolumne and probably other rivers too, you've got the hydrology, you've got excess water in wet years. We've got depleted aquifers all over the place. We've got the right geography or geology to put water back into the ground. The conveyance to move the water is not that expensive. It's pretty cheap compared to other water supply options. What we're missing is cooperation between all the parties that manage water. And you, the state board, is in a position to encourage people to cooperate better for everybody's benefit. Next slide, please. So what you need...
Mr. Rosecrans, I apologize. You've hit your 3-minute mark. I'd ask if you can try to wrap up just because we do have a lot of commenters today. So thank you.
Pennies on the dollar to develop this water supply. You got to get people to work together, and it's a lost opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments here. Thanks for engaging here with the board. Next, I'll keep going through a few in-person commenters. I do see hands up on the Zoom platform. I imagine those are folks with time constraints. If you don't have a time constraint, I ask that you put your hand down, and we will try to get to you. At 1:30, we will be transitioning back to a panel here in remarks by the secretary. So until then, we'll be taking folks and comments, and I will get to folks on the platform here as well. I see a lot of hands up, trying to take folks largely in order as well, and to give preference for those in the room. So let's go on to our next commenter in the room. I believe we have signed up Aaron Zettler-Mann. I'll be followed by Stephen Pang and then Peter Smith. After Peter Smith, we'll go to some folks on the platform.
Thank you very much. My name is Aaron Zettler-Mann. I hold a PhD in fluvial geomorphology from the University of Oregon. I'm here today as the executive director of the South Yuba River Citizens League, affectionately referred to as CIRCLE. We're also the official Yuba River waterkeeper of the International Waterkeeper Alliance. So I'm here today with 3 requests for the Water Board's Bay Delta planning process. First, the need for a more inclusive process with additional stakeholders at the negotiating table, along with the water agencies. Number 2, that the board should base its decision on the best available science, with the recognition that every watershed is different. And 3, that for a plan to be effective, there needs to be measurable changes that are enforceable if not followed. Water agencies, as the managers of our water infrastructure, are of course necessary to ensure the health of the Delta. But for there to be buy-in, tribes, Delta communities, and environmental groups need to be part of discussions so that they can understand the modeling, the assumptions, and how the board is weighing the competing demands on water as a limited resource, rather than just having the opportunity to respond to a lengthy written report. This is especially true for tribes whose traditional beneficial uses must be fully considered, as well as the quantification and recognition of those water rights. The board should use best available science from the 2017 report to inform its decision. Leveraging that science and the current model, the board should conduct further analysis to further develop or continue to develop those adaptive management plans. Each major tributary to the Sacramento River has its own distinct functions, features, and challenges. These differences demand watershed-specific considerations. Further analysis, including available storage capacity, operational flexibility, and carryover storage, will help create a suite of opportunities that are unique to the watersheds they target. This effort should then inform discussions on watershed-specific and water year type-specific allocation rules. And finally, Ensuring that this process has a long-term impact on restoring Delta health is clearly paramount. Therefore, there need to be clear, quantifiable metrics for the additional water necessary to restore Delta health. This could include clearly defined changes in carryover storage and/or specific discharge thresholds at specific gauges. Further, the additional water must make it not only to the Delta, but through the Delta and all the way out to the ocean to ensure that this additional water is actually fulfilling the environmental need. Finally, to ensure that these flows are delivered, there must be enforceable consequences for failure to comply with the voluntary agreements this process is hoping to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zettlerman. I appreciate those good comments. Look forward to your written comments as well. And thanks for being here and engaging in this really critical discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Stephen Pang and then Peter Smith, and then we'll move over to the virtual platform and call up Chuck Piercy.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and good afternoon, board members. So my name is Stephen Pang, and I'm a regulatory advocate for the Association of California Water Agencies. ACWA represents more than 460 public water agencies that collectively deliver approximately 90% of water in California for domestic, agricultural, and industrial uses. I wanted to thank the board for the opportunity to provide comment here today, as well as the public comment period extension that was granted a few weeks ago. I'd also like to thank staff for their hard work on the incredibly complex and nuanced issue that this is, and for including the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes as an alternative to updating the Bay Delta Plan. ACWA is asking the board to identify the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes as originally proposed to be the preferred pathway for updating the Bay Delta Plan in the final staff report in the forthcoming program of implementation. The agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes are consistent with state water policy and advance the objectives of the California Water Action Plan. They also protect all beneficial uses of water by integrating functional flows and non-flow measures that would protect spawning and rearing habitat, protect reservoir storage and cold water pools, and preserve the ability to implement groundwater and surface water conjunctive use. These flow measures ensure that water users of all types can better predict water availability and plan accordingly. The agreements also include a comprehensive list of habitat enhancement projects. Some of these have already been implemented with assistance from Prop 68 in partnership with the Newsom administration. They have an established and stable funding sources for implementation, a structured science program that will include careful review of data and form the basis for adaptive management, and a robust governance structure that would oversee the implementation of the agreements while facilitating collaboration and effective decision making. I think it was at the end of the second public hearing, I remember a lot of the board members highlighted the need for a collaborative approach, and I think the agreements do just that. They provide partnering opportunities with diverse parties that include state and federal agencies, tribes, public water agencies, and conservation groups. Finally, the agreements support the co-equal goals of the Delta providing a more reliable water supply for California and protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. For these reasons, ACWA supports the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes as a path forward for phase 2 of the Bay Delta Plan update. Again, I'd like to thank board staff for all their hard work on this incredibly complex issue and recognize Governor Newsom's leadership in advancing the agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pang. Appreciate those comments and for engaging here in the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Smith. And then, as I said, we'll start going to the platform and we'll call up Chuck Piercy and then Gail Sridenovic. And if Mr. Smith is not in the room, we can go to Mr. Chuck Piercy. You should be invited to unmute here momentarily.
Thank you for, can you hear me?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board. I agree with the prior speaker's comment that this is an incredibly complex environment and challenge, resource sharing challenge. I'm a Bay Area water consumer, an avid backpacker of the Sierra Nevada, and a regular volunteer at the Nature's Conservancy's Consumnes River Preserve. I've spent my professional career in Silicon Valley working in startups, doing new technologies and products. And I applaud the voluntary agreement's motivation of speeding actions in water policy. I know personally that few startups succeed in the market through the legal system, so this makes sense to me. But I strongly urge more closely following the science and supporting beneficial uses if we want to share this world with any wildlife at all while preserving equitable quality of life for the state's citizens. In particular, I want to highlight the fact that the science shows we need higher flows for recovery of the Bay Delta ecosystem, as prior speakers have noted, with a semblance of equity for humans and wildlife alike. The current plan is biased towards agricultural interests at the expense of other beneficial uses. Ag uses 80% of the state water supply while generating 2% of the state's economy. This effective privatization of the water supply is inconsistent with public trust and equitable beneficial uses. A root cause of this, of course, is that the price of ag water is too cheap and doesn't incentivize innovation. We need to both raise the price of water and increase the benefits of fallowing land that returns farmland to the ecosystem. The current plan releases less than 55% of the water supply to the ecosystem in good years, while the State Water Board's own 2010 flow criteria report demonstrates that protecting the Bay Delta ecosystem requires 75% of flows to maintain water quality and temperatures. We have to both increase water volumes for ecosystems and restore habitats. Compounding things, we face together an elephant already sitting on the water table, climate change, which, as previously noted, has already started reshaping our understanding of normal. To survive, we must deeply rethink our expectations of each of our roles and contributions to the VA compacts, and in particular, legacy obligations. All VA participants will have to contribute to levels they will find uncomfortable as climate conditions worsen. To be successful, we have to follow the science and learn as we go, meet the needs of all the state citizens, including both farmers and underrepresented communities, and make room for wildlife and ecosystems while recharging groundwater and restoring the delta. We have to stretch and expand our understanding of the requirements here to be bigger, better, and more inclusive than today. And that stretch has to include making more room for ecosystems and wildlife, being nimble and adaptive and responding to the science as we progress. And that starts with the State Water Board's own criteria report. I ask everyone involved in these agreements to dig deep and pitch in to make this work, and especially to release the 75% flows we need for healthy watersheds, tenable wildlife populations, and preservation of the Bay Delta ecosystem, while also doing the extra work needed to restore habitat. There just isn't any time for Plan B, and we cannot fail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piercy. Next, I'd like to call up Gail Sridanovic, be followed by Ron Beltramo.
Good afternoon. I'm co-chair of the Social Justice Task Force of the San Mateo County Democracy for America. I recently listened in shock and amazement as officials from the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Department of Water Resources and the California Natural Resources Agency discussed the future of water in California as if they lived in a parallel universe. They talked of undifferentiated users and mentioned Southern California, with no recognition that 80% of the managed water goes to agriculture, mainly in the Central Valley, not to residents, and primarily benefits a very small group of people. They talked of reduced exports being a problem due to economic impact, with no recognition that agriculture is only 2% of the state GDP. They talked of investment in habitat, meaning gravel and marshes, with no recognition that water is the habitat that fish live in, other habitat features being secondary. They talked of needing more time for scientific analysis, with no recognition that years of relying on voluntary agreements is clearly not working, or that there is clearly scientific consensus that exports are 2 times or more of what has been established as sustainable. And they talked of the issue being enormously complicated, well, in a way, but the main issues are quite simple. Namely, the rivers and delta need a lot more water to be healthy. There is not and never has been enough water in the system to fulfill all water rights that exist. Water districts and corporate plantation owners pay a very tiny fraction per acre foot of what residents pay, which encourages the planting of water-intensive crops on unsuitable, poorly drained land. It is as if a patient with appendicitis in need of immediate surgery lay dying while medical staff sat discussing how to improve their diet and exercise program. That is not the point. And you can do something about this or be remembered as the board that let the Delta go literally down the tubes. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for yours, Ms. Sridanovic. Next, I'd like to call up Ron Beltramo, be followed by Jane Warner-Tyack.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
And good afternoon.
Thanks for letting me speak. I am with the Northern California Fly Fishers International group. I'm a conservationist at heart with that position in mind. I understand the State Water Board is in a very tough position trying to make decisions that impact the Bay Delta, California overall, and the Western United States in terms of water needs and allocations. Clearly, there's just not enough water to satisfy all the constituent needs, agriculture, human usage requirements, as well as fish and wildlife. Bearing this in mind, the State Water Board 2010 flow criteria found that 75% of unimpaired flows on the Sacramento River and its tributaries and 75% unimpaired delta outflow water reaching the SF Bay would be needed to effectively protect the Bay Delta ecosystem, recently amended to 55% flows minimum in 2018. However, in an average year, only 50% or less of the natural flow of our Central Valley rivers reach the Bay. The State Water Board, following the lead of Governor Gavin Newsom, has instituted voluntary agreements as solutions that will produce more water, more fish with less water. Unfortunately, these voluntary agreements have resulted in greatly reduced and limited water flows, toxic algae blooms, horrific reductions to salmon, steelhead, and other aquatic species populations. These are the facts. So what is needed moving forward? Quite simply, more water to meet all the needs of people, agriculture, the Bay Area, and anadromous fish. How do we get more water? Much like Governor Newsom, who clearly has bigger political objectives beyond California, we need to look within and beyond California to find the best future solutions to our water issues and limitations. I suggest a threefold approach. Water reclamation, institute that local municipalities, especially Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Sacramento, develop extensive water reclamation initiatives to reuse water currently wasted in sewage facilities and agricultural processing plants. Theoretically, California could find 35 to 50% more water this way. Desalinization, look to the Pacific Ocean and the ability to create fresh water to pump back into agriculture areas in the Central Valley. Currently, a $140 million desalinization project, the South Coast Doheny Desalinization Project, was approved to provide water to the local coastal communities of Dana Point and surrounding areas. More projects of this nature will ease the need for water from Northern California to be sent south. A larger desalinization project in the Central Coast could generate Central Valley aquifer and regenerate and supply water for broad-scale agriculture. 3, seek water sources from the east. This might seem like a pipe dream, but there's plenty of water in the United States, and too much in some areas and not enough in others. Much of the water for Southern California comes from the Colorado River system, and there are many demands on this water beyond California, including Arizona and Nevada and other states. This is where Governor Newsom could take the national lead.
I apologize. You passed 3 minutes and just want to be fair to others as well, if you don't mind.
Okay, let me finish this one sentence.
Yes, please.
Tap into the water, the Great Lakes and the Mississippi River to create a tunnel to bring water west. These are my long-range ideas, and I know that they'll take time, money, and funding. Hopefully we can stretch our thinking to get to a long-term water solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beltramo. Just one small point of clarification, just because we want to be clear. The board is in the middle of evaluating the volunteer agreements. It's why we're holding these discussions. So just, I think at one point it said that the board had moved forward with them. I just wanted to be clear. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Carol Ruth, I believe. Well, actually, I apologize. It was Jane Warner Tyack, and then I believe then Carol Ruth.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? This is Jane Wagner Tyack.
We can, thank you. I'm sorry for mispronouncing last name.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Jane Wagner Tyack, and I'm representing the League of Women Voters of California. The League has supported past water board efforts to increase flows to protect high water quality standards in the Bay Delta and flows for salmon migration while maintaining municipal drinking water and economic viability for agriculture. But at this point, we cannot support either the Phase 2 Bay Delta Plan or the voluntary agreements because both represent efforts to manage a system that is based on inadequate information about how much water Californians can sustainably store, move, and use. California water planners in 1960 understood that the state could not indefinitely provide water for the CVP, the SWP, and other export water users that was surplus to the needs of the watershed. But that didn't prevent development of an entire water storage and delivery system that is already unreliable for many users who depend on interbasin water transfers, and that will be even less dependable under changing climate conditions. The Bay Delta Plan itself recognizes that more water has been promised for diversions from the Bay Delta watershed than is reliably available. Average regulatory minimum delta flows are only about a third of current average outflows and less than 20% of average unimpaired outflows. The League's water position discourages water contracting and marketing policies that build up demand and establish rigid patterns of distribution and use. Continued resistance to water board efforts to develop this realistic water quality control plan reflects the inflexibility of some user demands. Historically, when local human and environmental water needs in the Delta and estuary are weighed against the expectations of export interests elsewhere in the state, politics will ensure that the Bay Delta estuary needs will be overruled. The League would like to see universal use of strategies to measure and manage actual consumption of both surface water and groundwater by urban and agriculture users. We need to be as firm about documenting water rights and water uses everywhere as the state has been in documenting water use in the Delta by using satellite-based measures of consumptive use to determine unauthorized diversions and developing digitized places of use. We also need to ensure that users do not compensate for lowest surface water deliveries by treating groundwater as an inexhaustible savings account, further overdrafting the state's groundwater. The League has seen considerable progress in water conservation and reuse in many urban areas of the state that rely on water from the Bay Delta. But urban use is just 1/5 of total use of developed water, and agriculture has not advanced as far as cities have in developing the kinds of conservation strategies that will reduce reliance on exports. The League respects what growers contribute to our welfare in terms of food and jobs. We support California's Climate Smart Agriculture program to preserve sustainable agricultural lands and use water more efficiently and effectively, and we hope that growers everywhere will support these efforts. Unfortunately, the current Phase 2 Bay Delta Plan and the voluntary agreements being offered rely on incomplete knowledge of water rights and lack clear objectives for protection of ecosystems. We encourage the Water Board to focus on remedying this situation. Thank you so much for this opportunity to comment.
And thank you for your comments and time, Ms. Wagner-Tyack. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Carol Ruth, be followed by, I believe you just have your acronym here, PPJC, and please do introduce yourself when you come on camera. Ms. Ruth.
Yes, thank you so much for hearing my comments today. My name's Carol Ruth from Stanford, California. I'm a member of the Tuolumne River Trust and various other local environmentally focused groups and a concerned citizen from the Bay Area. Over the past few years, I've been speaking out on behalf of the California Delta and river ecosystems as I've watched them be diminished and degraded by our current water policies. We've taken more and more water from our rivers and delta over the years, which has led us to the environmental crisis point we are at today. Voluntary agreements have failed to rein in our water use habits, and it will take decisive action by the State Water Board to insist on scientifically based policies that benefit people, fish, wildlife, and ensure sustainable, high-quality water systems. I love being on the river, and I've done a number of rafting trips on the Tuolumne and the Trinity over the years. Trips where we watched in amazement as thousands of huge salmon made their way past us towards their spawning grounds. Today, shallower, warmer waters are choking off and decimating runs of salmon and causing algae blooms that threaten the fish in the delta waterways as well. Why do we think that our desire to siphon off even more water from these ecosystems is sustainable? If we lose these salmon runs and continue to degrade the rivers and estuaries, we not only harm the native species, but our families and future humans as well. Now is the time to ensure that there is more than adequate water flow to maintain vibrant, natural systems so our salmon season can once again be reopened. The State Water Board is charged with restoring the Bay Delta ecosystem. Now is your opportunity to fulfill that mission. Please consider carefully this critical responsibility. Your decisions will determine the fate of these essential waterways. Will we have fresh, clean, cool water to maintain the glorious natural resources we are blessed with? Or will we continue to exploit the ecosystem until these water resources are no longer viable? I thank you in advance for supporting scientific policies that guarantee a healthy future for our waterways and the species they support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ruth. Appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up PPJC, who will be followed by Adele Hodge-Khalil, Meg Giberson, Mike Wade, and then David Schrum.
Shall I go?
Yes, thank you. And please do introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Paul George. I'm calling in from Los Altos. I'm here today in my capacity as director of Peninsula Peace and Justice Center, hence the PPJC, grassroots advocacy organization based in Palo Alto and Los Altos for the last 41 years. I'll say at the outset that this is not one of our usual policy areas, and I'm certainly not an expert in this by any means. But as I thought about how to address the questions before you today, I realized that there is a great deal of similarity to an issue that I and the Peace and Justice Center's 2,000 supporters are quite familiar with and attuned to: inequality. Inequality is one of the major issues confronting our society today, and is one that people are keenly aware of. Inequality is at the heart of some of our most contentious political debates, most notably concerning tax policies. Who pays and who benefits? Seems to me that we should think of water policies in much the same way we think about tax policies. Water, like taxes, is a shared resource that belongs to all of us. So when decisions about how to distribute water are on the table, we should think about it as if we are deciding how to spend our tax dollars. Do we provide rebates to ordinary people so they can buy an electric vehicle? Or do we offer subsidies to fossil fuel producers? With water, the question is, do we ensure that individuals have access to water-related resources like boating and fishing and bird watching? Do we protect our very special California environment? Or do we subsidize big agriculture so it can export nuts around the world? I urge you to choose your decision. I urge you to base your decisions on equality. People do not need to be experts on the science involved to know when things are not divvied up fairly. They'll just know. They always know. Just as people are aware that trickle-down economics is a sham, trickle-down water policy would be seen the same way as a sham. This is a definitive moment. I urge you to be fair. Choose equality. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call up Adele Hodge-Khalil, will be followed by Meg Giberson, Mike Wade, and then David Schrum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and my name is Adele Hodge-Khalil, General Manager of Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Southern Metropolitan and myself are committed to ensuring safe, reliable water for everyone with no one left behind. including the environment, including our communities, including our urban and ag communities. And that's the future, holistic, integrated, inclusive approach. And we appreciate the hearing by the chair and the board and the staff. Updating the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan is very important and complex task that seeks to protect this watershed that is so integral to the health and livelihood of our entire state. Metropolitan appreciates the work of the State Water Board and the staff who are committed to a transparent and inclusive public process that we're seeing here today. We have been an active and interested participant for many years, providing technical input and information at every opportunity throughout the process. Our interest in the Bay Delta includes our support for Governor Newsom and his administration during the development of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Agreement. Metropolitan is encouraged by the inclusion of Healthy Rivers and Landscapes alternative in the draft staff report. In March 2022, I signed a memorandum of understanding that includes possible terms for Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Agreement. In May 2022, Metropolitan's board expressed support for developing the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Agreement as an alternative in the Bay Delta Plan. Metropolitan's engagement in this process is guided by its Climate Adaptation Master Plan for Water, called Camp for Water. Camp for Water calls for Metropolitan to support efforts that protect the environment, increase resiliency and reliability for all, build greater flexibility into regional water storage and delivery system, ensure all member agencies have more equitable access to metropolitan supplies, and support collaborative cost-sharing partnerships and promote affordability initiatives. It is through the lens of Camp for Water that I provide these comments. The proposed Healthy Rivers and Landscapes agreements would expand on traditional ways of thinking and enable a more inclusive, innovative, and adaptive, I want to underline adaptive approach to implement the Bay Delta Plan. Adaptive management is paramount for the adoption of the Water Quality Control Plan. The agreements for Healthy Rivers and Landscape approach for adaptive management is unique in that it has the following: wide support from public water agencies, both state and federal agencies, is already defined through the MOU, is ready to implement, given several hours a month of work that has transpired since signing the MOU. The science plan and the Bay Delta scientists are ready to begin this process, including early implementation for ecosystem response and benefits. We can't wait any longer. The proposed agreements offer actions that integrate flow and non-flow measures as part of a comprehensive watershed-wide approach, including more than $2.5 billion in funding to support water purchases, crop idling, robust science programs, and construction of new habitat, including dedicated resources to monitor and ensure performance. In addition, the proposed Healthy Rivers and Landscape agreements would foster collaboration with diverse parties, including state and federal agencies, public water agencies, and conservation groups, support California's co-equal goals to provide a more equal, reliable water supply for California, and protect, restore, and enhance the Delta ecosystem. Metropolitan and its member agencies continue to make significant investments in local water supply and programs that increase Southern California's water resiliency and reliability. We are taking bold actions, investing in local water supply, such as Pure Water Southern California, largest water recycling program in the world, building storage capacity with our recently completed High Desert Water Bank, investing in flexibility of our regional water delivery system, and increasing the regional water conservation efforts and rebates through recently the adopted legislation that will phase out watering of non-functional turf at commercial institutional properties. Nonetheless, supplies from the state water projects remain an essential component of the region's water supply portfolio, especially during wet conditions that we can move and store away. State water project supplies provide important baseline supplies as well as wet year reserves that have helped the region withstand extended periods of drought. In addition, state water project supplies are critical to supporting existing and planned groundwater production in the region, including our disadvantaged communities. I want to talk about disadvantaged communities a little bit. Urban disadvantaged communities are important.
Mr. Hodgecliff, if please
I'll
do
conclude.
Continue on, but yeah, thank you.
I'll conclude quickly here. Disadvantaged communities are critical to everything that we do, both rural and urban communities. We have 6 million people in Southern California with that effort. With the climate change and extreme weathers threatening all of us, Now is the time for new collaborative, innovative, and adaptive solutions in the Bay Delta that ensures we are protecting water users and the environment where no one is left behind. Our collective future depends on it. So we urge you to adopt the Healthy Rivers and Landscape option in the plan. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We appreciate the work you're doing.
Likewise, and thank you for your time here, Mr. Hajkhalil, and look forward to what I know is a lot of further discussion and work here amongst it, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Meg Giberson, who will be followed by Mike Wade and then David Schrum.
Hello, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Meg Giberson. I'm speaking for my husband and myself. And thank you for recognizing the troubled overall health of the Bay Delta and the need for expeditious action. Delta waters and its ecosystem are not healthy because of years of overdiversions and failure to provide sufficient flows. The Delta Reform Act of 2009 mandated flow criteria development within 9 months. Appropriate Delta flow criteria were to precede any adaptive management programs. Now, 14 years later, adoption of appropriate flow criteria can finally satisfy those mandates and resolve the delays. Therefore, I urge the board to adopt and implement strong standards that have received adequate scientific and public review in a transparent fashion. Such standards would include unimpaired flows substantially closer to 65%, which the board has identified, standards for control of harmful algal blooms, and quantifiable water quality objectives. Sufficient flows to and through the Bay Delta could allow the Bay Delta estuary to function as it should, to foster predation avoidance, pollution dilution, and flushing, and it would allow bay-dependent economies to begin to recover. The Bay Delta Plan standards should be adopted before the VAs, the voluntary agreements, receive any more intense work. VAs have been negotiated in private without scientific review, without adequate input from tribes and, excuse me, and Delta communities. The VAs do not provide implementation and enforcement of adequate water for fish or the environment, temperature controls, or flow protections. So I urge you again, please adopt and implement adequate science-based Bay Delta flow standards as required in the Delta Reform Act. And thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you as well. Thank you for participating here in the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Mike Wade, followed by David Schrum, then Norma Wallace, and Steve Rosenblum. And you should be invited to unmute Mr. Wade here momentarily.
And there's only one chocolate chip cookie left.
He's there. Sorry, Mr. Wade. There you are.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name's Mike Wade, and I'm Executive Director of the California Farm Water Coalition. I'd like to thank the board and the staff for their time and for allowing me to share the collective thoughts of our member farms and water agencies that stretch from Shasta County in the north to the Imperial Valley in the south. The task before you is an important one. How best to provide adequate, reliable water supplies to all beneficial uses in the state, including cities, rural communities, businesses, farms, and the environment. Our members strongly support adoption of the voluntary agreements, also known as agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes. These cooperative agreements represent the best path forward for many reasons. First, they provide a comprehensive approach to water management that considers the needs of the ecosystem as a whole. One thing science has taught us is that healthy rivers, streams, and fish populations depend on more than water alone. Under these agreements, the management structure will be able to measure the impact of both flow and non-flow measures and adapt accordingly. Second, adoption of these agreements will provide immediate benefits. Additional water will be guaranteed to the environment. Farmers and water agencies are already helping with habitat restoration, predator control, restoration of floodplains, and other measures to make the entire ecosystem healthier. Adoption of these agreements brings funding for even more environmental improvements, allowing the pace of those critical projects to accelerate. In return, farms, businesses, cities, and towns will have more reliability in water supply, which is critical to planning. In addition, these are collaborative agreements at the local level that allow the system to respond in real time to changes on the ground and continuously improve as science advances. Government agencies, farmers, conservationists, communities, urban users, and others have formed partnerships dedicated to making these agreements work properly. Clear goals and metrics to measure progress are embedded in the governing structure, allowing for periodic progress checks and providing the ability to adjust as we move forward. The system of adaptive management will allow us to always stay ahead of things rather than waiting years for the regulatory system to catch up. We've all learned that our unpredictable weather patterns are likely to continue, and it's critical that we make adjustments immediately. The agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes would bring much needed stability and adaptability to California's water management system. We thank the board for examining this cooperative alternative, all the local partners who have worked so hard to make these agreements come together, and welcome new partners to join in this process to make it work for all Californians. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Next, I'd like to call up David Schromm, be followed by Norma Wallace.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Thank you. And thank you for your attention to my views. My name is David Schramm. I'm a value scientist at MAGIC, a Palo Alto-based public service organization. Salmon, like humans, live and die by nature's laws. For them to thrive and for us to thrive, we discover those laws and heed them. Science is the best set of best practices for learning by which we discover nature's laws and gain the ability to accurately predict the consequences of our behaviors. The Bay Delta Plan is grounded in decades of peer-reviewed scientific research. Its authors describe with precision and with provision for adaptation the actions necessary to salmon recovery. If we want salmon, we'll implement this plan. I empathize with those who want to believe or want you to believe that they can keep taking water as they have while still restoring salmon populations. When nature's laws seem incompatible with our desires, we may rationalize and justify however we perceive necessary to deny them. And such protests may convince those who fail to understand the power of science. However, they're without capacity to alter the laws we find threatening. Nature runs a flawless law enforcement program. More than 100,000 of the U.S. residents who died from COVID did so because they refused to heed nature's laws as described by science. 8 billion of us worldwide are bearing the rising costs of climate degradation for the same reason. We live in extraordinary times. For 99% of Homo sapiens' existence, our population was less than 1%, and our energy use less than 1,000th of what these are today. We took hundreds of thousands of years to become 1 billion and only 200 more to become 8 billion. We supported those 3 doublings of population with 5 doublings of energy use, primarily by ever more rapidly depleting an irreplaceable fossil carbon dowry hundreds of millions of years in the making. In the process, we've ravaged our lands, waters, and biota. This era is coming to an end. The fossil fuel peak lies a few years and the human population peak a few decades in the future. What we do in this final phase of unsustainable human endeavor will affect all who may live in the future. 8 billion of us alive today hold in our hands the fates of tens, perhaps hundreds of billions of our descendants. We can leave them a legacy of salmon or deny them that legacy. I trust that you will act with wisdom and courage to heed nature's laws and further long-term common good. Thank you again for listening to my views.
Thank you as well, Mr. Schromm. I appreciate your participation here in this discussion. Taking a look at time at about 1:30, Secretary Crowfoot will be joining us, and so we'll go to Norma Wallace. I want to see if there's anyone in the room that has any time constraints, though, as well. We won't get back to individual commenters until about 2:30 after this, so if there's anyone in the room that has a time constraint prior to that, just start to make your way up or let yourself known in the room. And then would go to Norma Wallace.
Alship ek ka nakra kat Norma Wallace, ka nakro te wichin awashte, exuyakma muwekma oloni, ro tekne uyakish irechte iwashakma warip ikma. I am descended from people who have lived here for hundreds, if not thousands of years. I hear them ask, Kami wa kama kamui, are the fish well? Beneficial uses, fish, beneficial? Their world is at stake. How is it possible that our so-called advanced civilization creates one natural disaster after another? Multiple competing tribes lived in these same locations for 10,000 years, or 5, or say just 3,000 years even. They lived within the carrying capacity of the land by limiting population growth through cultural tradition. Ohlone did not devastate their environment, they took care of it. Patwin respected it, they didn't put garbage in the waterways. Miwok recognized how precious clean water is. Yurok recognized that humans are not the only beings on this planet. By their behavior, we know they respected their surroundings, animate and inanimate. They did not lay waste to everything they touched. I know we're supposed to testify because you're supposed to listen, but if the VAs worked, we wouldn't have to testify here today. I'm old enough to know about the Brown machine, and I can see decades later that the Brown machine is still very healthy and alive. In Richmond, where I live, I'm watching a local developer fill and irrigate a seasonal wetland while I use 12 gallons per diem during the drought. If Newsom wanted water for wildlife, it would be done already. Al Ship Ek, gracias para esta audiencia.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Appreciate those comments and for engaging here in this discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Steve Rosenblum.
Good afternoon, members of the State Water Resources Control Board and staff. My name is Stephen Rosenblum. I live in Palo Alto and have been a California resident for 53 years. I've hiked in many places in our beautiful state and fished in its streams, rivers, the delta, and coastal waters for trout, salmon, rockfish, and striped and largemouth bass. All these activities require unimpeded flows of clear water to nourish the natural environment. Over the last decade, I've seen the state, under the leadership of Governor Brown and then Governor Newsom, continue to sacrifice our natural environment in order to provide cheap water to the state's agribusiness. The peripheral canal, the twin tunnels, and now the Delta conveyance are all intended to perpetuate the idea that there's plenty of water available to distribute, but we only need to manage the storage and canalization better. According to testimony from fish biologists, the measures contained in the voluntary agreements can only supplement the need for sufficient flows of fresh, cold water during the cycles of fish lives. Considering the fact that agriculture uses 80% of the state's water and contributes less than 2% of the state's GDP, there is no economic justification for this proposed water grab. The State Water Resources Control Board are direct appointees of Governor Newsom. Their actions will have severe negative repercussions for him if you, as his appointees, do not develop a strong water plan for the state, requiring 75% minimum unimpaired flow on the Sacramento and 75% unimpaired outflow from the Delta. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. I look forward to a wise decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenblum. I appreciate your participation here. We'll take one more commenter, and then I'd like to welcome up and appreciate here Secretary Crowfoot. So, Elena Corral.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hi, I'm commenting for my husband and I. My name's Elena Corral, and we've been landowners here in Dunnigan for 30 years. I'm sure you've already reviewed it. So I won't make you listen to those again. But what I will tell you is that we need water and we need choices. I ask that you trust us to come up with effective solutions. Unimpaired water flows aren't a one-size-fits-all answer. We've shown our commitment to protect this valuable resource by personally setting aside 500 acres to focus on groundwater recharge.
Ms. Corral, I apologize. We're getting a feedback loop from your
I am
microphone
too.
here. Okay. I think you're called in on a phone as well, it looks like, potentially. Or,
Oh my gosh,
which that
I
might
might,
be your main
Is this-
audio as well.
nope, I'm not.
Okay.
Let's try that. Is this better? Nope.
No, unfortunately not. Apologies. Let's try now, perhaps.
Do you want me to go?
Yes.
Nope.
I think it's
Is this better?
improved. It is improved. Okay, you can continue. Thank you, Ms. Corral.
Can I start over?
No, we heard most of it, so it just to wrap up then.
All right. Anyway, my husband and I have shown our commitment to protecting this valuable resource by personally setting aside 500 acres to focus on groundwater recharge studies with the water district, as well as habitat enhancement. They can both be done. Groundwater recharge will help mitigate habitat loss, subsidence, low water quality, and economic dislocation due to loss of farming. But we need water to make this work. The lack of water hurts way too many people in our town. It hurts farmers, and it really hurts Latinos, who are already marginalized and the least capable of fighting back and being heard. Allow us this basic decency of our water allotments. Unimpaired flows are not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corral. Apologies for the technical challenges a bit there, but we got your comment here and just appreciate your time and participation here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it's my honor to introduce up Secretary Crowfoot. Good to
Thank
see
you
you
so
here.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair and Water Board members. And first of all, congratulations and thank you for the milestone announced this past Friday in Coachella. 100 consolidations of water systems to provide clean and safe drinking water to 90,000 Californians that didn't have that access to water beforehand. As I understand it, that 90,000, just a subset of a much larger population of Californians now getting clean and safe drinking water through the implementation of the SAFER program. So huge thanks to you and your staff and your Division of Drinking Water. It's incredible. I would have come your way to help celebrate, but actually I was further south in the Imperial Valley at the Salton Sea, celebrating the first ever significant federal funding into restoration of the sea, which we're excited to share more about when we come before you for our annual report this past spring. In this context, I appreciate the opportunity to share more information and perspective on what is before you, which is this proposed pathway to implement the Water Quality Plan update. It's been labeled the voluntary agreements, which I believe is a bit of a misnomer because ultimately, if it came to pass, these would be enforceable commitments to improve environmental conditions in the rivers. But I think it's helpful for us to share some of the history, but also our current perspective from our agency, the Natural Resources Agency, and our departments, the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Department of Water Resources that helped develop the voluntary agreements. So first of all, I hope we all agree on the problem statement, which is we have to improve environmental conditions in the Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems and the Bay Delta. We all know that the last major update of the Water Quality Plan was almost 30 years ago, and we're past due to update this plan. We understand that improving environmental conditions means restoring environmental flows that have demonstrated clear correlation to the abundance of fish. We also recognize that improving environmental conditions includes a lot more than that, including expanding diverse habitat for these fish species, doing better scientific monitoring, and being able to adaptively manage the way that we move water and build habitat to be able to help recover these species. You all obviously have a set of challenges before you as you update this water quality plan to protect beneficial uses. Clearly, one important beneficial use that we need to improve is the use for our fish and wildlife. And we balance that with the use of our water for our communities, for our economy. And we know that as we're challenged and our fish and wildlife are severely challenged with conditions in our rivers, so too are our communities. Keep in mind, as I know you do, 14 months ago, we had 6 million Californians under water rationing. And had we not had the wet winter that we got last year, we anticipated and we're planning for 20 million Californians under water rationing. And that even exists as we've made billions of dollars of investments helping local communities do what they need to do to deepen efficiency and conservation, diversify water supplies. We continue to need to balance how do we restore the environmental conditions in our rivers, and how do we maintain as much reliability as possible for the communities and the economy that depend on California water. So that brings us to one proposed pathway to implement the water quality plan update, and that is what I'll refer to and what we're referring to as these agreements. As you know, the work to create these agreements is years in coming. This effort was started under the Brown administration and carried through into the administration of Governor Newsom. I've been involved in this for my full 5 years of work as Natural Resources Secretary, and along with then Secretary Jared Blumenfeld of Cal EPA, really convened a group that developed this proposed pathway before you. The genesis of the voluntary agreements, as I understand it, and I experienced it, is recognizing that we can build a pathway to improve environmental conditions and to strengthen water certainty in California communities. But it looks different than simply utilizing the regulatory authorities that you have. Now, clearly, there is significant concern among water agencies, agricultural users about the regulatory approach that you have authority to implement, and that is the unimpaired flows. And so that was one piece: is could we help improve the environmental conditions of rivers in a way that just doesn't rely on that lever? We also recognized in developing these agreements that it would benefit the environment to bring in other authorities and resources that are not available through a strict regulatory process. So as you know, better than I ever will, the Water Board has authority regarding the quality and quantity of water, but much less authority to compel habitat to be developed. Doesn't really have a regulatory construct to build a scientific monitoring program and adaptive management and governance so that water agencies can work together across these river systems to manage our systems over time as science tells us what we need to do. The voluntary agreements also sought to bring water users, government agencies together across this broad landscape stretching from almost Mount Shasta down towards Fresno, recognizing that while we can regulate the tributaries and the rivers themselves, it's really the cumulative total actions we take across these tributaries, across these river systems that will impact the fish and wildlife that we're working to recover. So for all of these reasons, several years ago, the government and our agencies brought users together to identify what could be a pathway that we would propose to the Water Board to implement the water quality plan that we all recognize you all need to update. So the process initially was really one that was meant to include a broad set of stakeholders, including conservation organizations that came to the table open-minded, but sometimes dubious about whether this alternative approach could actually meet the moment. And I would characterize that for the better part of 2 years, we had many conservation groups around the table, and the benefits, the contributions that they made to the process has found its way, is evident in the proposal before you. Ultimately, though, to be clear, conservation groups dropped out of the process, as I understand it, because they felt like where we were narrowing in on as it relates to enhanced flows was insufficient in their opinion to recover the species. So I want to be clear that we built these voluntary agreements with the idea of bringing everybody together to find common ground and a consensus approach. To be clear, ultimately that wasn't possible. So what you have before you is the cumulative product of dozens of water agencies, Natural Resources Agency, our Fish and Wildlife Department, and Department of Water Resources, and we're really proud of what we have before you. From our perspective, it's very clearly beneficial that it includes elements of implementation that wouldn't be achieved by a regulatory pathway alone. We obviously know that restoring flows is critical, and the voluntary agreements propose to do that in all water year types. We have scientists that have made a clear case that those improved flows, in addition to habitat, scientific monitoring, adaptive management, will be sufficient to move toward recovery of the species. There are other scientists that work for organizations that you've heard from and will hear from that feel like that's insufficient. Your staff developed a scientific basis report that, as I understand it, gets peer-reviewed, blind scientifically peer-reviewed from external independent scientists. And so from my perspective, we have a strong scientific proposal on flows and other measures before you, and your staff will use independent science to determine whether that's adequate. But in addition to the flows, the voluntary agreements propose to restore and maintain tens of thousands of acres of habitat and diverse habitat in the Delta, in the mainstream rivers of the Sacramento, San Joaquin, in the tributaries. And we believe that's absolutely critical, because while I think everyone agrees that there is a correlation between the amount of flow moving down the river and the abundance of the animals that live in the river, I would argue, and we should all agree, that the quality and location, abundance of habitat is also critically important, not only the recovery, but the resilience of those species. Additionally, I think we all would agree that improved scientific monitoring is essential. And under the Water Board's leadership, resourced by the governor and the legislature, you're improving scientific monitoring on California's rivers, totally outside of this consideration, but we think scientific monitoring has a role in how we manage water quality and balance for beneficial uses. And so this proposal before you has a robust scientific plan that's been developed by a range of scientists. It develops a scientific committee that continues to collect and interpret the information and then recommend to what is a governance committee about how the assets that are being developed, the flows, the habitat are actively managed. It's worth noting that while there are those groups that oppose this approach, we maintain an invitation for really those groups and anyone that brings scientific expertise to the table to join us in this scientific committee, as well as a governance committee around how we adaptively manage the assets that we have. So scientific monitoring and then adaptive management. From my view, having worked on this the better part of 2 decades, California Water, we get locked into management that gets changed on a decadal scale when we actually need to utilize changes to our management on an annual scale. So the proposal before you creates an adaptive management, a governance committee that is taking that scientific monitoring that's provided real time, but through an annual report, and then modifying the utilization of flows and habitat to better address how we can accelerate recovery of the fish and wildlife. This proposal was initially developed as a 15-year term, and that got moved down to an 8-year term. One of the driving reasons of that is just the changes that we're experiencing from climate change are accelerating so quickly that 8 years seems like a more reasonable time frame in which to pursue this alternative. Clearly, there is a backstop for the Water Board to act quickly if the voluntary agreements aren't working. And we've actually built in this proposal, so-called red, yellow, green stoplight approach, where if the proposal appears and the actions seem to be working onward, do they need to be modified, yellow light, or do we need a new approach, the red light? From our perspective, and I hope everybody would agree, time is not on our side to improve environmental conditions, nor to solidify water certainty for water users across California. So We, as the folks who put together the voluntary agreements, have submitted this, and admittedly, it's taken a long time to develop. But at the same time, we're working to make these improvements now, what we call early implementation of the voluntary agreements. And that doesn't presuppose, what you'll do on this proposal, but it does come from the reality that there are actions we need to take right now. So I can tell you there are a few dozen habitat projects in that list of VA priority projects that are either completed or on the verge of being completed that will have environmental benefit. And there are dozens more that are being planned. The state government has identified over $1 billion of improvements, habitat improvements, environmental flow purchases that would be part of the voluntary agreements that will provide environmental benefit regardless of the Water Board's approach. And we're putting that money to work, including several $100 million that our agency has out to purchase environmental flows. It's also worth noting that the water agencies that are part of this set of agreements have agreed to self-assess fees on their own water agencies to raise more than $1 billion for environmental flow purchases and habitat restoration. In total, well over $2 billion between state water agencies and the federal government is part of this proposal. So from our perspective, we believe we have a strong, adequate proposal before the Water Board, but also respect your regulatory authority and responsibility to assess this proposal, given the best available science and the scientific basis report, ultimately to discharge your duty to update the water quality plan. Chair, that's a thumbnail of how the VAs were developed, how I would explain what they achieve and what we're hoping to accomplish if you do adopt this pathway of implementation. And I'd be glad to answer any questions you or your colleagues had.
I really appreciate that, Secretary. I know how incredibly busy things are, so your personal attendance here, you're engaging on this project and here coming before the board and helping explain, again, genesis on the voluntary agreements, your take and on their benefits, and importantly, helping enrich this discussion is just incredibly appreciated. So just thank you for that. Questions, there are so many, but I think when it comes to just, right now, I think we are in evaluation mode. I appreciate that acknowledgement. And, I think we're just listening on my side, at least a lot more right now, because there is, we've heard a lot over the last, now this is the third day of our 3-day hearing. And so just appreciate that, what I've said at prior moments here during public comment is how we not see this moment kind of as an either or, recognizing that there is a lot of work that all of our agencies have collectively put into the discussion. And I see a way that we are all kind of talking about the same thing. The board, I think, has been pretty clear about desiring not just flow, but desiring how we understand the system, complex as it is, reconciling as it is. What are those other investments? And to your point that, when it comes to property, we can't, direct things that way. It is on the flow discussion that we have the most authority. And it's also where we see the most divergence, I think, and sometimes some of the discussion that we have. So how this all system, we keep talking about that same system and how we can look at all these activities together into the future, I think we have an opportunity for. And so just thank you, because your presence, your reflection here on the work helps us understand how we can thread that, I think, here into the future and bring folks along on what is complex work, yes, but to your point, we need to start acting. And so I'm glad, though, we're at this evaluation phase to really give us our best shot here amongst each other. So thank you. Board members, though, and Vice Chair as well here virtually. Anything else for Secretary Crowfoot? Board Member Firestone, please.
So just to echo the thanks for coming and all of the work on all of the array of things that you all are leading. I just, there's a lot of areas that I know the agencies over at Natural Resources are really leaders in. There were recently a announcement, I think for the first time, of providing land back or water back to a tribe with around the fish hatchery. There's a lot of really amazing co-management works with tribes that I know Department of Fish and Wildlife are working with, and I know Anasita and a lot of the folks over at DWR are just doing amazing work in terms of leadership of working with tribes in really diverse and challenging area of water in the state. So, we've heard a lot of concern from both tribes and EJ stakeholders, as well as environmental community around concern around inclusiveness. And I know you spoke to the process. You are able to pull together parties to put something that before us for us to evaluate. But there's a lot of questions that are not fully fleshed out yet. And a lot of it is creating a governance structure to be able to do adaptive management and to be able to develop habitat programs. And so I've heard from some of the folks that presented on the VAs that there's an interest in really making that inclusive and being more and incorporating tribes and EJ and conservation groups more directly. And I know there's some work to do that we've learned as well of just working through how to get to a place of trust and really productive work together. So I guess I'm just interested, is there something, given the leadership over at Natural Resources in particular, are there things that you all can or are already trying to do to help lead that sort of co-development around governance, around how sort of development and implementation of the VA proposal, as it's developing from here?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. It's a critically important question. And let me first say, we are on a journey to do a much better job partnering with California Native American tribes to learn from and be led by California Native American tribes. Our agency, in short, has a responsibility to steward nature. And it's California tribal communities that have been stewarding nature for thousands of years. And we've disconnected ourselves from that leadership and that partnership. So I am proud of a lot of the progress that we're making. I'll observe that traditionally these discussions around flow typically involved a fairly limited silo of water users, those that are diverting flow, and the environmental conservation groups that are representing the interests of the fish and wildlife and nature. There hasn't been the inclusion of environmental justice communities that are impacted by the water quality and environmental conditions of our rivers in the Delta, nor tribal communities recognizing these are not only natural landscapes, these are cultural landscapes. So I think we're learning every month and every year about how we more proactively engage tribes, including more early, often and meaningful government-to-government consultation. I think the genesis of this VAs, almost 7 years ago, was stuck in that former paradigm of, water users and environmental groups being the sort of the key stakeholders. And what we've recognized is there are a broader set of stakeholders, including environmental justice communities, tribes, but also others. And so we are evolving our engagement, our decision-making to recognize that. To your point about governance, we recognize that the voluntary agreements, if they become a pathway of implementation, need inclusive and transparent governance. That means that we have entities, leaders, groups from a diversity of perspectives figuring in on how we interpret the science to manage flow and habitat. That's the inclusivity. And then in the transparency, it needs to be very clear that, one, these assets, the flow and the habitat, are materializing, but then two, that decisions that are being made are clearly understood among everybody that is interested in understanding them. So that the scientific committee, scientific monitoring committee, the governance committee has been a work in progress, and we have sought interest and engagement from tribal communities as well as environmental justice communities, other environmental conservation groups. So I want you to know that we are fully committed to that moving forward, both in the constructs of the voluntary agreements and more broadly, everything we do.
Thank you, Board Member. Thank you, Secretary. Board Member McGuire.
I just want to say thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. I really appreciate you just coming here and taking the time and sharing your perspective on the voluntary agreements and what they can mean from your view. Certainly, we're here in the public process. We have a long way to go and a lot of work to do. But one thing that really resonated with me was the sense of urgency. Just acknowledging that it's been 5 years here, in your time, and 7 years in development of the voluntary agreements. I think 13 or 14 years since the Bay Delta Plan update process actually began. So we've come a long way. Certainly have a lot of work to do here in the coming year. But things, like the early implementation projects, the commitment to complete the remaining documents, complete the work that remains so we can finish our process in evaluating the different alternatives. It's just really appreciated. And I'm glad we're here. This is our third day of hearings. We've heard a lot of comments. I'm sure we'll hear a lot more today. And again, just really wanted to thank you for being here.
Yeah, and I just want to acknowledge that, we collectively have to move faster to adapt to climate change on the natural resources side to protect communities. And so we recognize that it has been a long time in coming, both for the update of the plan and the voluntary agreements, which is why we're so focused on making improvements now, no regrets improvements, recognizing we have to help fish and wildlife recover starting yesterday. I'll also mention something that I'm very excited about that I partnered with Chair Esquivel on, and that is cutting the green tape, helping beneficial environmental restoration projects happen more quickly. One unintended consequence of the many strong environmental standards California has is it can be very lengthy and very costly to get these sort of non-controversial environmental habitat projects in and operating. So that's another thing that we're working on is essentially cutting the red tape in green projects, hence cutting the green tape.
Yeah, thank you. And on that, I know there's a gathering at Asilomar happening. I won't be able to. I have another commitment. I know the vice chair will be attending for us. So the general restoration general order we were able to do to really bring in fish and wildlife and even complement some of the federal work, just appreciate. Again, I think we all see the definite need to ensure that habitat is part of this flow discussion and it not be an either or. It's really an and how we best reconcile this system. So thank you for your leadership in that, Secretary. Looking to fellow board colleagues, Board Member Morgan.
Just wanted to quickly echo the thanks. Appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to be here in person today. It's really appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, let me thank your board, but maybe more importantly your staff for moving on all things California water. I mean, it is a dizzying time as we try to become more resilient to drought and flood for nature and people. And so I know you all are moving so much forward at once, and so we appreciate all you do.
All collectively, here. It's been an incredible few years. We know these next years will be even more consequential and busy, so thank you for that. Looking to see if the vice chair has anything, not seeing, maybe just a thanks.
Yes, I don't want to take up time because I know you're busy, Secretary, and then we also have many commenters, but your leadership has just been so crucial every step of the way on this. And like Board Member McGuire said, just really appreciative of your commitment to assist in providing the additional information that we need to do the analysis so that we can move as quickly but thoughtfully as possible. So thank you so much for joining us today. I'm sorry I couldn't be there.
Yeah, and I might just close, Chair, by saying, this is tough work. The roles we find ourselves in and you find yourself in, protecting beneficial uses for both nature and people. And it requires a level of balance that I think oftentimes leaders and groups across California don't necessarily acknowledge because of what we have to balance between, all the many forms of life that depend on water. So thank you for your careful consideration, and it goes without saying, but we're available at any time to answer questions or provide more information.
Thank you for that, Secretary. Can't thank you enough for your time.
Thanks.
Look forward to further discussion. Thank you. That'll be a good segue to our next panel then, which will be an overview on the voluntary agreements and particularly around adapting to our climate reality. And so invite up David Guy from the Northern California Water Association Nina Hawk from Metropolitan Water District, Scott Peterson from the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority, and Andy Fecco from Placer County Water Agency. Yes, please. Yeah, just there should be all the mics there for you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and want to also thank you and acknowledge the process that you've undertaken to really bring a lot of parties together and to help us kind of build out a collaborative model to protect beneficial uses in the Bay Delta. So we very much appreciate that. We've obviously appreciated having some panels that you've heard from in the past, and so we're going to be building on some of that today a little bit and just kind of trying to summarize some things. I think the important thing that we want to convey, I think, is that we have been listening. We've been listening to the panels. We've been listening to the deliberations by the board members, and so we're going to try to offer some kind of refinements today that kind of reflect the fact that we are hopefully listening, and if we're not, we're going to keep listening and we're going to keep having further conversations. So if we could, I'm going to offer 3 points if I could today to start. And then we have a great panel here to join me as well. So if we could go to the first slide, that'd be great. Thank you. I'm going to go through these fairly quickly. The first point, obviously, we've been talking a lot about is the Healthy River and Landscape Alternative is fully implementable and enforceable. And you've heard a lot about the timely implementation of flows and habitat through the collaborative model that we have built around that. You just heard a little bit of that from Secretary Crowfoot. And the bottom line is we had a panel with 9 people on it that talked about all the early implementation that is already underway, and we want to just continue to build that. And this collaborative model, I think, is really the best way to do that through the Healthy Rivers Agreement. Next, please. There is secured funding. There's a lot of details to this, obviously, but we've been very appreciative of the opportunities to provide a lot of different funding, including some of the water user funding that you've just heard about. And then I think the important thing is there's been a lot of folks saying that this is not enforceable. Obviously, we are going to have very strong, meaningful, enforceable agreements with the State Water Board through the government code section mentioned here. There's some work already being done under that is going to state the specific obligations. So I think it's just really important to note that these agreements will be enforceable. I don't know, the voluntary term kind of throws people in that. We understand that, but obviously we want to make this enforceable. Next, please. So my second point, there's a lot of discussion around flows and, enough and not enough. But the bottom line is what we have been trying to provide through these agreements, working with a lot of the leading scientists, a lot of the leading agencies, is these flows with function and trying to make sure that we help the ecosystem function. We heard that the goal here is obviously to improve the environment. And we recognize that a healthy river ecosystem depends on a sufficient volume of water. That is for sure. And that's why we're offering a variety of water as part of this agreement. But it's really the way that water operates within the healthy landscape that is really what we're trying to mimic. We're trying to mimic the patterns by which native flora and fauna were adapted. And I think that's a really significant part of the agreement system. And then I think the second piece that I want to just emphasize here is that we have an opportunity through the agreements to not only have the flows and the habitat, but we also have an opportunity to kind of reimagine our infrastructure, much I think the way the governor has talked about things, and that includes nature-based solutions. It includes the floodplain things I think you're going to be hearing a little bit about later today. There's just a real opportunity here to reimagine our infrastructure kind of in combination with these flows, and that's at least what the leading scientists in the world are telling us we need if we're going to improve the ecosystem the way we all aspire to. Next, please. The third point is obviously that the charge of your board, and that's this idea of protecting all beneficial uses. We obviously, you've heard from the panels earlier, that we believe that the Healthy River and Landscape Alternative provides more benefits and fewer impacts than the proposed plan amendments. And that's obviously what we're working towards. So more benefits, fewer impacts. Want to just emphasize that. And that's, again, building off of your work in the staff report. You heard that from a very detailed modeling panel of experts that have tried to pull all that information out and show that. And that's, again, where this panel, I think, showed that the better balance comes from this Healthy River and Landscape Agreement. If we could go to the next slide, I won't go into the details of this. You heard about this at the last workshop, but this was the kind of the modeling kind of summation that people had put together on how we can reasonably balance beneficial uses. And obviously, we think the agreement alternative, the VA alternative there on the far side, provides a lot of benefits and is neutral on some of the other elements and is really a strong path forward. So with that, I'm going to pass over to Nina Hawk from Metropolitan Water District.
Thank you, David. So I'm Nina Hogg. I'm the Chief of Bay Delta Resources at Metropolitan Water District. I'd like to just summarize a little bit more of what was heard in the previous panels and maybe kind of allay some concerns and thoughts that were expressed with different positions as well. So we understand there is skepticism. We want to acknowledge that that's been heard in the prior hearing days. And so after careful review of this approach that's found within the staff report, there is a lot of really great information. So we'll cover a little bit of that information. So this approach, it really reflects a delicate balance between the species, reservoir operations, and economics. So it has taken well-respected scientists that believe, of course, will further the existing salmon narrative objective and the proposed fish viability objective. So the result is an approach that was developed and is consistent with the best available science we know today. And we'll talk a little bit about those examples. Continued development and eventual implementation would continue to be guided by that science through an inclusive, as you've heard from Secretary Crowfoot, and transparent process. System-wide governance is actually a huge element of the actual plan and in this approach specifically. And it talks about how it would bring in various voices such as tribal and NGO. So from that perspective, we also want to keep the door open. We want to ensure other water users across the state and throughout the watershed have an opportunity to also join. So Metropolitan is the landowner within the Delta, and so having the opportunity to also find solutions for in-Delta water users as well is something very important to the Water Quality Control Plan. So what happens next? Well, the state board, of course, would have oversight in year 6 of implementation, and they would review progress and decide whether the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach is working. And that's important because we need to know if there's changes that need to be had. It's an adaptively managed approach, however greater flows or whether a new approach is needed or even a regulatory approach. And so we just want to really emphasize the state board would ultimately be the backstop and have significant oversight and would most certainly have enforcement authority over this program or process. Another important point we'd like to emphasize, next slide please, my apologies, is a path to harmonize multiple regulatory processes and authorities of multiple state and federal regulatory agencies is key to ensure both the effective and efficient management of the Bay Delta watershed. While there's so much debate on if further restrictions on exports would meaningfully contribute to meeting existing and proposed narrative standards, this shouldn't be taken to mean that those receiving water south the Delta should not do all they can do to reduce water consumption, be water efficient, and find innovative solutions to new and alternate water supplies. We are strong believers in this and have implemented several programs over the years in all fronts, including agricultural, water suppliers, and urban alike. For Metropolitan Water District specifically, we've invested over $1.6 billion cumulatively in conservation, recycled water, and in groundwater recovery, and reduced our demands from the 1960s from about a 208 GCPD down to 127. We are concerned that the project's ability, the water projects, both state and federal, and which you heard from earlier, will have troubles meeting their regulatory obligations if just an unimpaired hydrograph alternative were to be adopted or considered. And so efficiently managing water south the Delta throughout the Bay Delta watersheds and those upstream reservoirs is critical, and it's the art of balancing the beneficial uses. In light of climate change, we are concerned about modular alternatives that may limit future flexibility in managing those precious resources upstream and across the watershed. It is critically important that beneficial uses be balanced as conditions and operations continue to change into the future with the wetter wets and the drier dries. Next slide, please. So the public water agencies can, that's the old PowerPoint. If we could advance to the next slide, and maybe there is another PowerPoint with a nice graphic. that can be placed up. If not, we'll stop here. So the public water agencies can appreciate the perspectives that some may have, that the proposed plan amendments are similar to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach. As part of these proposed amendments, there are references to adjustments on the unimpaired flow approach and habitat that could be implemented. However, those references reflect a proposal that is very different and that it provides some unique elements. So a couple examples I'll provide, and I'll hand it over to others to provide additional examples. One, of course, is habitat. You've heard a lot about it. But it's important to note that in the unimpaired flow approach, you're looking at a consideration without examining the physical, biological, or chemical impacts of non-flow actions. That's really important. So flexibility would be available if approved by the state board, but it's unclear exactly what that criterion would be or how the process would be implemented along with that flexibility. So a really key example that we're very excited about is on otoliths. If you haven't heard about them, they're fish ears. And what they do is they're able to actually identify where the salmon have actually traveled. And recent studies out of UC Davis have shown that these salmon have not only made their way through the delta, they have grown significantly on the floodplain habitat and upstream locations, and they've had massive and wonderful returns. This is a great example of recent science that really shows that the habitat investments that are happening in the upstream areas are critically important for their survival through the delta, and then being able to combat the various stressors and then eventually make their way back to their natural environment. Very exciting. Just one example. Another one is the expedient approach. The level of flow and investment in non-flow measures incorporated into the Healthy Rivers and Landscape approach was developed through an iterative process as described by Secretary Crowfoot and others. And one evaluated primarily the physical and biological effects of the non-flow measures, which would complement, of course, those flow measures to further the existing salmon narrative objective and the proposed fish viability objective, so both. It is fully described action that can be implemented today upon approval. That's huge. To know that you have major consensus across major swaths of the watershed, different tributary agencies, various public water agencies, a number of scientists, a huge advantage to really help the Bay Delta's ecosystem move forward in light of climate change. Now I'd like to hand it over to Mr. Scott Peterson and Mr. Andy Fecco, who provide additional perspectives.
Yeah, thanks, Nina, and thank you, Chairman Escovel and board members. My name's Scott Peterson, and I'm the Water Policy Director for the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. Our 27 member agencies provide water to about 2.5 million Californians, a little over 1.2 million acres of irrigated agriculture in the San Joaquin, San Benito, and Santa Clara valleys, and about 135,000 acres of managed wetlands of critical importance to migratory waterfowl on the Pacific Flyway. The survival of the communities, farms, and ecosystems provided water by our members creates a really deep connection to the health of the Bay Delta ecosystem, as impacts to water project operations to better protect fish species have decreased the reliability of water supplies to the region significantly over time. The board is challenged with balancing the impacts to beneficial uses, and based on our analysis of the staff report, that on balance, the UIF proposal fails to meet that charge, as it has unfortunately some pretty significant negative impacts to the communities, farms, and ecosystems that are reliant on the water delivered by the authority's members. I'd like to speak to the impacts of the unimpaired flow proposal on both the economy of the San Joaquin Valley and to the wildlife refuges that are so important to connecting the valley's residents with California's natural bounty. On average, according to the information that's in the staff report, the unimpaired flow proposal results in an approximate 250,000 acre-foot reduction in diversions at Jones Pumping Plant across water years. As described in prior panels, our technical staff are still working through that modeling to verify the accuracy of the results, but our initial analysis indicates that the impacts on CVP exports are likely to be significantly underestimated. But even taking them on face value, the impacts are pretty drastic. As many of you know, agricultural production in the Central Valley is critical to meeting the food supply and food security needs of the United States. In 2022, Dr. Shires of Pepperdine University conducted an updated economic analysis of Westland's water district, which found that there's a striking correlation between water supply and poverty in Fresno and Kings counties. When the water district receives little to no water, poverty levels increase. When the district receives a higher water allocation, economic stability in that region improves. The communities in the San Joaquin Valley are more economically disadvantaged than the rest of California, and they're disproportionately impacted by water supply reductions. Fresno County is one of the poorer counties in the state, with almost 1 in 6 of its households finding themselves below the poverty level. That's more than twice the state average. For families with children, nearly 1/4 are in poverty. Again, twice the state average. For female single-parent households with children, that total rises to almost half, around 44%. It's critical to understand without a vibrant agricultural industry, communities like Huron, Avenal, Dos Palos, Firebaugh, and Mendota would have no economic base or activity from which to draw their livelihoods. The Shire's report draws a line between the overall trend of poverty levels in the San Joaquin Valley, specifically in Fresno and Kings counties, and reductions in water deliveries from the CVP to south of Delta agricultural districts. The unimpaired flow proposal would reduce supplies by 15% on average, increasing poverty in communities already experiencing significant economic hardship relative to the rest of California, and reducing surface supplies necessary to restore overdrafted groundwater basins for drinking water for those same communities. In addition to the agriculture and drinking water aspect that the Water Authority conveys, we have the responsibility to move Central Valley Project Improvement Act refuge supplies for the managed wetlands in the San Joaquin Valley. It's actually the largest contiguous wetlands in the West. The unimpaired flow proposal, as it's described in the staff report, would have some pretty significant negative impacts on wildlife refuges, with an estimated reduction in water deliveries to refuges of 140,000 acre feet. That's predominantly to north of Delta wildlife refuges. While we do understand that there isn't a program of implementation, the proposal as described in the staff report could result in the loss of half of the remaining wetlands in the Central Valley in many years, creating increasingly significant pressure on species that are dependent on those lands for their survival. Even if the water supply availability is addressed through the program of implementation, the potential impacts to the timing in which that supply is available could negatively impact the needs of critical habitat. This means larger populations on a smaller landscape, leading to impacts like higher potential for avian disease outbreaks and reduced food availability. Wildlife refuges are an incredibly important part of what makes the Central Valley special, and for families and communities, it's a legacy that they very much want to protect. In contrast to those impacts, the agreements for healthy rivers and landscapes reduce the negative impacts to one of the most economically underserved and racially diverse regions of California, and to the limited remaining wetlands, while establishing a governance framework that provides for collaborative decision-making within and consistent with the board's regulatory authority. On behalf of the 2.5 million California farmers and wildlife enthusiasts that our members provide water to, I want to thank you for listening to the concerns of our community. I'll now go ahead and turn it over to Andy Fecco for his comments.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and board members. My name's Andy Fecco. I'm the General Manager of the Placer County Water Agency. I'm also a representative of the Regional Water Authority. I've been working on voluntary agreement related aspects, including the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan on behalf of the region since probably around 2015. And I guess my job today to round out this panel and on the last day of these hearings is to reflect back as I watched prior board days and listened to public comment and listened, Chairman Esquivel, to some of your comments about the binary choice that seems to be in front of us, but in my view is not really in front of us. What we were charged with as a group of public water agency managers, and I think the word public is really important in that because we report to a public back in our home areas. As the science of the Bay Delta began to become clear, almost a decade ago, of what was needed, right? A combination of flow and non-flow measures, and the scientific basis report points that out. What we were charged with, really, going back to Secretary John Laird, was take that information and go back to your communities and figure out a way to make a package work. A package that works for your economy, your social structures, your ecosystems, and for your areas of California. We're really good at doing that as local water managers. But what it does take is leadership at the state level to bring all of those entities together to form a package that we bring before you today. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Alternative really is the combination of almost a decade's worth of work by individual tributaries and various areas of the state to put something together that rejects the binary approach and builds on the science that we know is needed, and the adaptive management that we know is going to be ahead of us. Let me use the American River as just an example of this. So 22 water agencies form the Regional Water Authority, but our sister organization, the Water Forum, is really the environmental, social, and environmental justice and economic justice part of our region. And everything that we're doing that's in front of you today has gone through a combination of processes locally with the public water agencies, as well as those groups that make up the Water Forum. And the reason is because we want to be sure that what we're offering this process isn't going to damage our region's ability to manage water and environmental and water resources within our region. That's that balance that we're seeking. And so I just want to reassure you that every one of us sitting at this table and all the colleagues that you've seen on these panels prior have had to work with their local entities, their local stakeholders, to make this the best possible package. And it's why we feel so confident bringing it to you and why we're all sitting here today willing to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for the time. Thank you for giving 3 days to this process, because I think it's extremely important that we all understand that this is an evolution and we're all working towards the same thing as concerned Californians. Thank you.
And so I'll close this out. There is no question that the state board staff have invested significant time and effort to present a proposal that will provide benefit to the Bay Delta ecosystem. This recommendation, however, is limited by the state board water board's authorities. As the consensus of policymakers and scientists, we have recognized that it is possible to do more for the ecosystem with less water, more efficiently, than included in the proposed plan amendments. Indeed, that was one of the important takeaways identified in the State Water Board's 2010 Flow Criteria Report. To accomplish more with less, however, it does require significant investment in non-flow measures. And so we as public water agencies up and down the state acknowledge that and are committed to both the fiscal investments needed and helping to support and acquire those over time. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach does just that and more, providing almost $3 billion in over 8 years for habitat investments and non-flow measures. It establishes inclusive, transparent governance, including seats for tribal and/or other conservation groups, and it demands the use of best available science, more fish years, and all of this occurs with the state board's oversight and enforcement authority. On behalf of this panel, we would like to thank the state board, especially the staff, and the opportunity to share our perspectives today.
Thank you. I really appreciate those perspectives. The more we are able to talk honestly with one another in good faith, I think the more we continue to be able to figure out how we're going to all collectively be managing this system into the years ahead. So I really appreciate that. And to your point, Mr. Fecco, yeah, it's 3 days is a lot. It's worth it. We're going to have a lot more days in the course of this year in the discussion here and adoption, and it's because it's worth it. And so just appreciate the acknowledgement all around and discussion. I'll ask one question. I'm sure the dais may have additional ones. We're running good on time, so we have the space for it. I think for me, to your point, Mr. Peterson, the inequities we find in our communities are incredibly distressing, right? This board, I think, has taken great care to treat that topic pretty fairly. And to your acknowledgement, and I agree, you look at, the main driver in our communities is agriculture and its investments. So when ag's not doing well, folks don't have jobs, you have economic consequences. And I think that the staff report does a good job of having very strong, conservative, real numbers there so as to not feel like we're hiding the ball in some of these difficult discussions. But I guess when you look at the CVP, and prior to really, the Endangered Species Act which is really the tool that was, at this point has created this outflow pressure, if you will, by limiting operations in the South Delta. So prior to that, when the CVP got 100% for years, what was the poverty like in the communities then? To get a measure of what I know is a real issue and one that I take very close. But when we talk about the keeping more in rivers, the impact to ag, proportionally, I mean, have we seen, what do we see? Because, if the CVP were to get 100% all the way through, something tells me we may still be in a boat there.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. Certainly the San Joaquin Valley, relative to the rest of California, has a depressed economic structure in essence. So, but if you do turn back to those times, there was certainly a less of an imbalance between that region of the state and other regions of the state. And so that's how I would respond, and I'm happy to provide some additional kind of direct data.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Board members, Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Very informative, lots of good information there and lots to think about as we go forward here. So my question to you is a little bit of an open-ended one. This is it's a complex process. It's taken 5 years of a lot of hard work, we've heard, to get to this point of having a proposal to the board, to start additional analysis. It's a really complex governance. It's a very complex science process. There's a lot of things that have to happen in order for this to be done well and done right. And there's only 8 years to do it. So I guess my question to you is, what are you most concerned about? What do you think the biggest challenges are going to be for, from your perspective here, from sitting where we're at today and making sure, in your view, if the VAs move forward, that they'll be successful?
I'm not sure if that's a softball or a hardball, Mr. McGuire. Thank you. So as you know, much of California's ecosystem is driven by a drought flood cycle, right? And so what I worry about most in this next decade is what I was worried about in the last decade. Where are we going to be at the beginning of every year? And the increasing uncertainty as we go from very, very wet years like 17 and 2019, and then into another sequence of drought where the species are doing well and then they're not doing well, right? And how do you manage around that? Which is precisely why we've tried to build in both the flexibility in the assets and the science and governance to be able to make real-time decisions that can move quickly. And I mean, like sub-monthly timescales. It's March, it's April. What assets do we call on? What water do we want to put down the system? How do we want to coordinate the river systems so that a pulse flow reaches the delta to do good things? That kind of nimbleness has not existed in California water management ever, in my view. And I've been doing this. I used to sit in the staff chair in this very building around the early 2000s, and we have not had that nimbleness. And I think that is, so what am I most worried about? Hydrology overtaking us. What am I most hopeful about? We get to respond to it.
Can I also? Yeah, mine was going to be similar. In fact, I was going to use the hope as well. I think really it comes down to that climate change is before us right now, and the Delta is really in what we consider a crisis. Our scientists back at home are constantly telling me, we can't get it in quick enough. Many of the different conservation groups we meet with and talk to and partner with, same thing. They don't have enough resources to even do the great work they're doing. So to the degree that we have a way to implement those non-flow actions ASAP is incredibly important. The early implementation portion of this program is something that it's quite impressive to see so many different users across the system really jumping in and saying, we're going to do this, but we're going to do this now, working on the Green Tape Initiative with that, going and working to get federal dollars together. There's a lot of coordination, collaboration you're not seeing at this table today and hear about, but we're reaching across the state collectively to move as quickly as possible. So I would say time is our enemy, but our hope is a collaboration at the table and working with everybody across the state to get that habitat in ASAP.
Yeah, Sean, I think I would just say inertia. I think a lot of these things center around inertia, and I think that's something that we would like to see next year is just some real inertia to really start advancing this process. forward. And I think when you get inertia, you get people working together. Right now, we have people working from Lake Shasta to the Mexican border on this and the water supply community. We'd love to see the state team functioning as a one-state team in a kind of an inertia type manner. And then for those who, are critics right now, we'd love the critics to join. Roll up your sleeves, come to work with us. I think it's all about inertia, and we think this is the best pathway forward for all the things that you have to do under Porter Cologne and the other regulatory requirements you have. And we just would love to have some inertia next year to really carry this forward in a positive way.
Yeah, I'll just add, I think, kind of building on what Dave just said, trust in a lot of different ways. So the desire is for this program to be an inclusive program that has the buy-in of stakeholders throughout the state, and ensuring that there is sufficient trust for them to join the table is going to be a really key thing for us to do. A second thing that I have some pretty significant concerns about is just the length of the agreements themselves relative to the variability that Andy spoke of in our climate pattern. It's an 8-year term. Salmon have a 3-year life cycle. We're not going to have a tremendous amount of data upon which to assess the efficacy of these, or if they're actually accepted as the program of implementation. And so that's something that we're going to have to figure out how to collectively address as well.
Appreciate that honest treatment around that. Do you have anything further, board member?
Just thank you for those responses. I share many of those same concerns. So it's really helpful to hear from you that just acknowledging that the reality of the challenges that we face, that this is not a simple answer. If it was, we would have solved it a long time ago. Maybe Mr. Fecco would have some decades ago, but here we are. So thank you for that. Agreed, there's a long way to go.
Appreciate it. And I think this idea of nimbleness and unpacking that is going to be good and important as we continue to have these conversations. Other questions from board colleagues? Okay, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a 10-minute break. We will come back here at 2:40 rather, and we will continue on into a panel on floodplain. Oh, individual commenters, and then 3:30 is our panel on floodplains. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you here in 10 minutes. Appreciate the discussion so far this afternoon. All right, we're at 2:40. Let's go ahead, and we are now in our schedule looking to take a tranche of individual commenters. We'll do that for about an hour in 15 minutes or so, and at 3:30, we'll get into our next panel, which will be on floodplains. So I want to go ahead and prioritize in-person folks. So thanks again to those that are on the platform and their willingness to kind of hold on a bit so that we can at least get through in-person folks that are here. So I don't know exactly who from the list may actually still be in the room or not. So I will just start to call out names and to see who then pops up. I think we had Peter Smith, who earlier was not in the room. So next we'll call up Dwayne Winter. If he is not in the room, then we'll go to Corrine Davis or Richard Poole, followed by Michael Hadley. We have a winner. Thank you, Mr. Hadley. Good to see you.
You're happy to be here.
Thank you.
Problem. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Hadley, and I'm the Government Relations Officer for Western Municipal Water District. We are coming to you before you today with a strong support for the inclusion of agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes as an alternative for updating the Bay Delta Plan. We'd first like to thank the Governor's leadership in advancing these agreements and request that the agreements as originally proposed be identified in the final staff report and forthcoming program of implementation as the State Water Board's pathway for updating the Sacramento Delta portions of the Bay Delta Plan. Western Municipal Water District, for those who don't know, is a public water agency in Western Riverside County that covers about 527 square miles and serves about 1 million people through retail and wholesale water, recycled water, and sewer service. We're a member of the Metropolitan Water District, who you heard from earlier today, and we are very proud to say that in our water supply portfolio, just a little over a decade ago, we were 100% reliant on imported water supplies, and we're now down to only 62% reliant on imported water supplies, and we're continuing to lower that demand. We wanted to bring up a complementary movement that we've been a part of here called the California Water for All. It's an education campaign that brings together different folks from different parties with the overall objective of ensuring water supply reliability for the environment, agriculture, and the communities we all serve. We know as water agencies that we're a key member in making sure that we're restoring habitat and protecting wildlife, and that's growing as we have these discussions in the California Water for All movement. And that initiative, along with other initiatives that ACWA's been putting forward and many of our other sister associations, have really brought forward the need for water agencies to come together and collaborate more and more and across those boundaries, and even NorCal to SoCal, supporting projects and policies that are going to benefit everyone, which we find that the voluntary agreements is one of those solutions and is a part of that water supply portfolio and to effectively manage water supplies as they are now. A lot of my colleagues from the past hearings have brought up a lot of the many benefits of the voluntary agreements. You've heard them all today as well, so I'll go ahead and skip past that and move on for the sake of time for my conclusion, which I just want to say that there's been a lot of support for the voluntary agreements, and it's not just by water agencies, which I think is important. We want to reinforce the fact that we are partners in this. We want to be at the table. You heard from the previous panel, we want to be involved and be a part of the solution. But in addition to the voluntary agreements, that's not going to be enough to get us through this long-term water supply crisis that we face. We need the state to invest in water infrastructure that will ensure statewide benefits such as site to reservoir and delta conveyance, regional benefit projects, and local projects. Doing so will help lower demand on the Delta, which will obviously have its beneficial impacts, but for many agencies that will rely on imported water supplies, doing local and regional investments will help to lower that demand. Thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley. Appreciate your participation, being here with us and participating in the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Lori Reggio, be followed by Ian Buck McLeod. And if neither of those individuals are here, next I'd like to call, Mr. Bob.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Ian Buck McLeod. I'm the Water Resources Manager for Friant Water Authority. Friant Water Authority is a joint powers authority of Friant Division contractors of the Central Valley Project, which span the east side of the San Joaquin Valley and are served by surface water that is diverted from the upper San Joaquin River watershed at Millerton Lake, just east of Fresno. The Friant Division encompasses over 1 million acres of farmland and more than 1 million people, including 54 disadvantaged communities, many of whom rely on some form of groundwater. Reclamation's Friant Division's water supply was made possible by purchase and exchange agreements between Reclamation and the original senior water right holders known as the San Joaquin River Exchange Contractors. Part of those agreements allow for the exchange contractors to call on their reserve water rights to the San Joaquin River when there are insufficient supplies from the Delta, which has happened 5 times since 2014. We are concerned that the unimpaired flows alternative will increase the calls on Friant, but it is hard to interpret from the modeling results. Despite its intent, the SAC-WAM modeling is not correctly implementing some water rights and contract priorities. For example, there are instances when the exchange contractors are shorted when lower priority water service contractors are receiving water. So despite this, the analysis in the draft staff report shows that the chance of a call on Friant is up to 6 times higher under the 65% unimpaired flows, or just 75% of the time. The report does estimate the water supply impact to the Friant Division water users, but is more qualitative on potential impacts to surrounding communities that rely on groundwater for drinking water, groundwater quality, and subsidence. As you are well aware, the Valley is facing a reckoning to comply with Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. We believe the impacts to our communities from unimpaired flows isn't fully evaluated. Aside from these impacts, calls on Friant have severe impacts to the reestablishment of spring run Chinook salmon population below Friant Dam, which is part of a landmark 2006 settlement. In 2017, spring run returned to spawn in the river for the first time in nearly 70 years, which is pretty impressive considering the issues we've had in implementing that program. As with other tributaries, temperature management is a big challenge, and a call on Friant significantly reduces the cold water pool heading into the fall, which leads to lethal temperatures for multiple life stages. This impact would have devastating effects to this burgeoning salmon population that the federal and state governments, Friant contractors, and environmental groups have worked very hard to reestablish. The staff report needs to quantify these impacts to understand the ecological and beneficial use trade-offs of the proposed alternatives. As you're aware, Friant Water Authority is a signatory to the MOU, to the voluntary agreements, and we believe these agreements can be implemented and are a better balance of beneficial uses while limiting the impacts on the Valley. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Buck McLeod. Appreciate those comments and for engaging here. Next, I'd like to call up McKenna Calhane. And I believe this is a tranche here that I have of Stanford Environmental Law Clinic folks. So I believe the other names are Delana Castillo, Jessica Law, or Delana Castillo, and then Jessica Law is with the Sacramento Water Forum. It's locked.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Jessica Law, and I'm the executive director at the Sacramento Water Forum. The Water Forum is a collaborative organization of business, agricultural leaders, citizen groups, environmentalists, water managers, and local governments. We've been working together for nearly 25 years to implement the Water Forum Agreement, which is a voluntary agreement for the benefit of the Lower American River that balances the needs of the river and the needs of the region. The Water Forum uses best available science to support management decisions on the American River. I'm here today to emphasize the importance of 2 outcomes of that work, the Flow Management Standard and our Habitat Enhancement Program, and describe how they're integrated together to achieve our co-equal objectives. The Water Forum, in consultation with state and federal agencies, resources agencies, has developed the Flow Management Standard, which balances the water supply's needs of flow and temperature requirements for Steelhead and Fall Run Chinook. The Flow Management Standard was first released in 2006, but was updated following the 2013-2015 drought, and extensive scientific testimony was presented here to the board during the WaterFix hearings in 2016-2017. The current version is referred to as the 2017 Modified Flow Management Standard, or MFMS for short. Say that 20 times. The MFMS is being implemented with some exceptions on the river through the NIMS 2019 biological opinion. And we're working currently with Reclamation on reconsultation to fine tune and incorporate the latest science to implement the MFMS. I can't emphasize enough how much time and energy and resources that our region, so not just the water users, but the collaborative group of Water Forum members, including the environmental community, how much we have invested in the development of the flow management standard. It balances competing interests and avoids redirected impacts in a very precise manner. The board is currently using the MFMS in most of the SACWAM modeling scenarios, but the draft staff report is unclear about which elements of the MFMS are being used for the alternatives analysis. We would just like to confirm that you're using the current version in both SACWAM and the associated water modeling, water temperature modeling, and just to please provide a description of which elements are being included in both. Thank you. On December 1st, you heard a presentation from my colleague Erica Bishop on the Water Forum's Habitat Enhancement Program. The Water Forum has been designing and implementing projects on the Lower American River for 15 years. And like the MFMS, we are implementing habitat enhancement work that is precise and fine-tuned to be effective based on the constraints associated with hydrology, CVP demands, critical infrastructure like Nimbus and Folsom Dam. As Erica indicated, our project sites go through extensive analysis, design, and monitoring to optimize conditions for spawning and rearing steelhead and fall run chinook. The river-specific flow habitat relationship we utilize to implement a successful habitat program optimizes flow conditions during the spawning period and seasonal channel margin habitat for juveniles over a range of flows. This work would not be possible without funding from the critically important Central Valley Program Improvement Act, Restoration Fund, and then most recently from Prop 68 early implementation funding from the state. Thank you for your time today. The Water Forum is committed to continue to work with the state and with federal agencies to support your decision making. And both the MFMS and the Habitat Program have provided quantifiable benefits to the region and the Lower American River over the past 25 years. The combination of these programs, along with the collaborative science-based support that we provide, should be considered as the gold standard for adaptive management. In terms of continued integration, investment, and implementation of these programs, it is critical that the Water Forum continue these programs for the long-term health of the American River. I encourage you to reach out directly to me if you have any questions about the Modified Flow Management Standard or our Habitat Enhancement Program, or to Michelle Bononis at the Regional Water Authority for questions regarding the region's voluntary agreement proposal. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Law. Appreciate that and for the engagement here. Next, I'd like to call up Brett Ewert, be followed by Jonathan Young, and then Peter Burns.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the State Water Resources Control Board. My name is Brett Ewert. I'm the RWA Board Chair-elect for the following year, as well as a supervising engineer for the City of Sacramento. As many of you may know, the RWA is consisting of 22 public water suppliers in this region, and many of us are members of the Water Forum Agreement, which has established commitments for in-stream flows and setting appropriate cold water temperatures for fish in the Lower American River. We have years of experience in implementing this regime, and we have more than 15 years of experience in implementing habitat projects for the salmon and steelhead trout in the river. The VAs will build on this successful work by the Water Forum. The water agencies participate in the Water Forum because, in our experience, a healthy river starts with a healthy river system. Our years of work on the river have confirmed the key driving factor for the health of the fishery is water temperature. Snowmelt is captured in Folsom in the spring, and if a sufficient volume of water is stored through the summer, there will be an adequate amount of cold water available for fish spawning in the fall. But in those years when the reservoir has been drawn too low through the summer, the system may not have suitably cold water in the fall to support the fishery. This happens when water close to the surface of the reservoir is heated up by the sun, particularly during the long, hot days of Sacramento summers. The warm water stays on the top of the reservoir, the cold water stays closer to the bottom, and this is how a reservoir, such as Folsom, develops its cold water pool. I believe this concept was raised by Board Member McGuire, actually, at a previous hearing. We actually have some experience with this, particularly in, say, 2021 with Folsom Reservoir. The flows were released in Folsom because, forecasted inflows simply didn't appear. I think the board is very aware of this period of time. with Folsom Reservoir. As a result, in spring 2021, the volume of water released was about equal to the volume of 55% unimpaired flow. And because the reservoir was drawn down so low by those releases, the water in the reservoir was heated up to temperatures that exceeded 70 degrees at Hazel. The staff report acknowledges that releases of high volumes of spring flows will increase temperatures in the Lower American River in summer and fall, as would be expected when Folsom Reservoir is not maintained at a high enough level to preserve the cold water pool. In table A6211 of the staff report, which summarizes the results of the effects of 55% unimpaired flow, it reflects the increased temperatures as I've already alluded to. The proposal would increase temperatures for juvenile steelhead in the American River in the summer months. In July, for instance, dry years, the temperatures would average about 2.4 degrees higher with 55% unimpaired flow. The staff report indicates these higher temperatures would occur even with the proposed buffer pool that cut off certain type of Delta export deliveries from Folsom. So just in closing, we remain concerned with how the 55% unimpaired flow might affect the fisheries of the Lower American River, and we would urge the State Water Resources Control Board to take these concerns, as it considers it's implementing the proposal. I'm open to questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate those concerns and definitely listening here amongst us also. Thank you. Appreciate the engagement being here with us.
Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Jonathan Young, be followed by Peter Burns, and then Alicia Rockwell.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Young. I'm with the State Water Contractors, and I'm the energy manager there. The State Water Contractors is an association of 27 public water agencies that contract with DWR for delivery of water from the State Water Project. And I'm here today to touch on the unimpaired flows impacts on generation for electricity in California. And I think that's a big concern for us because, as we know, California as a state has a shortfall of energy resources for the foreseeable future. And I think taking hydro generation off in the summer would be a detriment to the grid and to Californians as well. And so I know, looking at the California Energy Commission's quarterly assessments for reliability, one of the things they note is that shortfall that could grow, an energy shortfall that could grow if we have wildfires taking out transmission lines, if some projects like solar and wind and storage don't come online at the certain timeframes, and that also that we're going to have a growing demand due to electrification of people's homes and businesses through heat pump water heaters and also EV electric vehicles. So depriving the grid of much needed power in the summer by shifting those water releases to the spring does a couple of things. First, it means you have less megawatts of generation in the summer that can be relied and called upon as needed. Unfortunately, solar, wind are intermittent resources. And so, as the sun goes down, solar goes offline, wind picks up, but you don't have another resource like natural gas-fired generation or hydro generation to meet that ramping demand. So what you'll end up having is having less power available at that time, which means you're going to become more reliant on natural gas power plants. Unfortunately, those types of resources in the event of a heat wave actually also become less reliable. So in the staff report, they cite replacing hydro generation with those natural gas resources. So you're going to be effectively moving hydro generation away from the summer and then be more reliant on a less reliable resource when temperatures start to spike. So the state has also invested billions in trying to close this energy shortfall that we're experiencing, whether you're talking about the extension of the Diablo-Canyon nuclear power plant, demand response programs, the ones through cooling plants that have been extended, or even the establishment of a strategic reliability reserve to be called upon when a heat wave strikes. So by taking those megawatts off the boards, we increase the likelihood of events that we saw in August of 2020 with the rotating outages, and then the near miss we had in September of 2022. One of the things the State Water Project does really well is it's able to generate when we need the power, and it's able to drop load when we need to also save megawatts. And so I'd like to conclude by just saying that, we all are pushing for the electrification of the grid and of homes and businesses in California, but I think the unimpaired flow proposal unfortunately jeopardizes California's electricity grid. And if we are to continue to have public buy-in in California meeting its clean energy goals, we need to ensure that we have a stable electric grid and one that can also deliver water on time. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the ability to provide comments.
Likewise, appreciate yours and those comments, Mr. Young. Look forward to what I know is going to be a lot more discussion in the course of this project. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Burns, be followed by Alicia Rockwell, and that may be the last person I have, at least here on my list, in person. And if you're in person and looking to comment and not part of a panel, please do see the clerk or the sign-on tablet at the side of the room. Good evening.
Thank you.
Good
Chair
afternoon.
and board, pleasure to be here, and thank you for hearing my comments. I spent my career preventing pollutant discharges to the South San Francisco Bay. I now live in the Yuba River watershed where I work to improve conditions for salmonids. I support implementing a high-flow alternative and accepting the VA non-flow restoration offerings. I also support adoption of tribal beneficial uses. The citizens of California affirmed with CEQA over half a century ago at Public Resources Code Section 21000F the interrelationship of policies and practices in the management of natural resources and waste disposal requires systematic and concerted efforts by public and private interests to enhance environmental quality and to control environmental pollution. Enhance and control are keywords. A paper published in the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health states, resource and environmental carrying capacity is the maximum amount of resources that nature can provide for human activities and sustaining social development without causing irreversible damage to the ecosystem. The carrying capacity of resources and environment face the risk of overload. And once the carrying capacity of resources and environment is overloaded, the resource environment society system will collapse, end quote. 15 years ago, the State of Bay Delta Science Report stated the capacity of the Sacramento-San Joaquin water system to deliver human, economic, and environmental services is likely at its limit. To fulfill more of one water-using service, we must accept less of another. We have a Code 3 lights and sirens ecological emergency in front of us. Emergency responders take the highest impact action first. It is often costly and inconvenient, but must be done so the emergency yields to responder control. Once control is established, incremental actions become useful, but not before. The out-of-control collapse of the wild salmonid fishery is significantly driven by the exclusion of about 90% of its habitat behind dams. While every effort should be made to increase habitat, the habitat lost cannot actually be mitigated. Science shows that increased flow is the single highest impact forcing factor on the fecundity of the species. And most importantly, flow is the only significant forcing factor that you can control quickly. Courageous emergency response is required now. Implement a high flow alternative and the VA non-flow enhancements. Implement the TBUs. After that, we can deliberate about incremental actions and fine-tuning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments here and engagement. Next, I'd like to call up Alicia Rockwell.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, board members, and staff. I am Alicia Rockwell, Chief Government Affairs Officer for Blue Diamond Growers. Blue Diamond is a 113-year-old member-owned agricultural cooperative representing 3,000 multi-generation almond growers spanning from Chico to Bakersfield. Blue Diamond supports the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes, also known as voluntary agreements. California's water landscape has long been a subject of intense debate and careful consideration. We believe the voluntary agreements alternative emerges as a more promising option for achieving a balanced and sustainable water management strategy. First, these agreements prioritize collaboration over regulation. Unlike the rigid mandates in the staff proposal, these agreements encourage stakeholders to work together to find solutions that accommodate both environmental needs and the requirements of the agricultural sector. They promote a more inclusive and cooperative approach to water management. Second, these agreements promote innovation and investment in water infrastructure. Participants, including farmers and environmental advocates, are more likely to invest in modern and efficient water technologies when they are actively engaged in the decision-making process. This encourages the implementation of cutting-edge solutions that enhance water use efficiency and minimize environmental impact. Third, this path allows for adaptive management. California's water needs are dynamic and are influenced by various factors such as climate uncertainties and population growth. The state's weather patterns are likely to be even more unpredictable, and we must adjust for potentially wetter wet years and hotter dry years. The voluntary agreements help us get there much sooner. These agreements are designed to adjust strategies in response to evolving conditions, and adaptability is crucial for long-term resilience. Lastly, the voluntary agreements recognize the importance of local expertise. Communities and industries across California have unique insights into their water needs and challenges. By allowing local individuals and organizations to be active participants in crafting solutions, these agreements leverage this valuable knowledge to develop strategies that are tailored to specific regions. The voluntary agreements present a more promising and holistic option. Through collaboration, adaptability, innovation, and local engagement, this path respects the diverse needs of California's communities and ecosystems. We support the VA's collective approach to sustainable water management, ensuring a thriving future for the Golden State. We appreciate the work that you've all done, and we thank you for your time to make comments today.
Thank you as well for yours, Ms. Rockwell. Appreciate you participating here in person with us and contributing to the discussion. Next, we'll start going to folks on the platform, and I'll assume folks that have their hands raised have a time commitment or a time crunch, and we'll try to get to you first. But also, please, if you don't, let me try to get through those that requested in order of their requesting. So first, I'll then call up Kent Mitchell, be followed by Scott Webb, and then Ginny Madison. And Mr. Mitchell, looks like you're unmuted, but
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Great, thank you. My name is Kent Mitchell. I am a hiker, backpacker, lover of wilderness, rivers, and this planet, and I believe in caretaking these resources for future generations. I spoke to the Water Board in 2019 during Phase 1. I'm political chair of the Sierra Club Yokuts Group in Stanislaus County, and on behalf of 900 members, our group supports a 75% freshwater flow for rivers that make up the northern section of the Bay Delta. The Bay Delta provides habitat for more than 500 species of wildlife and serves as a pathway for salmon and other fish traveling to and from their native waters to the Pacific. In recent years, the number of spawning salmon has plummeted significantly. Salmon require an adequate freshwater flow that provides fish the deep, cold water they require. As more than 100 species depend on salmon, this issue is not just about salmon, it's about restoring our salmon-based ecosystem. 2/3 of California's developed water comes from one source, the Bay Delta. 80% of that water is consumed by agriculture, despite agriculture being only 2% of the state's economy. 26% of these crops are exported overseas. We need to use more drip irrigation and incentivize shifting to lower water use crops. A lack of planning and vision for the future has led us on a path that is clearly unsustainable. There are too many demands on our rivers, too many diversions, too many almond trees. Without adequate vision and intervention, I'm afraid the rivers that flow into the Bay Delta may someday look like the trickle that is the Colorado River. Voluntary agreements are a failure. Environmental organizations ceased participating in them out of frustration. They give the appearance of a backroom deal made by special interests. It's an honor speaking before you today. as you have a great responsibility. I know that board members are required to protect the public trust, which includes stewardship of our rivers for future generations. I ask you rely on the experts who care deeply about our waters, who state a 75% freshwater flow is necessary for the health of our northern Bay Delta rivers. We must take adequate care of our rivers so that they can sustain us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Next, I'd like to call up Scott Webb, be followed by Ginny Madison.
Hello, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Scott Webb, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for the Resource Renewal Institute, a 40-year-old California-based NGO that advocates for the public trust and works to solve complex environmental challenges with inventive land and water management. Given the critical moment we are in, we felt it was necessary to join the chorus of the environmental community in advocating for a more robust and equitable Bay Delta plan that will give California's riparian biodiversity a fighting chance and to do away with the voluntary agreements. So we know the Bay Delta ecosystem is one of the most critical ecosystems in the state and home to 6 species of listed fish as endangered or threatened. We strongly urge that the Water Board follow its own 2010 flow criteria report and build on high flow alternative by striving to dedicate 75% of the unimpaired flow on the Sacramento River and its tributaries and 75% of unimpaired Delta outflow water necessary to protect the Bay Delta ecosystem. The Bay Delta plan must also consider all California stakeholders and protect beneficial uses related to tribes, fisheries, and recreation. The Bay Delta plan acknowledges the need for TBUs, but does not lay out an enforceable plan to protect them. Voluntary agreements appear to be giveaway of the public water trust and also give away funding for water agencies legally obligated to keep fish populations in livable conditions. The Bay Delta plan could allow for adaptive management that could increase or decrease flow requirements based on whether biological goals are being met. Please do the right thing. Californians are watching, and we ask that you vote for California's biodiversity and also for us as the future generation. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your engagement here, Mr. Webb, and for your comments and participation in this project. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ginny Madsen, be followed by Inge Loretson-Dahmer.
Oh, hi. My name is Ginny Madsen, and I'm speaking as an elderly third-generation Californian. I've got friends and family all over the state, and I believe that I'm representative of people who won't get up to speak to you. I come from this context. A great-grandfather farmed outside of Patterson in the 1880s. One grandfather was an engineer who worked on Hetch Hetchy. Another was a dryland farmer on the Altamont when my dad was born in 1918. An uncle worked on the California Aqueduct and then for Zone 7. I earned a geology degree at San Jose State in 1982 and learned there to love the Owens Valley and southeastern California deserts and how to survive on the water I could carry. I don't just care about California water, I feel responsible for it. My grandfather was growing almonds in Livermore when I was born, and now I cannot afford to buy almonds because very thirsty corporate orchards in Westside have to export to the Middle East to afford to pay for the water they buy from the state. I have lived near the bay most of my entire adult life and can see it still shows the effects of hydraulic gold mining, which took place when my grandfather's barn was being built. The gold is gone, the bay is surviving, but I can now smell the algal blooms. I really fear that the voluntary agreements are ephemeral. I know the bay, the delta, and the rivers are not. Governors and projects have come and gone in my lifetime. The bay, the delta, and the rivers have not. They are the lifeblood of California, and reducing flow is damaging. I believe given the changing climate that sustaining the system requires maximizing the unimpaired flow. I don't know enough to give you a number. The scientific data you have access to is more complete than it has ever been, and you need to make your decisions based on what it means for the future. I hope that you can discriminate between lobbyist spin and real data. You need to understand what is happening and monitor everything. Planning for sea level rise, which will push saline water into the delta, impact water tables, aquifers, and supply lines is important. There is much that needs maintenance. Please think long-term benefit and don't waste water. I pray for your wisdom and thank you for taking responsibility for the future of California water. I can be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Madsen. Appreciate your participation here and look forward to what I hope is continued participation as well as you track this. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Inge Lorenzen-Dahmer, be followed by Bob Tincher, and then I think we'll, at that point, probably transition to our panel.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Inge Lorenzen-Dahmer, and boy, I relate very much to the just previous speaker. I'm a longtime, definitely a senior resident of Pacific Grove in Monterey County, with an equally long history of the overpumping and decimation of the Carmel River by privately owned California American Water Company and the loss of our wild salmon and steelhead. It took definitive action from the State Water Resources Control Board to stop this downward trajectory. I previously sailed and fished the Delta as well as many other northern waterways and call Chico State my alma mater. As you consider this update to the Bay Delta Plan, please keep in mind that voluntary agreements create wide open doors that invite and allow greedy players to walk right through. With no enforceable defined consequences, these are simply political.
Apologies, Ms. Durham, you accidentally got muted here. You should be invited to unmute again.
I don't know where I got muted.
It was just that we just lost you right now. So we caught everything else except for just these last moments.
Okay. Where is the meaningful, inclusionary, early discussion with tribal participation and inclusion of tribal beneficial uses in the voluntary agreements? Water agencies and irrigation districts do not have the best history of impartiality or accuracy in assessing what flow is needed to restore our fish populations or keep saltwater intrusion out of our drinking water, along with harmful algal blooms. This water board's vote on the Bay Delta Plan will define how history is written for California. Will natural resources, habitat, tribal rights finally benefit? Or is it more of the same preferred benefits to special interests, political and commercial entities? Please do not substitute voluntary agreements for truly beneficial updating of the Bay Delta Plan. 75% flow is necessary. Groundwater recharge is actively happening in Monterey County and should be happening everywhere. And the voluntary agreements seem to be a large part of the red tape that's slowing down the process of updating the plan. And I'm not very trusting of the transparency on their formation. Yes, count me one of the skeptics, but I trust that all this listening will help inform your opinions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dahmer. Appreciate your time and engagement here on this issue. Next, I'd like to call up Bob Tincher, And I think we'll still have time for a couple more commenters. So call up Julianne Frise and Joe Daly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm with the San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District. We are an investor in the State Water Project, and I'm here to represent the beneficial use of water supply. California is really a tale of two different climates. The rainfall in the north part of the state above the Bay Delta is about twice the rainfall we receive in the south. A drought lasting 1 year in the north part of the state makes national news. In contrast, the south part of the state is prone to drought, long droughts. We've had a 20-year drought from the mid-1940s, and we're currently in a 25-year drought and counting that began in 1998. Tree ring data from our own forests suggests that droughts have lasted for as long as 2 centuries, and who knows what the future holds. In an area that regularly experiences droughts lasting multiple decades and could experience droughts lasting centuries, we cannot dramatically reduce any of our water supply strategies. Indeed, some of the local water supply strategies in which we are investing, like recycled water and stormwater capture, rely on local rainfall. Since our local rainfall is not reliable, these strategies are not as reliable. We need every strategy in our water supply portfolio. The Water Board has 2 hypotheses before you. The first, the unimpaired flow concept, is that more water is the solution. The flow-only approach has been used in the Delta for decades without noticeable improvement in aquatic species. This approach would have devastating impacts on the beneficial use of water supply. The agency responsible for protecting California's environment, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, disagrees with the flow-only hypothesis. Their hypothesis is that this is a complex problem that requires a multifaceted approach, including more habitat, in addition to more water, more scientific research, and a collaborative governance process to adapt to changing conditions and new science. Their hypothesis led to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes alternative that is also before you. We strongly support the recommendation of the experts charged with protecting our state's environment, Cal Fish and Wildlife, and we urge the board to select that recommendation, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes alternative. Not only do we believe it will produce better results for the environment, we also believe it is the most reasonable solution to also protect the beneficial use of water supply. Thank you again for the opportunity to share our perspective with you this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Tincher. Next, I'd like to call up Julianne Frise, be followed by Joe Daly.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity. So it's actually Julianne Frizzell, and I'm a landscape architect in the Bay Area. And I am deeply troubled by the poor ecological state of the San Francisco Bay Delta. The Delta has been starved of adequate in-stream flows, and populations of fish and wildlife have plummeted. There are toxic algae blooms in the Bay Delta and invasive species clogging waterways. The fisheries are in collapse. These biological disasters would not be occurring if there was adequate stream flow into the Delta. We are at risk of losing the entire ecosystem of the river basins and Delta. The majority of my clients for over a decade have requested water-efficient landscape designs. The landscape industry has made great strides in designing and installing more efficient irrigation systems and landscapes for private, public, and commercial landscapes. Most jurisdictions in the Bay Area have reduced water use 15 to 25%. Citizens have stepped up and used less water in order to save more water for our beautiful and necessary river and delta ecosystems. We are not saving water so that almond growers can flood their crops for crop export. If water is used wisely and not wastefully, in other words, if Big Ag does not get such high volumes of cheap water, the scientific studies that have been presented by staff, which build on the 2018 Bay Delta Plan, have shown that there would be ample water for farmers that use their water wisely, urban centers, and a healthy environment. The volunteer agreements, which have been introduced for political expediency, have been shown to be based on discredited data. The flows required to restore and protect our rivers and the Delta are not reflected in the VAs. No fishing, conservation, tribal, or environmental justice groups support the VAs. Restoration projects, which are currently in process or are proposed, are good, but they must be accompanied by the restoration of stream flows that feed rivers and the Delta with cold, fast-moving water. Now the board has the opportunity to do what is right for the long-term health of the San Francisco Bay Delta and all the citizens of the Bay Area who depend on healthy environment. The lives and livelihoods of fisher people have already been harmed by the disasters caused by lack of adequate flows allowed into our rivers and the Delta. If the ecology of the Bay Delta continues in this deteriorated state or deteriorates further, all human life in the Bay Area will be harmed. The governor is putting pressure on the board and is backing the VAs. However, Governor Newsom's time as governor is limited, but your decision could affect our environment and our lives forever. And by the way, I was born and grew up in Salinas, so I'm not an anti-farming person, but I do not think that large agricultural corporations should be taking such a huge percent of our California water. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frizzell. Next, I'd like to call up Joe Daly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joe Daly, a retired Wilderness River outfitter. For 43 years, my company took tens of thousands of people on river trips all over California and the West. I can safely say I know a healthy river when I see one, and sadly, a degraded one when that's the case. We, as citizens of the state, have a sorry history of making poor use of our water. For example, the absurd practice of hydraulic mining was allowed to wash away mountainsides for 20 years before a federal judge ended the practice in 1874. Today, our water problems are much more complicated, and so are the solutions. But there is no doubt the call words for this decade are water reform. My concerns are more political than scientific. I worry that the big ag businesses will use the VAs to give back as little as possible over the longest period of time possible. Industrial ag has a long history of flexing its political muscle. Water reform will not be easy. Salmon counts are down, algae blooms are up, the saltwater intrusion is ever present. Yet some reforms have begun. For example, the passage of SB 389 and statewide groundwater monitoring. But much more is needed. Better data collecting methods have to be built into the system, and water pirates have to be stopped. The big question remains: is there the political will to make overdue corrections? Uncommon political fortitude will be needed. We have the wherewithal to balance environmental needs with sustainable agricultural economy, but do we and political leaders have the courage to make those changes? I feel you have an obligation to report to the administration officials that your discovery in these hearings is a groundswell of objections to outdated water usage. The general public is upset with decades of over-allocation and abuse of their rivers. They know healthy rivers mean healthy communities. California has a magnificent network of rivers that feed into the Sacramento and San Joaquin, and ultimately into the Delta. Respect must be given. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Appreciate your participation here and providing comment on this project. Let's now move to our tranche of panels. We have about 3 panels that will take us to about 4:30, and at that point, we will go ahead and have a 30-minute break for evening dinner and then come back at 5. So I welcome up our first panel here on floodplains. I believe it's Louis Baer, Carson Jeffries, and Julie Retner.
So Chair Esquivel, unfortunately, Julie has a sick child, and so she's trying to join remotely.
Okay, more than understandable. We'll look for her on the platform if she's able to join and make sure she's invited to unmute, et cetera. So thank you. And more than understand how that is. Thank you for being here with us.
All right. Thank you for having us today. My name is Carson Jeffries. I'm a researcher at the UC Davis Center for Watershed Sciences. And I have spent roughly the last 20 plus years of my life studying floodplains. And I know that it's part of this portfolio of options. And Secretary Crowfoot talked about this earlier, in that it's flow and habitat. And I think that floodplains are one of these places where we really see this relationship between how water and the landscape function. And unlike dams that have a very stark, hard part to a river, in that they divorce the lower river from the upper river, is a levee next to a river is functionally a dam that runs along it for its lower parts. In California, we have about 1,100 miles of levees. You can think of that as 1,100 miles of dams that run next to a river and divorce that river from its floodplain. And it wasn't really until the early 2000s that we began to appreciate the value of these habitats in really temperate landscapes in general. It was really focused on the tropics, particularly the Amazon, where we got this. And in this picture here, you see this is a picture of the Cosumnes River. The Cosumnes River is the only river that flows out of the Sierras without any major impediments. And as such, when it rains, it flows. It's been the focus of restoration since the early 2000s, late 90s. And it's really where we learned the importance of these habitats to our salmon. That being said, the Cosumnes is really a postage stamp, in that the lands that are adjacent to the Cosumnes are relatively uninhabited. They were focused for restoration of habitat, and it's not what we have throughout the rest of the state. It's a very unique spot. But at the same time, we were able to learn the importance of those physical processes and the biological processes that happen from them to get an understanding of our opportunities throughout the rest of the state. How do we progress slides? Right now would be great. So when we started looking at this, is thinking about where we can actually, translate that ecology and function at scale. We first went to the bypasses, and what you see here is this is an aerial image of the Yola bypass. It's about 40,000 acres of floodplain. It's a really big, important flood infrastructure in the state. But it wasn't until we looked at it that we realized it's also a very important ecological component for how salmon use this landscape. You can see the picture of the fish there. Those fish are the same age. The difference is what they've had for an opportunity. And the difference is between being in the river and being on the floodplain. Fish on the floodplain, particularly juvenile salmon, grow about 6 to 8 times faster than their counterparts in the river. As that water spreads out, slows down, it becomes productive. It's full of zooplankton, it's full of food. Those fish, it's warmer. And oftentimes when we think of salmon, we think of cold water being our friend. The thing that's different is that the winter, warmer water, not hot water, but water that's warmer than that cold river that's unproductive, is actually beneficial. And those conditions create opportunities. And I've heard reference already at this, during these discussions of the otoliths and the eye lenses where we reconstruct their habitats. So my lab is the lab that does that. We actually use the eye lenses of these fish. And we can look at the eye lenses for the fish that come back and spawn and are successful. Those are the fish that we count in our system. Those are the ones that dictate whether we have an open fishery in the ocean and in the freshwater, or we close it. And right now we have a closed fishery, and it's a large impact on the communities on the coast as well as in the freshwater. But we can look into those eye lenses of those fish and realize the importance of these habitats by the isotopes in those eye lenses. And we're seeing upwards of 80 to 90% of the fish that come back are utilizing floodplain resources during their outmigration. And so we are beginning to quantify the importance of that. And the more we look at it, the more we realize how important that is. And in wet years, when these habitats are fully inundated, when we have uncontrolled release of water from the river into the bypasses, we see millions of fish out in these habitats. And we see fish that come back 3 years later. And so we know that benefit is realized. The challenge is that in non-wet years, there is no access for these fish to these habitats. And as such, we see very low recruitment from wild fish into the adult fishery. And those are the reasons why we see curtailments of fisheries. We see listings. We're about to see an uplisting of Chinook salmon spring run. So we'll have 2 endangered species of salmon in the valley, which we're going to be adding to our multiple constraints. And so I think it's worth looking at something like Butte Creek. Butte Creek was a place where there was lots of impediments in the system, particularly adult migration impediments to get fish from the Sacramento River up to their spawning habitats. When those impediments were minimized and mitigated, is all of the abundant floodplain that's available in Butte Creek that's currently there was able to be realized. And Butte Creek was really the stronghold, up to this point has been the stronghold for spring run Chinook salmon. And so because these fish have a very, dynamic life cycle, is that any weak point in that cycle can limit their recruitment into adulthood, which are the fish that we count. And so we've realized that, floodplains are really that weak link in the chain for them right now. We've spent millions of dollars working on spawning habitat, and now it's time we start thinking about how floodplains can benefit those fish into adulthood and, as part of our water management system. Thanks.
So do we have Julie? She was up next, but I'm not necessarily.
Quick check. I didn't.
Hey, there she is.
There we are.
All right.
Good to see you, Ms. Rentner.
Nice to see you, and thank you so much for the accommodation to make these comments today. Are you able to advance the slides? Right. So my name is Julie Rentner, and I'm the president of River Partners. River Partners is a not-for-profit organization founded 25 years ago in the Central Valley of California with a mission to create wildlife habitat for the benefit of people and the environment. And our outcomes in restoring rivers and floodplains for the benefit of this broad suite of critters that you see on the screen in front of you includes over 18,000 acres of reconnected and reforested floodplains from Redding to Bakersfield. In doing that kind of work and delivering over $170 million worth of public investment to the landscape in the last 25 years, we've learned a lot of interesting lessons about how challenging it is to get actual species recovery, as well as how important it is for our communities, the health of our Central Valley, and the health of our water system that we take action to restore habitat today. Next slide. So this is the problem statement that we all are working from, right? It's not just River Partners who works from this problem statement, but everybody who's here in the room, everybody who cares deeply about the recovery of our salmon fishery, is that in a very short amount of time for this planet and for this valley, we went from millions of acres of wetlands and riparian and floodplain habitat areas across the valley to almost none. And in that time, we didn't just lose our ability to host productive suites of wildlife from critters that live on the landscape and use river corridors as their pathways to aquatic species that live only a part of their life in the bottom of the valley here. Also, we lost a lot of human environmental quality issues. We have some real significant water quality, air quality challenges across the valley as a result of this dramatic change. And even, post Sigma, we're starting to realize that this dramatic change where we completely dried out the bottom of the valley for different value set has really changed our entire watershed to the point that we're now trying desperately to get more water to go into the ground across a lot of the valley. So next slide, please. in this kind of framing around how we manage our rivers, I just have to name that the decisions that are made in the Delta and in aquatic habitat conditions for the whole Central Valley are this is a high stakes game. And the water that's used in the Central Valley for all of its various purposes, including keeping environmental quality healthy for residents of the valley, is also the exact same water that runs, several multi-billion-dollar industries in California, supports millions of Californians, and needs to also support a productive salmon fishery, which it has not in recent years. So the decisions that have to be made about what we do with water have to be surgical. You heard from Carson the incredible science that we've been able to accumulate in just the last few years. That support a much deeper understanding of the system today than we had even 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And so I'm hopeful, as we look at the landscape today, that what we've learned about reconnecting floodplains, and particularly reconnecting floodplains along the river in ways that can inundate frequently enough to support salmon in not just big flood years, but even in average water years, is something that's within our reach. Next slide. We all saw in 2023 what happens when a lot of water hits the bottom of the valley. And we're still in a changing value set environment where that water is still a nuisance and causing problems for a lot of our infrastructure and our communities across the valley. We can use that water for good, while also creating connected corridors that will benefit the recovery of salmon. I get the pleasure of working on floodplain reconnection projects that are in the river channel itself, not the kind of broad bypasses that Carson just described. And when we're next to the river, floodplain restoration projects that can be designed to provide salmon habitat and other habitat frequently, even with smaller flows, are very, very expensive. I mean, really, we're talking about excavating huge amounts of material out in order to get targeted hydrology that benefits salmon. So in order to make these projects, bring them to scale, we've had to learn over the last 20 years or 30 years how important they are to people too. And so I'm pleased to report that there's floodplain reconnection projects featured on the cover of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, right? As a solution to giving our changing hydrology space to spread out and sink in. This is also a solution that can be managed in tandem with public access and recreation in ways that give residents and communities in the valley access to open space they've never had before. So River Partners takes a really comprehensive view about why public investment in this kind of floodplain habitat restoration is so important. But I do want to say in this framework around the Bay Delta and the health of our salmon fisheries that these are very, very important places where fish currently move, and where fish currently don't have enough access to this kind of riparian inside and floodplain habitat. So do fish live in a floodplain when there's no water around? Absolutely not. But can we design floodplain habitat projects that benefit fish in more years than they do today? Absolutely. So I look forward to working with visionary leaders like Lewis and others here to try to find places to put this multi-benefit floodplain restoration across our valley for the benefit of the Delta and its ecosystems and its salmon fishery. That's what I had for today.
Thank you, Ms. Rentner. Mr. Lewis.
We go ahead and advance one. So a typical engineer, I've got words on my slides instead of pretty pictures, so I apologize for that. So I agree with you, President Esquivel. I don't think this is a binary choice. I think what we're talking about here with the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes, I honestly believe if your staff had the broad authorities, I frankly think they would have proposed the same thing. They would have proposed to fix broken rivers that we have today, physically changing them. I believe that would physically change our flow abundance curves. Right now, they're impeded by our levee systems, and you've heard that a lot. So I hope to be able to share with you also the program that I'm leading called Floodplain Reimagined is likely to deliver the largest block of habitat through the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. And I hope that you'll see that it is a very open and transparent, and in seeking really tribal actions, we've brought in folks to do that and to help with that. And hopefully that helps you understand kind of detail when we talk about habitat or changing the landscape. I hope to be able to point to some of that so you can see what it means. And really it means our water being more effective for the environment. And so, so the first point here, our flow abundance relationship is really affected by our infrastructure, the levees that we've put in. The best example that I have, but it's really an example that works for most of our levee system and the weirs within it. The weirs that are there do not allow our river to connect with the landscape and create that habitat benefit until they're at about 80% of their capacity. Historically, the sloughs that used to connect these landscapes did that at about 20% of capacity. There is no reason that we need to leave those weirs so that they function the same way. We need to get in there and modify those structures so that they once again connect how they did historically. And at Tisdale Weir, which is the very first weir to overflow, there's a little over 15,000 acres of habitat behind that. Right now, with the existing weir structure, it's only activated about 45 days on average. A gated structure at the Tisdale Weir, which is actually proposed by the Department of Water Resources for adult passage, that physical modification would change that to 90 days per year on average. And the most important thing to that really is that right now in really, really wet years, we overwhelm our flood control system and we get that habitat activity, right? But that has created a really brittle fishery, and we see that. It's either boom or failure, right? When you have a weir that's modified like this, it connects in many more of those year types. So those boom years don't just happen in the wettest years possible. They can happen more frequently. You know, even below normal years can be very exciting behind Tisdale. And so when you think about infrastructure, and that's with the exact same amount of water that's in our system right now today, right? So we double the effectiveness of those 15,000 acres. I think that's really important. And when we talk about efficient habitat generation or river function with the existing water supply, that's what we mean. We need to kind of untie the hands of our river systems so that they function again. One of the things that has allowed our program to deliver that habitat, and why really this is a lot of the same things that were proposed in the YOLO bypass process, but it's the fix, not fight culture in the Sacramento Valley. Folks are wanting to take care of their own backyard. They're wanting to fix their fishery. The science that Carson mentioned, just giving a clear picture to folks. And it's also sort of the carrot and the stick, right? Right now, there's this stick that's the threat of unimpaired flow that gets people pretty motivated to do things they wouldn't otherwise do. It's hard to get a full landscape, thousands of landowners to do something in unison. And right now, that's helpful. So then I would like to go, well, I wanted to point out here, this is Butte Creek that Carson mentioned. And really, Butte Creek was slightly different. Butte Creek had floodplains all the time, but they didn't have some of the other life stages. And you can see the orange leading up to the green. When you get all of those things in place, our fish are incredibly resilient and they can really rebound. And you can see here what happened when that was completed. So I'd like to talk about the Floodplain Reimagined program. And like I said, this is designed to deliver most of the habitat under the Healthy Rivers program. We've spent $10 million already in 3 years working on this program. It covers approximately 500,000 acres. So this is an enormous program. That's, 10 plus times the size of YOLO bypass. And we're using our trust and our relationships with existing landowners to build a ground up program. So we're providing all of the information, biological modeling, engineering, legal to our landowners, and we're showing them what priorities there are for the state, right? And this includes the fishery priorities, but also includes groundwater recharge. It also includes tribal, interests. There's a broad suite of those priorities. We respect existing uses. So there's some very important habitats already in these floodways, for the Pacific Flyway. You've heard that story many times. but we're doing this from a ground up perspective and asking those landowners that know their property better than anybody else, how can you also do these other things with their property? And it's frankly really been effective. So on the right side of the table is a illustration of the sort of the structure of the program. At the very bottom, we have ad hoc committees that cover all of our technical issues. The next group up is our advisory committee. Everybody is invited to both the advisory and the technical committees. And so we typically get 50 plus folks at those advisory committee meetings. The third layer from the bottom there is our actual decision-making body. So that includes landowners, state and federal agencies, NGOs, and a seat for tribal entities. And we were very fortunate to have tribal representation on that. And then the very top box is the team, and we brought a real first-class team. It's a lot of the folks that had experience from YOLO actually work on this now. So if you go to the next slide. So this slide illustrates the 500,000 acres that are included. This goes essentially from YOLO bypass at the bottom all the way up to Chico on the Sacramento River and covers the east and west side of the Sacramento River. The feather comes in about halfway up on the right side, and that kind of part that's white that pushes in towards the Sacramento River is the buttes, so that'll help orient you. The thing I wanted to highlight here is that we now have technical services that have been requested by groups of landowners all the way up the Sutter bypass. In fact, some folks have been working with the Sutter Refuge. I know Carson's talked to them about different things that they can undertake. We have groups of landowners above the Sutter National Wildlife Refuge. Very exciting. One of the real conflicts with this can be the different depths desired by waterfowl interests and fishery folks. But we had the Butte Sink Water Association, which is probably the most amazing waterfowl area probably in the nation. They signed up for technical services and are now cooperating to tell their story and look at what they can do. So when you want to know if these things are real, can the habitat be real? In the Sutter bypass, there's the first proposal. It's 12,000 acres of landowners that have proposed to add a flowage easement to their property, work with the state, work with reoperating the Tisdale Weir to create additional habitat. So these things are real. We're working really hard on the ground to make sure that they're real and they get delivered, and to change our rivers. I think it's fixing our rivers that gives us the resilience in different year types for our fisheries. So with that, I think I'll close the panel, and I think we're all interested in questions if you have those.
Thank you, Mr. Baer. I really appreciate this panel. I know we discussed some of this in one of our previous days around just, for me, the reality that we're reconciling a system that we've inherited. We've done in the thought of improving the system that we found, actually done a lot of harm to its long-term health, and now having to come back in and rebuild in those features in the watershed that actually were really critical to cleaning up pollution, to recharging groundwater resources, connecting rivers and floodplains ultimately. So just thank you. I really appreciate the coverage just on the science, of course, and the work generally. This is a really exciting space, and agree that it doesn't have to be in either or amongst it. It is, just understanding how best we can have water move across a landscape that is, yes, impaired, and then make those changes on that landscape and not have to choose either one. I guess my question would be on Butte, because again, it is about the physical infrastructure, but also the amounts that may be on that system. Do we, how much does the Butte Creek have to work with, compared to maybe some of our other more impaired rivers? Just kind of wondering how much is kept in the system, because that is here that critical component of this discussion is, what is that balance? What are the physical infrastructure that you might have, but what is the wet water that you keep in the system as well? What's that right balance? I'm just kind of wondering if folks have any numbers. Numbers on Butte Creek for flow.
Yeah, I'll give it a try. For Butte, what's interesting is that most of the lower river is managed for, or particularly the sink is managed for wetlands for waterfowl. And what's interesting is that only that upper portion of the river holds fish in it, which is the adult, because most of them are spring run. So they spend most of their time in the upper river. So they migrate up during the spring when there's actually more water. And then from the spring until the next winter there's really not a lot of salmon in the lower river. In fact, there's almost no water in the lower river. So almost all of it is extracted out. But what I think the big difference is that those fish have an obligate floodplain there is no other outlet. Is that Butte Creek is functionally being routed through the Butte Sink, and the Sutter Bypass is actually that channel, where the rest of the rivers in the valley are within the leveed system until there's overtopping events that send them into those habitats. And so I think that's one of the things that makes Butte very different is that there isn't necessarily a lot of water, but the habitat is always available in every water year.
That availability and the interconnectivity of some of that ultimately habitat. Appreciate that.
Yeah, if I could add a little bit to it, I think you'd be shocked at how small and little Butte Creek is for the number of adults that it produces. But they get 100%, like Carson said, of those fish onto the floodplain. Right now in the Sacramento, we're closer to like 20% of the fish that get benefit. And I think that's what we've changed with our flood control system. Some of the numbers Carson didn't mention is, the fish that, maybe the 20% that get on the floodplain or 10% and end up producing more than half of our returning adults, even 3/4, because they're so much more likely to make it through the Delta and hit the ocean and be able to survive that. And so the goal with modifying or kind of unwinding the damage that we've done to our system with the flood control system is, let's try to get 30% or 40%, and let's try to produce the food on that landscape that can come back and drain into the river and feed the fish that are in the river, right? We're seeing, I'm also involved with the fish food program as Carson is, and fish that are moving downriver past where we're putting food into the river, they stop. They're like, finally some food in the system, right? And they stop and eat for a few days before they move on. And so it's really encouraging that these things, I think, can make a real difference. And I think it's definitely part of the solution that's extremely important. So.
Agreed. Appreciate that. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's any questions for folks on this panel, and seeing none, appreciate it. We can move to our next panel. Next, we have up McKay and Somps, civil engineers. Yeah, you're welcome to actually sit down here as a panel if you'd like, probably a little more comfortable. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. This panel is a panel that is from members of the Water Forum, the Sacramento Water Forum, and we all represent business interests along the American River. So our comments will focus to the American River watershed. My name is Jim Ray, and I'm a former principal and president of a major planning and engineering company in the Sacramento region, specializing in serving the development and building industry. I've been an active member of the Water Forum for 23 years, and I'm leading this panel representing the business interests of the Water Forum. I've spent my career working on the construction of generally new homes and land development in this region that receive water from the American River. And reliable water supply is extremely important and inextricably linked to the ability to provide new opportunities to house our growing population. So without reliable and consistent water supply, puts pressure on the construction of new homes and affects the affordability of housing, especially to those who can least afford it. A staff report indicates that on the American River, requiring a release of 55% of unimpaired flow would result in the loss of 168,000 acre-feet in Folsom Reservoir, which is 17% of the capacity, a significant amount of water. And especially in the early months of March, April, and May, in an average year, that presents a challenge on the reliability of our water supply. The mitigation that's suggested is to shift to other sources. The Sacramento region has already shifted to other sources for water supply for over the past 20 years. In particular, been efforts to stabilize the groundwater basins with conjunctive use, and it's been a very successful program raising our water levels, compared to other areas of the state. However, climate change is coming and it will be accelerating, and resulting in a projected loss of the snowpack, which is a third of our water supply. And this will demand further changes to our water management. And with the loss of the snowpack, we cannot take a 17% cut in storage. Further, to successfully manage our aquifers, we need recharge. And this can only come from available surface water. If we remove that capability, we jeopardize the long-term conjunctive and groundwater banking success that we've had. We urge you to consider the alternative of the voluntary agreements rather than a prescribed unimpaired flow requirement. Additionally, the Water Forum, through collaboration with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and local water purveyors, flows on the American River are currently being managed to ensure water supply remains reliable while balancing through the modified flow management standard. And with voluntary agreements, we'll be adding additional water in a known quantity that can further enhance the river's ecosystem. And we do it in a way that is also sustainable to our water supplies. So thank you for listening to our comments. We want to express that we need to keep water reliable and affordable, get it and keep our communities housed, and ensure that innovative solutions like our modified flow management standard can stay workable into the future. So next, I'll turn it over to our next speaker, who I think will be Jack Blattner from the Metro Chamber.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members, and thank you for hearing our comments. I'm Jack Blattner with the Sacramento Metro Chamber. We represent over 600 member businesses in the 6-county region, the vast majority of which are small businesses. And we would also like to express concerns with the 55% unimpaired flow proposal and speak in favor of the voluntary agreement plan. Our members at the Chamber come from across a broad swath of the business community, everything from healthcare to construction to agriculture to education. And we are all unified in being committed to the growth of the region. We've been very proud with how the Sacramento region has grown over the past few decades. In the past 20 years, we've gone from just under 1.5 million people in our 6-county region to over 2.2 million, a 67% increase. That has come with corresponding progress in our region's technology, culture, and economy, and we hope that continues. Unfortunately, the downside of this mighty growth that the region has seen is a massive, now unmet demand for housing. It is the single biggest problem that employers in the region are facing. And as you'll hear more from our home building colleagues, a bountiful water supply is absolutely necessary to meet this unmet housing demand. But even aside from more housing, we also need a reliable water supply to maintain the quality of even the growth that we have already seen. So some of the consequences of the binding 55% unimpaired flow regime that concern us, chief among these are a reduced supply of municipal and industrial water storage, and that could potentially cause a corresponding increase in water cost, and perhaps even more concerning, a potential threat to clean energy hydropower in dry years, as Jim mentioned. For example, in our Folsom Dam, which the staff reports indicate may lose 17% of its total storage from the unimpaired flow proposal, which could cause or worsen rolling blackouts, which would be a major concern to our member businesses. So again, we would just like to express our support for the voluntary agreement, which we believe is dynamic, flexible, able to adapt to any future changes in technology. And on behalf of the local business community, we would urge you to support that voluntary agreement and not the 55% unimpaired flow. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you as well.
I'm just going to assume I'm next.
You are.
Perfect.
Step right up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vance Gerard. I am an advocate with the North State Building Industry Association. I'll do my best to keep my remarks brief. Our association represents more than 500 member companies in the home building industry. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be before you today, though I do not claim to be nearly as much an expert on the subject before us as many others in the room. What I do know is that the home building industry strives to be a partner in contributing to the solutions of numerous challenges facing the region and the state. California's housing crisis is not something that can be solved without the construction of new housing. This is especially true in our region, where growth and demand for housing are a constant. Growth, however, does not equate to increased water use, as new homes are equipped with water-efficient appliances, fixtures, and landscaping. A new development will use less water than an older development, though we will always advocate for proper management and access of waterways. This supports our region's need for growth and economic stability. This is understood by our industry, the multiple partners we work with, including those with me today, and many others invested in the successful management of our waterways. The voluntary agreements are a critical tool to the successful balance of both the environmental and economic needs of our region. So much so that support of these agreements was one of the main focuses of our efforts earlier this year on the Metro Chamber of Commerce's annual Capital to Capital Advocacy Program in DC. The voluntary agreements are part of our co-equal goals of increasing water supply and improving the Delta ecosystem, a true jewel of our region, and the protection of which is in all of our interests here today. So with that, I will simply say we are joining others in asking for the support of these voluntary agreements to protect the water supply and protect our ecosystem. Thank you.
You as well.
And I'm batting cleanup. My name is Tim Murphy, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Sacramento Regional Builders Exchange. It's the largest commercial construction association in the Sacramento region with over 1,100 members. Like my colleagues, I serve on the Business Caucus for the Water Forum, and just feel it's important to state that the Water Forum, we seek to bring about two co-equal objectives: to provide a reliable and safe, healthy water supply for the Sacramento region's long-term economic growth, and to preserve the Lower American River's fishery, wildlife, recreational, and aesthetic values. So as a lifelong Sacramento resident, I recognize the unique and valuable contribution that the Lower American River ecosystem and its inherent value for habitat and recreation, and how it enhances our overall quality of life. However, the American River is also a critical regional economic driver for the water it provides for municipal supply and hydroelectric generation. My organization's primary concern is that unimpaired flows, those alternatives significantly impact municipal and industrial water supply to meet the Sacramento region's economic and housing needs, a key requirement of the Porter Cologne Act. In addition, unimpaired flow would significantly be at odds with Cool Costa water supply assessment laws, which require municipalities to consider a 20-year window for water supply reliability while approving sizable subdivision projects. So to further underline that concern under unimpaired flow, as has been said, staff estimates a 17% reduction in Folsom Lake storage, approximately 168,000 acre-feet of water. This water loss to our region would be harmful in several ways. First, our region has benefited from our own type of voluntary agreement, the Water Forum Agreement, to balance the consumption of surface and groundwater supplies for their conjunctive use. Our region's more than 20 years of enhancing our water banking capabilities play a crucial role in our ability to meet climate resiliency objectives with the predicted loss of Sierra snowpack. Implementing unimpaired flow robs our region for water for aquifer recharge to meet the future needs in drier years. Second, as the state pursues decarbonization, we must preserve the hydro power generation Folsom and Nimbus dams provide in summer when greater power needs are common. Water is essentially stored energy in that format, which is why the report specifies unimpaired flow as having a significant impact on clean power generation, and acknowledges the likelihood that in rolling blackouts, there would be sources turned to that would be contributing to higher GHG levels. Third, the 17% reduction in Folsom Lake degrades cold water pool development, increasing temperatures in the Lower American River. UF would negatively impact salmonid habitat in the Lower American River. Volunteer agreements are the good work of local water purveyors to balance water supply with river health. We have 20 years of demonstrated benefits that the water farm agreement provides the Lower American River with reliable higher flows in the spring while providing groundwater recharge to build our climate resilience. VA allows for our region to meet our co-equal objectives for long-term water quality reliability and environmental preservation in the Lower American River. My organization prefers the voluntary agreement route. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time and being here with us, providing your comments. Looking to questions from fellow board colleagues in case there are any. And seeing none, just a lot of thanks. Really appreciate it again. Look forward to what will be further discussion here all amongst us.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one last panel before we'll head to our dinner, if you will, here. So would like to call up here the Stockton East Water District. I'll note, in case there's anyone else in the room that was looking to comment and didn't, glad to take you here before we take the dinner break. And then I think the rest of our comments are virtual. So thank you.
Ready for us?
Yes, yes. Good evening, afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Chair and board members. One of our panelists is online, Michael Presler. So if you could please unmute him if he's there.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Jean Zalesi, General Counsel for Stockton East Water District. I want to do a brief introduction, then I'll defer to our two consultants, and then I'll do a little summary at the end. Stockton East Water District procures supplies water to small agricultural farms and to municipal uses in the greater Stockton area, including the city of Stockton, San Joaquin County, and California Water Service Company. The district consists of approximately 143,000 acres located in San Joaquin and Calaveras counties and provides water to over 5,000 customers and a population of 358,000 people. Stockton East is also the GSA within its boundaries for the critically overdrafted eastern San Joaquin groundwater basin. And the Calaveras River provides the primary water supply for Stockton East and its customers, with some supplies also being provided from New Maloney's on the Stanislaus River. I'd like to introduce our consultants for the district who will make presentations today, Andrea Fuller from Fish Bio and Michael Presler online from Zonhero, and I'll turn it over to Andrea at this point, who has the PowerPoint.
Thank you, Jeannie, and thank you all for the opportunity to comment. I'm going to go through a few slides here. We can go ahead and advance to the first slide. As Jeannie had mentioned, Stockton East Water District diverts water from the Calaveras River, so that's going to be the subject of the comments that I am making today. Previous comments were provided on the Working Draft Scientific Basis Report, Phase 2 update in December 2016, and we appreciate that the staff report has been responsive to some of those comments. Those key areas are that the Calaveras River is now described as a rain-fed flashy system, which is somewhat unique to rivers in the Central Valley. It's also identified now correctly as a steelhead stream. So steelhead in the Calaveras is really a driving factor for management of the Calaveras River. However, we remain concerned that these and some of the other unique factors to the Calaveras may not be adequately reflected in the staff report analysis, and we plan to comment on that further in our written comments. Today, I'd like to focus the attention on pointing out that the Calaveras River has a habitat conservation plan that was developed that we do not see reference to in the staff report. So just wanted to bring awareness to the habitat conservation plan and elements of that plan. If we can move to the next slide, please. So the Calaveras Habitat Conservation Plan is an agreement between Stockton East and NOAA Fisheries. It authorizes take of ESA-listed species, namely steelhead, and provides operational guidelines for a period of 50 years through 2070. The main goals of the Habitat Conservation Plan were to maintain reliable water delivery to stakeholders by providing greater water security over that same time period through 2070, to provide compliance with ESA, and to obtain annual predictable take allotment for ESA-listed species, and to protect and manage fishery resources, particularly steelhead, listed under the ESA. If we can go to the next slide. So this was developed through a long and thorough process spanning nearly 20 years with involvement from the district, the biologists, and working closely with NOAA Fisheries. The district engaged with other resources agencies and stakeholders while finalizing the written plan, which was approved in September of 2020. The district now operates to criteria described in the HCP and has been implementing voluntarily many elements of the HCP even prior to its approval. If we could go to the next slide, please. The HCP includes both flow and non-flow actions for the protection of steelhead. One of the elements is year-round guaranteed minimum flows in the Calaveras River. And under high reservoir storage conditions, such as this year, when we needed to get down to flood control storage in New Hogan Reservoir, flows or storage was managed to increase the frequency of fish migration opportunities into and out of the spawning reach. Flood control releases after December 1st are managed again to optimize fish migration opportunities into the system. If we could go to the next slide. Along with that, non-flow measures such as fish passage improvements. There's been many structures built in the lower Calaveras River that are currently the focus of remediation. 4 of the most limiting structures have already been improved. 1 is in the planning phases. And that's not including the most concerning structure, largest structure, is Belota Weir. And Belota Weir is in the planning phase right now for creation of a roughened channel fishway and a permanent fish ladder. And once passage improvements are implemented in the lower river, this strategy is expected to result in an increased number of salmonids able to access the conservation area, which is above Belota Weir. If we could go to the next slide. Along with this, Stockton East Water District has implemented a fisheries monitoring program that has been in place since 2001. It's a key compliance activity for the HCP, looking at how fish populations are actually responding to management of the system and to the flow and non-flow actions that are being taken. And so there's multiple activities that are being implemented, from looking at the number of fish that are moving into the system, looking at numbers of fish moving out of the system, and also looking at more of the general health of the ecosystem with looking at benthic macroinvertebrates that provide food resources for fish, et cetera. So if we could move to the next slide, please. So again, as I stated, the HCP is not referenced in the staff report. Wanted to bring awareness to the board and board staff that there is a resource to be consulted regarding the Calaveras River. There's a link there to Stockton East website that not only has access to the Habitat Conservation Plan, but other resources that may be of interest in understanding the Calaveras River. And I think that that was the last slide, yes.
Thank you, Andrea. And now we'll ask Michael Presler for comments.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for fitting this in before dinner break. This is working well. Again, my name is Michael Presler. I'm a registered civil engineer in California and have participated in water planning in California for over 30 years. I thank you, board, for your attention to my comments and wanted to focus my comments today on basic delta hydrology and project operation, as I see these elements, are fundamental to evaluating and informing the draft SED in a great way. One, the draft SED relies on the historic study period of water year 1922 through 2015. And this is a surrogate to describe conditions expected into the future. And then it turns that hydrology set into identifying and quantifying impacts of the unimpaired flow scenarios. The historic record has significant limitations, if you will, on estimating future hydrologic conditions and can lead to an incomplete evaluation. The approach used in the draft SED assumes that future hydrologic conditions will fall completely or 100% within historic hydrologic variability. And we know this is not the case, as over time we have frequently experienced real-time hydrologic conditions that fall outside recorded history. This leads to underestimating or just flat missing project impacts. Also the period 1922 through 2015 is not representative of what we would expect to see in the future. For example, especially in snowmelt-driven basins tributary to the delta, we see a significant shift of stream flow, the peak stream flow hydrograph shifting from springtime back towards winter. We're seeing a change in hydrology over the time. And I don't see that represented in the draft SED at all. Additionally, relying on a study period for the analysis ending in 2015, I question, as it doesn't include more current years. Since 2015, we've experienced drought conditions, really wet years, and this valuable hydrologic information illustrates contemporary hydrologic conditions that are just absent in the draft SED. The SED also relies on a monthly time step for its analysis, and it uses that to identify and quantify project impacts. And operational analysis relying on a monthly time step is typically insufficient, insufficiently coarse to adequately review project impacts. Relying on a monthly hydrologic and operational approach masks project impacts, especially those resources that are highly dependent on shorter-term hydrology and flow, such as project operations and water rights and DSOD requirements and water temperature control and flood control operations and delta operations and recreation impacts and hydropower and pulse flows and so many things that we manage projects for just occur on a shorter time frame than a monthly time step. Also, the draft SED assumes project operations that would result in the imposition of the unimpaired flow scenarios. So what it seems the SED is doing is the analysis identifies and quantifies impacts resulting from these assumed project operations that would occur if the unimpaired flow scenarios or when they move forward. And by doing that, the analysis relies on an assumption on how the local project operators or the project operators would respond through their project operations in light of meeting the unimpaired flow scenario requirements. And looking at some of the SACWAM output, the individual project operational responses, I think, would be different than what the SACWAM modeling states, leading to underestimating impacts. I don't know if I explained that well, but an example would be, how the draft SED addresses what is referred to as unmet demands. So these unmet water demands are calculated based upon an assumed operation that doesn't seem realistic. And the project operators, in reality, would operate within the bounds of all the regulatory conditions while meeting the unimpaired flow requirements and balancing local beneficial uses most effectively. And the modeling that I see in the SACWAM model doesn't do this. And another example is how the draft SED determines how water demand shortages are allocated between beneficial uses. So the analysis makes assumptions on how water demand shortages would be allocated between beneficial uses, and based upon those assumptions, it calculates and identifies impacts on those resources. And the allocation of demand shortages seems to underestimate impacts as well. So I think, in general, the hydrologic and project operational underpinnings of the evaluation described in the draft SED can lead to certainly an incomplete conclusions about the unimpaired flow scenario and their associated impacts. So I thank you, Board, for your attention to my comments.
Thank you, Michael. And just to close up, as Ms. Fuller mentioned, the greatest failure identified in the staff report is the failure to include the HCP. We hope we have an opportunity to do that because the Calaveras River is a highly altered river, and there's no scientific support suggesting that an unimpaired flow management regime would benefit the fishery because it is so different than the remaining Sacramento River streams and even the other eastern streams. Stockton East's current operations have created a vibrant steelhead population that would otherwise not exist under natural unimpaired conditions. And the healthy population that we do have would be severely impacted by the proposed 55% unimpaired. So we believe that the one-size-fits-all approach in the SED and the proposed plan simply will not work for the Calaveras River. Our second concern that was brought up by Mr. Pressler is that while the SID is not sufficient for various reasons, the two major are that the adverse impact to the district is not summarized or shown at all. Rather, it is simply shown as not much different in the amount of water being stored in the reservoir, and the reason is that they simply don't meet the demands of the Stockton East Water District and its customers without showing that actual result as an adverse impact, which doesn't comply with SED requirements or CEQA requirements. And secondly, nowhere in the document does it discuss the cumulative impact from the impacts of Phase 2 adverse impacts and Phase 1 adverse impacts, because Stockton East Water Districts takes water from both the Calaveras River and the Stanislaus River, which is adversely impacted by Phase 1. So there's no analysis of that cumulative impact. And finally, after it released the framework initially recommending a flow of 45 to 65% of unimpaired flow, the staff recommended and encouraged these voluntary settlement agreements to be looked at, evaluated, and brought to the board. But they also indicated at that time that such agreements must be within the range of 45 to 65%, so no less than 45%. Because we knew that that was not beneficial for the Calaveras River, Stockton East did not submit a voluntary agreement to the state board. But now that we see that the majority of the voluntary agreements that have been submitted and are being studied do not meet this recommendation of a minimum of 45%, Stockton East is putting together a voluntary agreement proposal that we hope can still be evaluated that builds on our recently adopted HCP and puts together on top of it some additional flow and habitat opportunities that the district is willing to pursue. We wish we would have known something like that would be allowed before, but we took the staff at its word that 45% would be required. So now we're going to be playing catch up. But we thank you for your time, and we hope we'll be able to work with staff on that. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I think the floor is 35 in the range on the lower San Joaquin, but thank you. I appreciate the comments here, truly trying to listen, and so I'm going to limit my response. But I did want to, because this came up actually in prior days' discussion, did want to circle back to Mr. Presler, your comments. You had said, you feel there's a lot of incomplete conclusions. I agree. I think part of them here is to acknowledge that the draft staff report here is really an environmental document, right? It's not a program implementation. So the frustrations around sort of the lack of comprehensiveness, I think, of what you see there, the kind of crudeness of a month average is because we're trying our best to spell out here, not unlike in a CEQA document, which you may be familiar with, the impacts of the project, the specifics of how you implement. And yes, I can agree that, as you go into, say, a program implementation and really unpack, how do you actually implement something like this, that you may fall potentially outside of the range of what impacts that we've analyzed as part of the draft staff report. But, the intention here is to kind of just best capture that. I think if you look back to the mid-90s when this board adopted D1641 and the prior Bay Delta plan, the modeling wasn't ever meant and doesn't look at all like what actual implementation happened in the years after. And so I just want to make general policy comment to, I think, the frustration that I heard. And I think it's because some folks are kind of trying to put cart before horse a bit in what you're kind of expecting from this document, but appreciate the flags otherwise on how we could do better on it. Board members, are there any other questions or comments? Board Member McGuire.
Just to follow up on that, I just appreciate the panel. It's really helpful information. And I think certainly you representing Stockton East Water District and the Calaveras River care deeply about what the plan says for that river and the impacts it has on the district and its customers. So I think that's right. It's hard going from the macro scale, high level watershed based analysis, and then trying to look at an individual tributary or individual water system and understand those impacts. But this is where it gets really important as we're trying in the coming months to look at the program of implementation, whether it's VA or another approach, and trying to figure out how that actually works and how it'll work for all the tributaries that are contributing to the Delta. So I just want to say I appreciate the complexity and I appreciate the presentation and the really helpful insights that you provided.
Thank you, board member, and completely agree. And especially on the HCP flag, I think that, again, as we think of a program implementation, as we think of what's actually happening in the watershed, what is the work that's going on, the board's not trying to propose an either or truly, and trying to kind of bring together the way we're seeing, I know what is a lot of good work in leadership. So just have to acknowledge and thank that too. Seeing nothing from my fellow colleagues, let's go ahead and appreciate again the participation, and let's go ahead and take our lunch or dinner, I suppose, used to a lunch. And we will get and bring ourselves back here at 5 o'clock, we'll say 5:05, and continue on with comments. Thank you everyone for the participation so far today in the discussion. Be back here in about 30 minutes. All right, everyone, it is about 5:05. We can come back from our break. Appreciate everyone's time. And I think at this time, we're done with our panels, and so we're moving back into individual commenters. I believe we have some individual commenters in the room that are with us again, so I will prioritize, again, folks in the room. I do see, again, hands up, and I will get to those individuals first, assuming that they have a time constraint. And let me get back to my list, but I believe now we have McKenna Cauhane and Delana Castillo.
Good evening. My name is McKenna Cauhane. I'm a student attorney at Stanford Law School, providing comments on behalf of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, Winnemem Wintu Tribe, Buena Vista Rancheria of Miwok Indians, Restore the Delta, and Little Manila Rising, collectively the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition. I will address 4 deeply held concerns for our clients. First, the State Water Board has an affirmative duty to take the public trust into account in the planning and allocation of water resources and to protect public trust uses whenever feasible. As drafted, the staff report falls well short of meeting these obligations. For one thing, the report wholly omits any public trust analysis, despite a 2020 settlement agreement and release of claims with California Sports Fishing Protection Alliance, and expressly requiring inclusion of this analysis in the Phase 2 Bay Delta Plan update. And the report fails to engage with its own findings in the 2010 Delta Flow Criteria Report, showing that flows well above 55% are necessary to ensure survival of native fisheries. As a consequence, neither of the proposed plan amendments, and certainly not the voluntary agreements, which would provide a marginal increase in flows at best, come anywhere close to protecting public trust resources. Second, the report's tribal engagement chapter, while an important start, highlights how minimal the board's engagement with tribal communities has been relative to the outsized impact its decisions will have on tribes. The handful of tribal meetings and listening sessions the board conducted following our client's petition for rulemaking are a far cry from the meaningful government-to-government consultation required under both CEQA and the board's own policies. By creating the staff report unilaterally without tribal consultation, the board has also made mistakes, and it has failed to capture the richness and depth of historical and present tribal relationships with Bay Delta waterways. Third, while we appreciate that the board is for the first time considering incorporating TBUs into the Bay Delta Plan, consideration is not enough. Rather than hold fast to the commitments the board made to tribes during the TBU hearing last summer, staff fall back on the refrain that TBU designation should occur on a place-by-place basis by regional boards. But as our clients have repeatedly explained, regional board designations are not happening in practice. And even if they were, they would be no substitute for the watershed-wide designation that only the board can effect for the Bay Delta through the Bay Delta Plan. Watershed-wide TBU's designation is consistent with tribal understandings of the Bay Delta as one interconnected system and a necessary step for the state to make real its commitments to centering tribal voices and repairing the harm it has done to tribes in suppressing access to water rights. TBU designation through the Bay Delta Plan is as simple as it is profound. We call on the board to stop vacillating and make good on its promises to tribes. Fourth, while the staff report emphasizes the importance of TEK to inform the reasonable protection of TBUs, it provides no guidance for requesting, documenting, and incorporating Indigenous knowledge into governance of Bay Delta water quality. Without guidelines in place, the board runs the risk of extracting knowledge from tribes without ensuring that TEK is considered and applied in a manner that is respectful of tribal sovereignty and beneficial for tribal communities. The board should co-create a policy for incorporation of TEK together with tribes to protect TBUs and inform decision-making across the Bay Delta. California Native tribes have deep expertise critical for successful watershed management in the Bay Delta. The board should listen to and apply the knowledge offered by Native peoples by meaningfully consulting tribes and centering tribal perspectives in decision-making. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well and for being here in person, Ms. Cauhane. Good to see you. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Delana Castillo.
Hello, my name is Delana Castillo, and I'm a student attorney with Stanford, representing my clients, the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition, an alliance of Native tribes and environmental justice organizations deeply invested in the health of the Bay Delta. I'm here today on behalf of the coalition to comment on the staff report's numerous issues under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. First, the staff report lacks a stable and complete project description. Staff explicitly state throughout the report that all alternatives are equally on the table. Proposing a range of alternatives with no clearly proposed project is a violation of CEQA. Without an understanding of what the proposed project actually is, the public is effectively barred from meaningful comment and public participation, one of CEQA's basic tenets. Second, the board's splitting of the environmental analysis for the water quality standards from the analysis for the program of implementation amounts to unlawful piecemealing. Under the CEQA, a project is the whole of an action, and it must be considered together in an environmental review to allow decision makers and the public to have a complete understanding of the project and its potential impacts. But here, staff assert that the program of implementation and regulatory text will be developed later, after the close of the public comment. How can the public be expected to comment on an incomplete document? Third, the report fails to accurately identify the project area as required by CEQA. The report excludes the Trinity River from its analysis, despite the Trinity being classified as a Delta tributary and heavily relied upon for Delta inflows under all project alternatives. Additionally, the report fails to consider any environmental impacts in the Klamath River Basin from reliance on Trinity River's flows, despite evidence that the diversion from the Trinity to the Sacramento is driving declines of native fish species on the Trinity and Klamath. Fourth, the staff report inadequately addresses a significant environmental impact, harmful algal blooms, or HABs. The report considers potential for HABs to occur in upstream reservoirs with reduced storage, but does not give equal consideration to ample evidence that HABs are accelerating downstream with low flow conditions, like the conditions that would occur under the VAs or proposed plan amendments. Fifth, the board has violated CEQA by failing to engage in government-to-government consultation with tribes as required by AB 52 to identify and mitigate impacts to tribal cultural resources. Staff suggests the board did not have to do AB 52 consultation because it issued the notice of preparation for the update before AB 52 went into effect. But the board did not set out a framework for the Phase 2 updates until 2017, and a decade and a half after issuing the NOP, the board is still formulating its proposed updates. By failing to consult with tribes on tribal resource protection, the board fails to acknowledge and engage tribes as the experts of their own cultural resources and histories. Finally, we want to applaud staff for recommending a flow-based standard and elevating the importance of minimum in-stream flow regulations. But our concerns with the alternatives are twofold. First, if the board adopts VAs, it will cast aside this necessary flow-based regime for 8 years of experimentation, which will return little, if any, water to the Delta. Second, the proposed plan amendments, while an important start, are not sufficiently protective of beneficial uses and public trust resources. We ask the board set 65% as the target rather than the ceiling. In sum, we urge the board to adopt a standard that is protective of beneficial uses and the public trust, and actively works to rectify past mistakes with an eye towards an improved and better future for the Bay Delta. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Castillo. Looking forward to written comments here amongst it. I know 3 minutes is hard to get in what is a lot to digest amongst the work. And so just thanks, really appreciate the good engagement. Is there anyone else here in person that was looking to speak that hasn't had an opportunity to do so and would like to now? And if not, we can go back to our remote commenters and appreciate those joining us virtually, your patience being here with us, and welcome here into the evening hour. I will again, I know folks have raised their hand, and again, I'm assuming that it's because you have time constraints. If not, please do lower them, and we will get through here the list and everyone eventually this evening. We have gone through a good number of folks virtually, so I'm pretty confident we'll be able to get through folks here through the evening without going too terribly late. So next, I'd like to go to Lawrence Abbott, who will be followed by Keiko Mertz. And should have been invited to unmute Mr. Abbott. And we'll come back to you then in case you are simply not at the computer. Let's go next to Keiko Mertz.
Hi there. There we go.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening. Getting that set up. Yeah, of course. So good evening, Chair Scavell and members of the board. My name is Keiko Mertz, and I'm the Policy Director of Friends of the River. Thank you for holding several hearings on this matter, for your patience with all the comments you've received, and for this opportunity to speak today on behalf of California's rivers and our thousands of members across the state. California rivers are suffering from decades of overuse and mismanagement, which is really easy to see. It's evidenced by endangered species crises, toxic algae blooms, rivers running dry, and the fact that many families in the Central Valley still do not have clean drinking water. We do not have to accept this reality. You do not have to accept this reality. The solution is relatively simple. Rivers need water, communities need water, and people need healthy rivers. Restoration of flows are not just about preserving the Delta or any one endangered species. They are about securing the future of California's rivers and the myriad ecosystems they sustain. Flows are not a luxury. They are the lifeblood of rivers. Three major proposals currently threaten California's rivers: Sites Reservoir, the Delta Tunnel, and the voluntary agreements. They are all connected. The purpose of each is to take more water and maintain the status quo. But the status quo is not only failing, it's also inequitable. It favors the powerful over the interests of all Californians. The board made a commitment to equity in 2021. A scientifically grounded Bay Delta plan is a way to achieve that. Sites Reservoir and the Delta Tunnel will negate any additional flows provided by the VAs, rendering decades of work, pain, and taxpayer dollars moot. This demonstrates the importance of a strong plan to protect the Delta and rivers in the face of these threats. The voluntary agreements are not the Healthy Rivers alternative. That bears repeating. The voluntary agreements are not the Healthy Rivers alternative. The idea that habitat can substitute for flow is not supported by science. You've heard from many people on the merits of the VAs, so I'd like to ask the board instead to be critical about who has the right alignment of expertise and organizational incentives to make these recommendations that can actually protect and improve the Delta. I know the board is under extreme political pressure to approve the VAs or other status quo measures. However, the board has no obligation to maintain unsustainable uses of our water. It will take incredible bravery to change course. But I'm here today to invite you to be brave. So please capitalize on this incredible opportunity, potentially the single most important opportunity to protect the Delta and its tributaries. The real Healthy Rivers alternative is protective and scientifically supported flow standards in the Bay Delta Plan. More than 55% is needed. California's rivers are counting on you. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Mertz. Appreciate your participation here and comments. Thank you. Now I'd like to go, let's check back to see if Florence Abbott is there, and if not, we'll go next to Elaine Gorman. Okay, thank you. We'll go on to Elaine Gorman, who will be followed by Mark. And Mark, please do further introduce yourself.
Yes, hi there. I guess I'm on.
You are. Good evening. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I can't figure out how to do the video, so I'll just be blank. Well, good evening. My name is Elaine Gorman. I have lived in Stanislaus County almost continuously since 1976. I have a very strong connection with the cultural and natural communities of this area. I am a member and supporter of the local Sierra Club group and the Tuolumne River Trust. I've spoken frequently at State Water Board meetings and presented written comments. I have hiked, backpacked, bicycled, floated, and canoed down much of the length of the Tuolumne River, beginning near Lyell Glacier in Yosemite National Park. The Tuolumne River is a very precious piece of the community for me. The natural ecosystems of the Bay Delta are in serious decline. Salmon populations aren't healthy. Toxic algae blooms due to warm, nutrient-rich water, partially due to agricultural influence, are harmful to people and wildlife. Streamside habitat and important salmon nesting gravel areas are degraded. The State Water Board's 2010 flow criteria report states that 75% of unimpaired flow on the Sacramento River and its tributaries is needed for protection of the Bay Delta ecosystem. The same for water reaching the bay from the Delta. On average, only 50% or less of natural flow of Central Valley rivers reaches the bay, causing a perpetual drought. Non-flow measures are important, but increased flows are the keys to turning around this dire situation. Voluntary agreements will not produce higher flows. It is a travesty that utilities are the beneficiaries of public trust water and public funding, yet fish populations and water quality continue to decline. I am disheartened that Governor Newsom is pressuring the State Water Board to accept the voluntary agreements. This is not the direction that our state should be going. The State Water Board should be making decisions based on science, not political whims. These decisions have long-lasting effects on the future of our state, its citizens, and wildlife. I strongly urge the State Water Board to do the right thing for all of us and to do the job of restoring the Bay Delta ecosystem by rejecting voluntary agreements. Thank you for having me speak.
Thank you for your time today, Ms. Gorman. Next, I'd like to call up Nicole, or I believe it was Mark. I think your hand went down. We'll go back to you then. So Mark, and then it'll go to Nicole Van Vleck afterwards. And Mark, you should be, there we are.
Okay. Hello, my name's Mark Dubois. I fell in love with the Stanislaus River back in the late 60s. My first encounter with your water board was in the early 70s before we had founded Friends of the River. And I was amazed to watch agency people buck the trend and really keep track of public trust. So I'm very grateful that all of you have chosen to step up to hold California's sacred waters in long-term trust, not just the short-term we inherited. I will say that I, from that love affair with the river, I learned, not verbally, but I learned embodiment-wise what Native people have been trying to tell us since they were conquered, about learning to live with this sacred land and live in balance with it. I also had years of practice learning about the absurdity of, again, the old, outdated economics of the dam building mentality. And so with that background, I think that, the challenge to me is that California's economy was based, ever since the gold rush, has been based on, I found it, I can take it, I can make money, and we are still paying billions of dollars for what the miners did, including my ancestors, taken long, long ago. We all love farmers because none of us don't vote for them every single day unless we're fasting a day. And sadly to me, agro-biz corporations based on Wall Street values copied the miners, and it's take, and we're at a time when we get to turn economics around. Would we need voluntary agreements if all of the water agencies, for the last 50 years, since I have been more than 50 years been involved with water issues, the fisheries have declined every year. And so it appears that taking more does not produce more. And if you had voluntary agreements, if agro-biz companies were motivated by serving life, not by serving profits, the fisheries would not have been declining. But we inherited a mindset where we're not caring, we don't have the farmers that take care of the seventh generation and take care of their soil, but we have farming that how quickly can we get as much money as we can, and water is the fastest way to be converted into money, treating it as a commodity rather than serving the long term. Huey Johnson, again, nearly 50 years ago, as Jerry Brown's resource secretary said, money does not grow on trees. Money comes from healthy soil, healthy water, healthy fisheries, healthy forest, etc., etc. And clearly we have overcommitted the amount of water in California. And yes, it's been very profitable, and yet it's a small part of California's economy. And it's coming from a practice of agriculture that is stealing from the future. And
thank you, Mr. Dubois. I just want to flag, hitting your 3 minutes, so if you don't mind trying to wrap, just so we're
okay.
Fair to everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You bet. I guess the last thought I'd say is that very few people have wanted to follow Truman's advice of the buck stops here. And you know, water boards before you have, you know, it's the momentum of following the economics has been very, very challenging. And so again, I invite all of you to step into your wisdom, your heart's knowing, and your intellectual knowledge. And again, look at what flows are doing and help stop the buck being passed so that future generations don't have to keep paying. So, I'm wishing you all the best with these challenging decisions and the momentum of the old norm and re-steering our direction towards one that serves life in the future. And future generations will be so proud of the turning that your courage has the ability to get California to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Dubois. Appreciate your participation and hear your comments. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Nicole Van Vleck, who will be followed by Charles Wilson.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. My name's Nicole Matna Van Vleck. I'm with Matna Farms, which is a family-owned rice growing and conservation company. I strongly support the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Alternative. As the board heard on November 17th and again today in some of the testimony, working California rice lands provide unique and much-needed wildlife habitat, not only for the millions of ducks and geese in the Pacific Flyway that are here in the winters, such as now, but also for the 225 species of biodiversity that use it throughout the year. 30 of those are special status species. You also heard about the commitment of the rice industry to develop and implement projects that benefit juvenile salmon. Well, we at Matna Farms have worked for decades on waterbird projects with Audubon, the Nature Conservancy, Ducks Unlimited, just to name a few of our wonderful conservation partners. Many of you have visited and seen those projects on the ground. And in the past few years, we've been in partnership with UC Davis and Cal Trout to do the same thing for salmon. And while both the unimpaired flow and the healthy river proposals envision fewer rice acres, we strongly believe that the healthy rivers approach will offer the state the ability to support the habitat now provided by rice and protect the ability to grow it and the habitat that it provides for these species even further into the future. The unimpaired flow option does not, and it would greatly reduce the valuable acreage, rice acreage, that this habitat is provided for today. Several people testifying today commented that agriculture uses 80% of the water in the state. However, according to the California Water Plan, the average statewide water use of applied water is 50% for the aquatic environment, 41% for irrigated agriculture, and 9% for urban use. I would also like to say that as a rice grower myself and the daughter of a longtime farmer and conservationist, that if the unimpaired flow alternative is adopted, it would greatly set back decades of habitat efforts that would end up with less water for the fish, birds, and farms. The Healthy River Alternative will continue to grow these working farmland habitat efforts and really protect long-term sustainability for salmon, other species that currently utilize the rice fields, and the small farm communities of the Sacramento Valley. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Ms. Van Vleck. I appreciate your participation here in the discussion today. Next, I'd like to call up Charles Wilson. You'll be followed by Chris Gilbert and then Rose McIntree.
Good afternoon, or now evening, Mr. Chair and board members. I'm Charlie Wilson. I'm going to spare you my video tonight because this face for radio just doesn't need to be seen this evening. I get to serve as Executive Director of the Southern California Water Coalition. This evening I'm participating to encourage your adoption of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal as the best alternative for meeting the technical and legal objectives of the Delta Plan update. As an organization born out of collaboration and partnership, the Southern California Water Coalition appreciates the truly unprecedented nature of the transformative change that is being embraced through the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. For many decades, the regulatory process has focused on water flow to, quote, solve a wide variety or array of conflicts and problems in the Delta, but with no real success or continued inability to resolve those challenges, as we've heard throughout the day. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal emphasizes transformative change by embracing new science and rethinking old assumptions. The transformative change will not occur if we continue on the same flow-only path. The unimpaired flow alternatives that remain at the core of the draft staff report for the Delta Plan update would have significant negative impacts throughout California because it, one, focuses on in-stream flow for fish without balancing and protecting all beneficial uses of water. Two, will deplete reservoir storage and end up creating greater risk for all beneficial uses during dry years. And three, results in less surface water recharging groundwater basins to help California comply with SGMA without significant economic impacts. California's recent dry years have shown how quickly we need to move and how much we can get done with a mutual, committed additional flows, accelerated habitat restoration, and learning together what works best so that we can do more of it into the future. Southern California's water resilience future depends on a statewide economy, and balances sensitivities associated with water affordability requires a different approach and a trajectory that is exemplified through the innovative Healthy Rivers and Landscapes agreements. In closing, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal we see as the best alternative and should be adopted by the State Water Board to fulfill the board's obligation to reasonably balance the mutual factors and considerations when updating the Delta Plan. Thanks very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Appreciate your participation here in the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Chris Gilbert, followed by Rose McIntree, and then Abigail.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. So the last time I spoke before the State Water Board multiple times was during the 2017-2018 hearings on Phase 1. I'm not an expert or work in the field of water, only a layperson, but I'm concerned with the continuing decline of the Delta. I'm a second-generation Californian. My family has been here for over 100 years. I volunteer with the Sierra Club on Delta water and other issues, but I also have a farming interest around Lodi, so I wear multiple hats. While there are other facets of the Phase 2 plan I'm concerned about, I do favor the staff plan for unimpaired flows. I want to address the idea of voluntary agreements here. A lot of time was spent on VAs for Phase 1, but ultimately the Water Board used its own science. Should all that time and effort be repeated for a VA for Phase 2? Letting organizations write the rules that regulate them is usually a losing proposition and often used as a guise to postpone a real decision. The Cal-Fed effort of the past, trying to govern by consensus, is an example of how a voluntary agreement process can be a waste of time and money. It's not a mystery that the staff calls their plan what it is for unimpaired flows, but the VA is called the Healthy Rivers. It sounds a little like greenwashing to me. As proof of the shortcomings in the current VAs being considered, current VA, not a single conservation, fishing, tribal, or environmental justice group supports it. They have dropped out of VA discussions. The VA process does not seem credible without participation of all affected parties. I urge the board to use its mandated power to resolve the Delta water issues, including providing enough water for natural systems there to recover, and not leave it to the history of delaying tactics of those pushing for voluntary agreements. It will speed things up, and one thing I think everyone accepts is that the Delta Plan implementation has been way too slow. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time and comments here. Next, I'd like to call up Rose McIntree, followed by Abigail, and then John Cords. Ms. McIntree.
Can you hear?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see me, but I can hear me.
We can see
All right.
you well.
Hello. Oh, you can? Okay. My name is Shannon Rose McIntyre. I live in Palo Alto, and I'm a resident on the peninsula since 1971. I'm here today to echo what environmental groups and tribes say about the governor's plan to protect water supply from climate change. Voluntary water agreements won't protect our water supply. They will exacerbate the existing ecological devastation and irreversibly damage the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta, the central hub of our state's water system. Environmentalists, scientists, and everyday people like me are acutely concerned about the health of our rivers and delta. We know that our ecosystems are intricately interwoven. There are delicate relationships that we can't see with our human eyes, but when they are threatened, then you and I are threatened. Our human health depends on fresh water flow that is sufficient to protect not just the salmon, but also the insects, the wildlife, the swamps, and all of nature that is supported by our rivers that feed the Delta. Our Native American communities and our commercial fishermen depend on sufficient water flow. There are more than enough signs that our ecosystems are endangered through poor water management. One clear and frightening example, the toxic algae blooms earlier this year. They are caused by slow-moving, warm, nutrient-rich water. The Delta needs more fresh water flow. Voluntary agreements are insufficient to protect our water supply. Listen to the scientists. You have the data. Forget the voluntary agreements. We need regulation that will provide minimum flows to protect our endangered fish, from salmon and steelhead to green sturgeon and Delta smelt. In other words, you need to protect our fragile ecosystems that evolved over eons of time. I might start crying, sorry. You need to regulate water flow so that it is sufficient to maintain the needs mentioned above. The VAs do not include a backup plan if they fail. The Bay Delta plan, on the other hand, could increase or decrease flow requirements based on whether biological goals are being met. Please, please, you must support the Bay Delta plan and protect our future. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. McIntyre. Appreciate your comments here and participation in this discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Abigail Black, be followed by John Cordes, and then I believe we'll try Lawrence Abbott again.
Hi, my name is Abigail Black. I work with Save California Salmon, an organization that is dedicated to policy change and community advocacy for Northern California's salmon and fish-dependent people, including tribes. We support the fisheries and water protection work of the local communities and advocate effective policy change for clean water, restored fisheries, and vibrant communities. Firstly, I would like to address the importance of tribal voices in this process. The Bay Delta affects over 100 tribes and their traditional homelands. The incorporation of traditional ecological knowledge has been an effective scientific tool for tribes since time immemorial. Additionally, true engagement must be more meaningful than just sending an email or a phone call or a letter. And furthermore, consultation is the bare minimum requirement. The board should also create a tribal seat to build trust and rapport. When it comes to tribal beneficial uses, the regional board TBU process lacks guidance has no clear timelines for implementation, and TBUs have not been prioritized. The draft staff report did not include a firm recommendation from the board to implement TBUs, and TBUs and water quality standards needed to protect them must be adopted and implemented expeditiously. The state board and regional board should not establish an unrealistic, unattainable, or overly burdensome process to ensure TBUs are protected. The water board can and should designate TBUs during the phase 2 process. Finally, I would also like to address the voluntary agreements because they were negotiated through an exclusionary process and are stalling the board's process to update the Bay Delta Plan. The VAs are a backroom deal negotiated between water agencies and the state without input from tribes, Delta communities, or environmental justice communities or fishing groups. This deal has been driven by special interests, and the water board should not legitimize it. The voluntary agreements fail to protect water quality, public health, and fish and wildlife. This proposal is not supported by science or common sense, rather it is driven by special interests. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Black. Appreciate your comments here. Have a good evening as well. And thanks for participating. Next, I'd like to call up John Cordes, would be followed by Lawrence Abbott, and then Mark Cho.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is John Cordes. I'm a 42-year resident of California, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I currently live outside of Watsonville, California with my wife. We have Harkin Slough Creek running through our property on its way to the magnificent Monterey Bay. I have been an avid environmentalist since getting involved with the Sierra Clubs back in the 1980s, and I have adopted many of their perspectives and goals. To me, it makes sense to protect our natural environment for all of us since we share one planet. Another thing I learned from them is that the world is all interconnected. All the water in the world is endlessly recycled. We need to manage it accordingly. I am also a supporter of the Tuolumne River Trust for many years for the same reasons. I have followed water issues in California for decades, and I care about how we manage state water since long before the Bay Delta Plan, and all prior plans have failed miserably, which has us in the ecological crisis we face today. This is the first time I'm testifying before the State Water Board because we are running out of time to save the ecosystem of the Bay Delta. I think this ecosystem is in crisis. For example, salmon populations are in such bad shape that commercial fishery season has been canceled this year and likely will be again next year. 6 different species of fish are listed as endangered or threatened. The Bay Delta Plan needs to protect all of them. Voluntary agreements are likely to fail these species, in my opinion. The State Water Board is charged with restoring the Bay Delta ecosystem, so decisions should be based on legitimate science, not wishful thinking. I think the voluntary agreements are more wishful thinking than an enforceable plan that will likely help the Delta. Non-flow measures such as habitat restoration and invasive predator management are helpful, but cannot substitute for higher flows. The Delta needs both. Non-flow measures have little impact on critical issues such as water temperature, floodplain inundation, necessary for baby fish, and harm.
Oh, Mr. Cordes, I apologize. Your audio cut out. You're not muted on the platform, though, so I'm a little puzzled as to what may have occurred.
Can you hear me now?
We can now, yes.
Okay, I have a spotty internet connection, so do you want me to just start over?
It was just a few moments before I interrupted you that we lost you, so.
Okay, I'll start there.
The really important part's what you're saying right now.
Yep. So I think the Bay Delta needs both predator management and higher flows. Non-flow measures are have little impact on critical issues such as water temperature, floodplain inundation, and harmful algae blooms and water quality. I think the voluntary agreements are just a giveaway of a public trust and public funding to water agencies. I like to whitewater raft. I like to kayak. Both are enjoyable ways to spend time on the water for many Californians. I think it's the board's responsibility to protect the Bay Delta for all beneficial uses related to our rivers and the Bay Delta. I've gone salmon fishing and enjoy it. The plan fails to protect beneficial uses related to fisheries, including commercial, subsistence, tribal, and recreation. The plan should ensure both commercial and recreational uses are well protected. Please adopt the staff's unimpaired flow alternative, not the healthy rivers alternative. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you as well for your time and for speaking, Mr. Cordes. Appreciate your participation. Next, I'd like to call up Lawrence Abbott, be followed by Mark Chow, and then Josh Watkins Redding.
Hi, thank you for coming back to me. I've been actually on hold since 10:30 this morning, but got kicked out of the system somehow. My name's Lawrence, and I'm a retired wildlife biologist. I'm from Humboldt State University originally, and studied fisheries biology. And the science is really clear that what's caused the destruction of anadromous fish and the entire ecosystem of the Delta and Bay Area, the degradation, I should say, not complete destruction, has been the 50% of unimpaired flow that we've been averaging for a while. So, the voluntary agreements, first of all, they haven't worked in the past. We've been trying them, and the way that they're set up, they're sort of rigged from the start. They definitely benefit, big ag, big corporate ag, and water agencies, and that's why there's not a single environmental group or a single native tribe that supports them. They've all seen how they don't work, and they're not likely. This version of it's not likely to work at all either. They start out with a terrible power imbalance and unfairness that's skewed, towards those cash interests versus wildlife and environment and ecosystem interests. And so to get back to the flows, the way that it would be set up is if we started out at 55% of unimpaired flows, like it talks about in the plan, then it could even be reduced to 45%. But as I said, 50% hasn't been working, and that's what's led to where we're at the brink of extinction for all of these anadromous fish and for the ecosystem. So I highly recommend to follow what the science has said. The early reports were that we really need 75% of unimpaired flow, and I know it's going to hurt and take some sacrifice, but we might as well do it now and save the ecosystem than let the ecosystem degrade even further to where it's even more expensive or possibly impossible to try to restore it, because the cost just goes up and up once you get a certain point of environmental degradation. So I just thank you so much for your time, and I don't know how this project is likely to, this process, of public comment is likely to play out. I fear that maybe I've seen these processes in the past not work. I've also seen them occasionally work. So as so many other people have said, we're hoping and praying that you folks really, really take your job seriously. I know it's painful to listen to so many comments, but they've been so fantastic, and no one has repeated each other, and it's just the overwhelming majority and proof and science is behind restoration and doing the right thing for the environment. And then everybody else will learn to live within their means. They'll learn, ag will learn to live with the water they have and conserve water. And maybe we won't export so much stuff, but we'll have plenty of food for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Next, I'd like to call up Mark Chow, be followed by Josh Watkins Redding.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Hello, can you?
We can.
Hello,
Thank
this
you.
is Mark. You can hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Oh, very nice. Thank you. Yeah, my name's Mark Chow. I'm a sitting board member of the Golden Gate Fishermen's Association, and I was brought on board also by the late Roger Thomas, the former president of GGFA, to help as his biological advisor. I'm in business myself. I actually have a degree, though, from UC Berkeley in evolutionary biology. And I find myself torn in understanding the situation we're all pressed in. And it's difficult. My grandparents grew up and lived in a little town called Locke in the Central Valley. They were farmers, a lot of pear farming. As I look at the issue on a biological basis, however, I see the problem is the state's increasing the water flows and diversions beyond the natural ability for all these fisheries to survive. And the environment, the ecology of the wildlife, the flora and fauna entirely in the Delta to really survive, because it's evolved with this a natural flow. And everyone has their different positions, but it's evolved with a natural flow. I also see how, especially agriculture in the Central Valley and the Sacramento region, right there in the river, it's natural. It's natural to grow right there on the river. By California, I feel planning and growing its population for urban and agricultural needs beyond the natural ability to grow is disturbing. And we have to look clearly to understand, I feel, we're diverting water. And that's something we need to talk about. We're diverting water to sustain both urban and agricultural communities that have no water in some cases. So it's going to be at the sacrifice of the California Delta and the fisheries and the salmon, which is dear to me. I represent the charter boat operators in the San Francisco Bay Area and throughout California. They're absolutely out of business. The fleets are dead. They have no business. Guys are losing their boats, and it's really sad watching how this happens. The public wants the salmon fisheries, and they're at a crossroads because we have so many competing social and societal uses for this water. But let's keep in mind that we are diverting the water from the natural resource we have. And it's not just, oh, the water is always there in the desert. We're diverting water to a desert to grow crops. Maybe we should rethink some of those concepts. And then that uninhibited, unimpeded flow is important. But compromises have to be made. You're the ones in charge. We're just asking, please, we need to sustain the Delta and the populations. The wildlife and the ecology for the state of California is just important. The wildlife is important for California. And my colleagues that are in the fishing industry, I am not in the fishing industry per se, but they're depending on you to help keep them in business. And the hunters and fishermen and the businesses I work with, they're involved in all those ancillary activities along with the restaurants, hotels. They're depending on you to keep all those entities thriving too. So thank you. And just understand, we only can divert so much. We need to keep those natural resources strong.
Thank you, Mr. Chow. I appreciate your contributions here and participating. I know it's been a long day, so thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call up Josh Watkins Redding, followed by Christopher Kroll, and then Celia Lobuano Gonzalez.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Josh Watkins, and I guess I need to be careful with my hyphenation. I've heard of being married to your job, but I work for the city of Redding.
That's fair.
Anyway, yeah. I am a fifth generation Californian. I'm a registered civil engineer, and I'm speaking for the city of Redding as the water utility manager. Secretary Crowfoot earlier today gave an excellent synopsis of the history of this process and where we are today with the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes. So I wanted to talk about unimpaired flows. We've heard through the last 3 days of these hearings that they're supposed to more closely match natural hydrographic conditions. The problem is we don't have a natural system anymore. We haven't had a natural system for probably 150 years. We have a highly modified engineered river system with levees, riprap, invasive species, and it's been disconnected from the river. And we have disconnected the river from the floodplains. We've actively created this current system, so we need to actively recreate an ecosystem with habitat, yes, flow, food, and floodplains. But the flow-only approach has really been tried for the past 15 years. We need a different approach to obtain a different result. We can't just release more cold, sterile, unproductive water down the river. Today's CVP SWP panel showed that releasing more water at the wrong time just won't work. It will definitely impact the cold water, the critical cold water pool behind Shasta Dam, because any water temperature in the river, in the Sacramento River, is directly dependent on that supply of cold water. So if at the end of May, storage behind Shasta Dam is reduced, then summer and fall water temperatures in the river are going to be higher, and egg incubation will be negatively affected. The unimpaired flows below Keswick Dam, shown on page 2-19, show more releases in the winter months when we should be storing water behind Shasta Dam. And then the releases drop off during the summer and the fall. How will that help water quality and HABs in the Delta? It just won't. So the healthy rivers and landscapes, this flow and habitat, it avoids adverse effects. We've really gone through them. I'll kind of just skip ahead. I do want to mention the hydroelectric generation. That's going to be a huge impact. Once again, if we don't have water behind the dam, what are we going to do in summer or fall when the state's electric grid is most susceptible to brownouts? So finally, for the city of Reading, we're a disadvantaged community. Water affordability is critical to us. So please know that any reduction in water supply will increase costs for the utility and therefore increase costs for our ratepayers. So once again, I thank you for your time, and it's been very educational today.
Thank you for your time as well, Mr. Watkins. Appreciate your comments here and participating in the discussion and project. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Christopher Kroll, and then followed by Celia Lobuano Gonzalez. And I believe after that, the next person on my list here that's on the platform is Mark Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Christopher Kroll. I am a Bay Area native who has lived the majority of my life next to San Francisco Bay. Growing up in Palo Alto in the 1960s, a trip to the Bay meant going to the dump with my father. Now, 60 years later, it means walking or riding my bike on the Bay Trail. So much has improved in terms of how the Bay Area views its bay. Our attitude towards the Bay has improved, but the actual health of the Bay, as you well know, has continued a steep decline, in spite of our valuing it much more than we did in the 1960s. Dumping trash in the Bay is long over, but excessive diversion of the Bay's lifeblood, fresh water, continues. In 2010, we learned that 75% of unimpeded flow on the Sacramento River and its tributaries are needed to protect the Bay Delta ecosystem. That is the science. Yet today, still only 50% of natural flow reaches the Bay in an average year. That is not adequate. It is still not adequate, 12 years later, 13 years later. This cannot continue if the Bay Delta watershed is to not completely collapse. And I hope that you all know this. I strongly recommend that the alternative chosen by the Bay Delta plan is the highest flows consistent with the 2010 flow criteria report. This is what the science tells us is needed now. I strongly oppose reliance on voluntary agreements. I do not trust a voluntary process for such an important need to reconfigure how water is used and how flows are handled in the state of California. You, the state board, have to make the right decision without the voluntary agreement of water agencies. Climate change means that California's outdated water system needs to be revamped now. We need more water making it to San Francisco Bay now, or we will lose the Delta and the Bay, the health of the Delta and Bay. I urge you to reject voluntary agreements and proceed with a new approach that maximizes adequate flows, as the science tells us, to support the Bay Delta system in a time of climate crisis when maximum protection of our water resources is called for. thank you very much for your attention, and I thank you for the time you've given me today. Thanks.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call up Celia Labueno Gonzalez, who will be followed by, I believe, Michael Rasmussen afterwards.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Celia Labueno Gonzalez. I live in Yelamu, Ramotush, Ohlone Territory, which is now known as San Francisco. I'm here to push that you all adopt the high flow alternative and oppose the voluntary agreements that have been driving our water system, as they're not beholden to the people, rather to big ag interests. The science, listening to the science that says that 65 to 75% of water needs to stay in rivers and delta watersheds for clean water and fisheries. I'm passionate about food sovereignty, and that means the people having the right to self-determine their food system in ecological and culturally sound ways. And we know that salmon are a keystone species here in California and on the West Coast and through the Arctic Circle as well, and central to salmon people's way of life. Without salmon, the ecosystem is completely disrupted, and that has a global impact, truly. So we need cold water and free-flowing, meandering rivers, and we need to take down more dams and restore natural river cycles, and this all be led by Indigenous communities. I want to second what Abigail Black was sharing about uplifting traditional ecological knowledge and tribal voices in water policy, including a tribal seat on the water board. And I hope that you all have truly listened to what is being said. I learned so much at these meetings. There's so much great information that's presented, and I just hope that that it makes it into your considerations. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call up, I believe we had Michael Rasmussen. Oh, sorry, Mark Moulton, then Michael Rasmussen. Keep better track here, thanks. And Mr. Moulton, you should have been invited to come on camera and or come on mute. And we'll go then next to Michael Rasmussen. And I do see some additional hands, so I can go to those here as well. Okay, yeah, Mr. Rasmussen, if it looks like you're on the phone, I think it's *6 to unmute.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Michael. Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Michael Rasmussen, and I'm a Northern Californian fishing guide who was born and raised within a mile of the Sacramento River my whole life. I have been a fishing guide for 20 years. There is no single person I know to exist that has accumulated the time spent on the Sacramento River that I have. Along the way, I've learned many things that agree with your data and many that do not. What I can tell you is the first-hand eyewitness accounts of real-time happenings. Yet as a professional in the salmon industry, our ideas and real-time accounts of actions are never considered in any decision-making process. This needs to change. Who knows better than someone who spends their life living on the waterways that are in question? Instead of moving forward in the Bay Delta plan, I'd like to reflect on the damage done previously by the Bay Delta plan. I've personally watched, photographed, and documented the degradation and destruction of the Sacramento River salmon runs over the past 2 seasons. During 2022, water temperatures killed thousands of salmon as water temperatures rose from above the temperature thresholds for Chinook salmon survival. During the summer's hottest months, as false mixed salmon reach peak migration through the California Delta and the Sacramento River. During 2022, the month of August and part of September, I personally documented thousands of salmon drifting by me dead every day for over a month's time. Killed by water management temperatures, leaving the Sacramento River flows at the minimum flow rate allowed. At these flows, the Sacramento River at Verona will reach temperatures of 75 to 78 degrees, when air temperatures in the Sacramento Valley remain above 105. Water temperatures will kill disease stray everything salmon that spawns in it and swims in it. These management practices will never work, as they are designed to supply senior water rights contractors with the water during those months. In a very critical year for our salmon in 2023, a year we needed every salmon to make it home to Coleman National Fish Hatchery, the majority of the return, which had the worst return in history. Why? Because again, in 2023, water management practices left water temperatures in the summer months on the Sacramento River at Verona is over 75 degrees. So all these salmon strayed up the Feather River, seeking thermal refuge in the much cooler 65-degree water temperatures, leaving Coleman again empty and without salmon. Voluntary agreements do not work, and I personally, as a salmon guide, disagree with moving forward with voluntary agreements. Thank you for letting me address you.
Thank you for your time and for addressing us here, Mr. Rasmussen. I appreciate your comments and your time here. Next, I'll call up Malcolm, be followed by Joe Coffey, Bryce Lundberg, and then Kelly Evans.
Hello, can you all hear me?
We can. Good evening. And please do
Good evening.
Fully introduce yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Malcolm. I'm living in the city of Sacramento on the lands of the Nisenan people. I am speaking for myself. I want to support the comments of Celia Gonzalez and Abigail Black. Respect traditional ecological knowledge, respect tribal sovereignty. I'm not a water manager, but I will speak to what I know. California has a long and brutal colonial history, and the most harmful tradition in this state is our habit of tampering with the natural flow of water. The state of California has no right to the water. The Central Valley Project has no right to the water. The State Water Project has no right to the water. You cannot own a river. California has deliberately drowned thriving communities under reservoirs. Dams block the arteries that carry the foundation of life up and down the waters in salmon, steelhead, invertebrates, and even sediments. Further mega projects such as the pipeline, the Sice Reservoir, and the Shasta Dam raise are digging us deeper into an ecological nightmare when we should be focusing on repairing the natural flows of the rivers. For now, I support the tribes in advocating for the unimpaired flow plan. For future generations, I support the removal of every possible mega dam and the restoration of every possible floodplain. No dams, no diversions, no pipelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Next, I'd like to call up Joe Coffey, be followed by Bryce Lundberg.
Good evening, board members.
Sorry, Ms. Coffey, you got accidentally muted there. You should be invited quickly here to unmute again. Apologies for that.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, board members and staff. My name is Joe Coffey, and I live in San Francisco. Indigenous people need to be significantly engaged in the process of managing California's rivers. This is just simple justice. Our legal system recognizes the special rights of the first users of water, but that has been understood as rights for the first colonial settlers of river lands. For too long a time, the true first users have been effectively ignored. Also, and more importantly, Indigenous people have centuries of experience living on these rivers with the other species who live in and among them. I was very moved at a hearing of this board a few months ago when a speaker from the Winnemem-Wintu tribe spoke of his people's relationship with salmon, whom his people call Nur. It is a much more intimate relationship than most of us in the dominant culture have with non-human beings here. though we might find such relationships in the places of our own indigenous beginnings. For instance, there are wonderful salmon stories among the ancient Irish, my own indigenous ancestors. In the few years that I've been following the activities of the State Water Board, there has been what appears to me to be a slow but steady increase in recognition of the rights of indigenous people and in their involvement in water planning and management. I encourage you to keep that up and increase the pace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Appreciate your participation and comments here this evening. Next, I'd like to call up Bryce Lundberg and then Kelly Evans, be followed by Christine Grumprel.
Greetings, Chair Escovel and board members. My name is Bryce Lundberg. I'm Vice President of Agriculture at Lundberg Family Farms, a multi-generational family farm, growing organic rice since the 1960s. I'm a board member at Western Canal Water District and the chair of the Northern California Water Association. It is also my privilege to serve on the State Board of Food and Ag, appointed by Governor Brown and then reappointed by Governor Newsom. I'm here today to request that the State Water Board adopt the voluntary agreements, also known as the Agreement to Support Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. The voluntary agreement is a new approach, a collaborative approach supported by public and private water agencies from Red Bluff to the border with Mexico. North and south, urban and rural, cities and farms support voluntary agreements. The voluntary agreements integrate flow and non-flow. Hundreds of thousands of acre-feet of new water for the environment to support salmon recovery. Hundreds of habitat projects to support salmon recovery. The voluntary agreement reactivates the floodplain, tens of thousands of acres of floodplain, a landscape scale project. It develops a sound, shared, modern science program that is the basis for adaptive management decision making. It provides for early implementation of projects to accelerate improvements for salmon and wildlife. The voluntary agreement fosters collaboration with diverse parties that includes participation from state and federal agencies, public water agencies, and conservation groups. I'm particularly thankful that Governor Newsom and Governor Brown collaborated to write a letter to the State Water Board in 2018, referencing their support for voluntary agreement. Not so with 55% unimpaired flow. 55% unimpaired flow is a product of old science that hasn't worked. I'm convinced that 55% unimpaired flow will develop conflict in the water community. It will redirect several million acre-feet of water, which will be devastating to cities and rural communities, farms, fish and wildlife, hydropower and recreation. Instead of collaboration, 55% unimpaired flow will generate turmoil that will lead to fighting instead of fixing. The funny but sad thing is, the proponents of VA and 55% unimpaired flow want the same goal, to promote the recovery of California salmon, which is the best approach. The answer is voluntary agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes. In 1995, we heard from Louis Baer and Carson Jeffries, an effort of farmers, conservation, and government voluntarily implemented the Butte Creek Salmon Recovery Project. Almost immediately, salmon recovered from an average of 250 fish per year to over 5,000. The results of Butte Creek are the promise that voluntary agreements work. Not just 2x salmon, but over 20x. A few years ago, I wrote a song about voluntary agreements inspired by Eric Clapton. I would like to recite the first verse. If you want fish to grow, it takes more than flow, floodplain. If you want to grow fish, you have to get them food, floodplain. Get it right, get it right, get it right, VA, floodplain. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you for yours as well, Mr. Lundberg. Appreciate the comments and a presentation of comments through song as well. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Kelly Evans, who'll be followed by Christine Grumprel.
My name's Kelly Evans. I'm of Evans Farming. I'm a third generational Hispanic female farmer. Our family currently farms almonds and rice. I am in support of the voluntary agreement alternative. If there is unimpaired flows, we would have to be forced to use groundwater, which is very expensive and puts an unneeded stress on my area's water table that will affect my community around me. My farm has made the investment to be as water efficient as possible, from micro irrigation systems, installing moisture sensor stations, and pressure bombing my orchard to know what my trees need, when, and how much. We work so hard to make every drop stretch as far as it can. The almond industry has reduced water by 33% in the past 20 years, and we're on target to reduce another 30% in the next 5 to 10 years. Being that we are a multi-crop family-owned farm, we also participate in flooding fallow fields and rice fields during early spring and late summer for migrating shorebirds. We are able to do this because of surface water. If we were only allowed to use groundwater, we would not be able to afford to do the conservation practices to protect the shorebirds. It is so important to know that our fields are not just growing crops, but are also habitat to so many shorebirds and other wildlife. The Sacramento Valley hosts tens of thousands of migrating shorebirds a year. Historical bi-weekly Landsat satellite images on the valley reveals that the flooded habitat near these peak times of spring migration has shrunk by more than 2 times the size of Washington, D.C. over the last 30 years. On average, we lose an area about 4 times the size of Central Park each year. If we have unimpaired flows, I would not be able to afford to put water on my land, which would hurt the shorebird population. The loss of the area would explode, and the shorebird population can't handle that. By having volunteer agreements, it will only help my community and environment. Please help me help my community and my environment by supporting the voluntary agreement alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Appreciate your comments and participation here today. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Christine Gemperley. And you should be invited to unmute here momentarily. Apologies. All right.
There we go. Good evening. My name is Christine Gemperley. I'm a Blue Diamond almond grower. My brother and I have a small operation, and farming is our sole source of income. We work hard for every penny. I speak to you from the fortunate position of having a master's degree in fisheries and having worked on Chinook populations in the Central Valley in my younger years. Firstly, unimpaired flows relies on the assumption that we were returning the landscape back to the way it was before human impacts. In modern times, we have altered our environment far too much and for far too long to have any hope of returning it to its natural state. It is unrealistic. Going forward, our best hope is to work strategically, creatively, and collaboratively in combination with good science, which is outlined in the volunteer agreements for healthy rivers and landscapes. Furthermore, severe drought and flood cycles produced by climate change will make unimpaired flows plan volatile from year to year, while consistently devastating the communities who live and work in our agricultural valleys, not to mention impacting our nation's fresh food supply. The unimpaired flows plan is too simplistic. It is not enough. I have documented firsthand both the success of inundated lands used as nursery areas for juvenile salmon and the predation of Chinook smolts by invasive species. The fact that it took over 20 years does not make that it happened over 20 years ago does not make it less important, but rather sad that we let 20 years go by arguing in courts and effectively doing nothing. Where would we be if we had spent the last 20 years putting money into research, habitat development, and restoration instead of lawyers and litigation? Going forward, the success of salmon will depend on adaptation of the species and rivers and collaboration of people. The solution should be as multidimensional as the intricate food web in which Chinook live, and it will require sacrifice and open minds by all sides, ag and environmental justice groups. For success, you will need support at all levels, but choosing unimpaired flows will only give you opposition, more fighting, less fixing. I ask you to please opt for the volunteer agreements for healthy rivers and not allow another 20 years to go by before tackling this problem. Otherwise, you might have to add Central Valley farmers to the endangered species list. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I believe Jesse Rader had their hand up. We can go to them and then go to Robert Dunn afterwards. And
Hi,
hi,
can you hear me?
we can. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jesse Rader. I'm a lifelong Californian and I live in Chico along Butte Creek and the Sacramento River. I've been following the Bay Delta Plan starting with the early days of Phase 1 when I realized this process was our last best chance to save all of the rivers that I loved. In 2010, I worked with the Tuolumne River Trust and I was involved in early meetings that had a stated goal of coming up with voluntary agreements. Back then, we NGOs went in with good faith and had a lot of optimism about the idea of coming up with voluntary agreements. But it became pretty clear fast that the water users were not serious about negotiating or coming up with solutions. The whole idea of these voluntary agreements wasn't ever to meet in the middle. At best, it was a delaying tactic, a way to maintain the status quo for as long as possible and drag out any possible changes. And in more recent times, we've all had a masterclass in how this works, from none other than Donald Trump. Just delay, delay, delay until you finally figure out a way to get what you want. This worked for Trump for decades until finally, we're now starting to see courageous public servants stand up to him, stand up against a rich and powerful person for the sake of the public good. The purpose of this very board is to protect the public trust for the public, not for a few rich guys who've been taking more than their share for a long time and think they can keep it that way forever. They think that because no one stands up to them. But this is the moment. The status quo is not in the public interest. Agriculture is important, absolutely, but we've all heard how it's 2% of the California economy, but uses 80% of the water we take from the river. Meanwhile, the writing is on the wall. No matter how much ag interests in this state want to maintain the status quo, climate change will assure that isn't going to happen. Change is hard, belt tightening is hard, but come on, the time to make hard decisions is now. Now, within this very process. We need to learn to live within our means, not just wait for disaster. If you want to do something good for farmers, this is the time to incentivize further efficiency. And now we all suspect, or actually we know that Gavin Newsom has put inappropriate pressure on the members of this board to go along with the voluntary agreements. We know this because former staffers of yours have said plainly that they quit because they said the governor is interfering in this process. And who would have guessed that our green governor is the bad guy in all this? But what the governor wants is not in the public interest. Protecting rich guys who will contribute to his campaign is not what this board is charged with. This board is charged with restoring the Bay Delta ecosystem. The voluntary agreements are baloney. These rivers aren't for sale. The voluntary agreements are a giveaway of public trust water and public funding to water agencies that are legally obligated to keep fish populations in good condition and have failed to do so. Letting the water agencies propose the solution is letting the fox watch the hen house, and we all know it. This is a legacy moment. What do you want your legacy to be? Do you want to let the rivers die on your watch just to what? Momentarily please your boss? Of course not. I'm sorry to be so passionate. I believe that everyone here wants to do what is right. I absolutely believe that. And I ask you to please listen to your own scientists and use the unimpeded flow plan. Have the courage to stand up to powerful men who would have you do their bidding for their own purposes. Your grandchildren and mine will thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Reeder. I do have to respond just because it is really important here to acknowledge that I think what you're hearing from, I think, a former staffer was not anything that he had access to. And the accusations that the governor is putting undue pressure onto this board, I can promise you that this administration has been very careful around creating just that, the right space for this board to make a decision. I think it's very important for me to ensure, and everyone here clearly hear, that this board is trying to build trust in a very difficult discussion and decision. And folks that didn't have access to that discussion shouldn't be given so much credit here amongst the discussion. So thank you, Ms. Reeder. I appreciate your comments and the opportunity to clarify, perhaps. Next, I'd like to go to Robert Dunn.
Hello, board. This is Robert Dunn. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you. Good evening.
How y'all doing this evening?
Doing well, thank you. How about yourself, sir?
I'm doing just fine. Good to be back here in front of you guys to talk to you. I talked earlier, I think it was in 2022, about these issues. I just want to follow up on them. We opened the meeting today about water temperature for our salmon. So I just want to open up if we've developed any new research on new temperature control device on Shasta Lake and other reservoirs. It's called Solar Shield technology. It will increase the cold water pool flows that we deliver into the rivers. I'm going to answer that question a little bit later and get back to us on that. I haven't heard anything about it. Also, I agree with the 75% outflow for the fish in Delta water quality. It's also not a one-size-fits-all flow for all rivers. It should be based on fish populations and fish needs. The other one was we talked about raw sewage being dumped into the bay and creating the algae blooms. So we're requiring the sewage treatment plants to update and expand treating volumes with no raw sewage releases, and also address the funding issue for that. Another is lobby FERC to get DWR to comply with the new licensing agreement and to operate as required of that, which we've been asking for that for many, many years. Very important. I say no to voluntary agreements. I think that wording is just, it's so misleading. It leaves too much up for description and other things. It's too mysterious. I think the wording should be, there must be requirements, not voluntary agreements. These requirements that must be enforced with repercussions. Those voluntary agreements is so vague and leads society to believe that it's a one-way deal, which it's more or less leading me to believe that, it's mainly benefiting the corporate ag, which doesn't sound very good. Also, this is super important that we talked about before is the Endangered Species Act. Are we taking that into consideration of decisions that we're making? Because we have a new listing coming down the road, the white sturgeon, which depends on fresh water and things. So that's going to curtail water management issues. And in the near future, we could be listing the steelhead and all 4 runs of king salmon that are in our tributaries that go into the Sacramento River Valley, which is, give me an example of Deer Creek. We just got a bunch of juveniles from there to save the species. So those are going to go move to the endangered species list off of threatened, so there'll be other water regulations. So if we're not careful, within the next year or so, we could be looking at 8 types of listings of salmon and steelhead into the water, into this water decision-making process, which basically is going to just stop everything. Everything we can do is going to be dictated by the judges and the Endangered Species Act. Do we want to get to that point? Because that's where we're at right now. It's very concerning. Let's see here. What do we got here?
Just to flag, Mr. Dunn, you've hit your 3 minutes. If you can wrap, it'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. I want to mention to the people out there that are facing the first year of closure for salmon recently, that they have not received any funding or help from the state or the federal government. They're really hurting, and we want the water board to take that an example of we've lost our salmon fishery again, and our people are hurting, so we need your help. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Mr. Dunn. Appreciate those comments and for engaging here on this important discussion, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Abigail Fry, who will be followed by Taylor Huerta, and then Deanna Wolf. Thank you. Ms. Fry, good evening.
Good evening, sorry. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. I'm Abigail Fry, a climate water advocate from Restore the Delta. I'm here today to comment on the draft staff report for the Phase 2 update of the Bay Delta Plan. The proposed 55% unimpaired flow is not supported by the best available science to restore and support native fisheries. The baseline used is inadequate and has led us to the current state of the estuary. The board has to adopt standards that will achieve the viability of the salmon doubling objective. Wildlife and fish species native to the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta support the Delta ecosystem. The establishment of this low flow rate will only continue to hurt these environments, especially the different fish species that are already listed as threatened or endangered. The recent petitions to list the California white sturgeon as threatened under the California Endangered Species Act, as well as to list the San Francisco Bay population of white sturgeon as threatened under the Federal Endangered Species Act from sport fishing and environmental groups, is evident that our Bay Delta is suffering ecological decline from water mismanagement, as well as how fisheries are crashing in the region. Any flow rate that is less than 65% is not going to be substantial enough to support the Bay Delta's fisheries, let alone the communities that rely on them. If we do not do right by our fisheries, then we are in danger of doing irreparable damage to our state that could have lasting effects on not only these species, but on the overall quality of our waterways statewide. California is a beautiful and diverse state. We offer many natural resources and house a variety of native fisheries. The board is approaching nearly 30 years since its last significant update to the Bay Delta Plan. During that time, the Delta ecosystems have been negatively impacted due to the changing climate coupled with poor water management, resulting in high temperatures, low flow rates, decline in fish viability, and the closure of the 2023 salmon fishing season. Continuing business as usual, with the adoption of the proposed 55% unimpaired flow framework, we're supporting the VA proposal will deplete our fisheries and continue to cause disparate impacts amongst Delta's environmental justice communities. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I hope that you take this as an opportunity to reconsider the flow rates in this staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Fry. Appreciate you participating here in the discussion and your comments this evening. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Taylor Huerta.
Hello, good evening, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Taylor Huerta, and I am also a climate water advocate for Restore the Delta. Today, I'd like to share our concerns regarding the inadequate flow standards proposed in the draft staff report. As we confront the uncertainties of future climate change and the increased likelihood of more frequent and severe drought events, adopting a 55% unimpaired flow framework is short-sighted. It fails to address the long-term needs of our ecosystems and the communities that depend on them. As we've observed in recent years, lower flows leading to a buildup of nutrients in the waterways creates the perfect conditions for harmful algal blooms that release toxins and threaten aquatic life and human health. With this in mind, we urge the board to reconsider and raise the preferred flow framework to supply adequate flow. The best available scientific studies strongly support a minimum of 65% unimpaired flow to prevent adverse impacts on fisheries and to curb the proliferation of harmful algal blooms during drought years. Likewise, an upper limit of 75% unimpaired flow would act as a safeguard, preventing negative impacts on upstream temperatures. This corrected framework would establish a low flow range of 65% during drought years, which aligns with the scientific imperative for fish health and the protection of vulnerable species. A higher flow alternative based on scientific evidence is not just a preference. It's a necessity for resilience in the face of evolving climate-related challenges. By adopting a protective, unimpaired flow framework, we can strike a balance that not only considers the needs of our aquatic ecosystems during droughts, but also prioritizes the long-term health and sustainability of our fisheries. It is our responsibility to be stewards of these valuable resources, and we urge the board to reconsider the preferred flow framework and raise the bar to a more environmentally responsible standard. Lastly, the board needs to provide a comprehensive implementation plan for using adaptive range flow standards. This plan should be designed to strengthen the resilience of our water management strategies amid climate challenges. Given the fluctuation of flows across seasons, an effective implementation plan is imperative to ensure the optimal functioning of the adaptive flow framework within that system. Thank you for your attention and consideration in addressing these critical matters.
Thank you as well. Appreciate it, Ms. Huerta. Next, I'd like to call up Deanna Wolf, who will be followed by Nicole Whipple, and then Janelle Steiner and Randy Repass. Swell.
Hi. Hi, I'm Deanna Wolf. I'm the Executive Director of Unite the Parks, and I have spent most of my adult life working to protect a large swath of the Sierra Nevada. But before that, I did everything I possibly could to avoid the troubles in California and all of its problems because we have so many challenges here. And I lived a lot of different places, but I kept coming back because what we have in California is truly spectacular. We have incredible rivers, we have beautiful mountains, we have this wonderful ocean ecosystem, and of course we have the Delta. And we have amazing people too. We have incredible people in this state who do legendary things. So this is your opportunity to do a legendary legacy thing, which is to protect the beauty of this state. That is the reason I came back to do the same thing, because we have to fight for the beauty that we have. It's so unique and it's so special. So my request of you is that you do unimpaired flows for fish and wildlife, for the people of California, and for the future of the state. And thank you for the work that you're doing and all your patience in listening to everyone all day. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate that, Ms. Wolf. Next, I'd like to call up Nicole Whipple.
Hey Tanani, Hail. My name is Nicole Whipple. I am a water protector and policy intern with Save California Salmon and a tribal member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, also known as RVIT. RVIT is one of 5 California reservations established by the U.S. by Executive Order in 1852, formerly the Nome Colt Farm, an administrative extension of the Nome Lackey Reservation, where 6 tribes were forced relocated into Aboriginal Yuki territories in Mendocino County. Today, the ancestral territories of our 7 tribes extend from the Pacific coast to the border of California and Nevada, including the Sacramento River and its tributaries. Our 7 confederated tribes have not relinquished the right to our ancestral lands, our water rights, nor have we relinquished our hunting, fishing, and gathering rights in our ancestral and/or Aboriginal territories. I want to extend a thank you to Secretary Crowfoot and Board Member Firestone for emphasizing the need to access California's first Indigenous peoples in the restoration of our lands and waters. To echo previous commentators, the need to acknowledge tribal water rights, inclusion of tribal ecological knowledge, and tribal beneficial uses, and upholding quantifiable use and benefits to tribes need to be included, prioritized, and regulated on our tribal waterways. The best hope moving forward is not to continue destroying natural flows for non-native invasive agricultural needs that have proven over decades to not only deplete our ecosystem, but also are not sustainable to support the areas in which their growth exist. In regulating tribal beneficial uses, I ask that you recognize tribal communities and honor the governor's executive orders to acknowledge our ancestral territories. Please include appropriate approaches to provide adequate water supplies to the ancestral territories on and around the entire Sacramento and Bay Delta watershed. In gratitude for the presentation on floodplains, I strongly agree that the levees and weirs unnecessarily minimize critical rivers, landscapes, interactions, as well as groundwater supply. In consideration of our waterways and land, I encourage the Water Board to respectfully honor secretarial orders to work collectively with the Agriculture and Commerce Departments in regard to the use of unsafe water. Toxic algae bloom and result of excessive water pumping and agriculture are the same waters being stored and shared to our water users. Disadvantaged communities, based on Cal EPA's report, proclaim gaps exist in the documentation of tribal communities. Without true data of all water users, how can we justify the continued unreasonable use of our tribal waters? While Secretary Crowfoot champions the access to underserved areas, tribal reservations experience water rationing every year. We need to strengthen water systems for our resilient members while balancing beneficial uses. I thank the board for the time to share my comments, and I want to exert that our rivers and delta need more water to recover our broken ecological system. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Cole. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Janelle Steiner.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can. Thank you. Good evening.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for all that you are bringing to this meeting tonight. I'm a fourth-generation Californian and a lifelong environmental steward, and I've been following the Delta Plan for a long time. And I spoke here in 2017 and 18. I'm here again to speak out for future generations and for our exquisite, irreplaceable ecosystem. The science is clear. Unimpaired higher flows are needed to prevent ecological collapse. Our primary big picture goal should be to focus on ensuring that we have a robust aquatic ecosystem that can survive the increasing climate extremes, one that is restoring its threatened populations versus just preventing them from going extinct. The voluntary agreements is a minimalist approach. It's basically like, what can we do to prevent species from going extinct? And the voluntary agreements are destined to fail. They're so flawed that the few NGOs that were involved early on in this process dropped out. Not a single conservation, fishing, tribal, or environmental justice group supports the voluntary agreements. The voluntary agreements do not include an adequate adaptive management plan, backup plan if they fail. On the other hand, the Bay Delta Plan, with its range of flexibility, is results-driven, and the unimpaired flow will start at 55%, and if the biological goals can be achieved with less water, it can drop to 45%. So it's got flexibility. You know, the range incentivizes non-flow measures if they can meet biological goals with less water. So all in all, I appreciate the complexities you're balancing, but I urge you to listen with your hearts and reflect on on the magnificent ecosystem that's in the balance as you make this legacy vote. We are counting on you. Again, I'm speaking for the future generations who couldn't make it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steiner. Next, I'd like to call up Randy Repass, be followed by Mark Knowlton. Then we'll go to Ellen Weir and Michael Frost.
Good evening. My name is Randy Repass. I'm the chairman of the Golden State Salmon Association. I'd like to contrast some beneficial uses of Central Valley water, river water. As you know, it is the role of the Water Board to balance beneficial uses. There is not time to mention all beneficial uses. We will be submitting information on the other beneficial uses in January. The beneficial uses I will cite and compare are the acronym AGR, which is agricultural supply, which uses about 80% of our developed water, COMM, C-O-M-M, for commercial and recreational fisheries, SPAWN, S-P-A-W-N, for spawning, and COLD, for cold water habitat. First, AGR, agricultural supply. Dollars of production in the Central Valley in 1995 were about 13 billion. In 2020, that number was about 30 billion. That's an increase of 230%. AGR certainly did very well. Much of that was driven by the highly water-intensive and profitable almond production, which increased from 370 million pounds in 1995 to 3.1 billion in 2020. That's an increase of 837%. Now let's cover COMM, recreational and commercial fishing, as well as spawn and cold. As you probably know, this year's salmon season is closed primarily due to lack of cold water flows from Oroville and Shasta dams and other dams when salmon should be in the ocean, when salmon that should be in the ocean this year were spawning and outmigrating. That was a preventable disaster. While salmon fishing was not great in the 90s, the average number of salmon caught in the 5-year period ending in 2022 was just 50% of the 5-year average in the 90s. That's a decline of 50%, a dismal catch, especially in light of the 230% increase in the AGR, beneficial use. Calm salmon fishing is down 50% in 25 years. The main reason is lack of cold water flows during spawning and outmigration, as best available science will tell you. During that time, 2 of the 4 runs of salmon have been listed, and 4 other species have been listed since 1990, all due to poor flow. Bottom line, sustainable and equitable water management practices are crucial for ensuring the long-term well-being of all beneficial uses of a public trust resource and the communities that rely on them. When you, the Water Board, look objectively, you will see the gross imbalance among beneficial uses. You can right the injustice that has been happening and supported by California administrations for decades. The fact that this obvious imbalance has been going on for so long does not make it right. It does make it imperative to fix. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Repass. Next, I believe we're going to Mark Moulton, be followed by Ellen Weir, Michael Frost, Dave Jacobs, and then Georgina Quinn.
Hello, this is Mark Moulton calling. Thank you very much for your hearings and your endurance. It seems to me that you all have an amazing amount of attention for public comment, and I appreciate it. I'd like to follow up on what Janelle and Randy just said. I also have watched my family here since the 1880s grow citrus, help finance water systems and highways and airports, do research in high energy physics, and support affordable housing. So we've pretty much been here since the 1880s. And I think this is a critical moment for our children and children's children. And I think you at the dais have the ability to make a legacy decision, and I urge you to do it. It seems to me quite clear that since the Delta Reform Act was adopted 14 years ago, that the voluntary agreements are simply a method of big business trying to delay the appropriate use of water in our state. And I don't think you're fooled, and I'm certainly not fooled. And I hope that you will vote with your conscience and with your heart for your grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moulton. Next, I'd like to call up Ellen Weir, be followed by Michael Frost, and then Dave Jacobs.
Good evening, Ellen Weir with Grassland Water District. I just want to briefly comment on the staff report characterization of the impacts to wildlife refuges that receive water under the Central Valley Project Improvement Act. But first, if I can, I just want to highlight 2 recent bright spots for our refuges. Last month, there was a gathering at Gray Lodge State Wildlife Area to celebrate completion of its water supply improvement project, so that this refuge can now receive its full and efficient water deliveries under CVPIA. That was a $100 million investment of public funds that took more than a decade to complete the water conveyance infrastructure for the refuge. Also, just yesterday, the Friends of the Sacramento Wildlife Refuge Complex, which is a new nonprofit, that gave its first refuge tour as part of an effort to contribute resources and support the new visitor center under construction there by the Fish and Wildlife Service. That Friends of Sacramento Refuge group is a fast growing group, and they even have a YouTube live stream video from the refuge if anyone needs a calming moment during their long work day. But turning to the staff report, we know that there's not yet an implementation plan, and so we're just commenting on the documents provided. And we'd like to urge the board to change its assumptions and characterizations of refuge water supply impacts. Beginning in 2016, we've repeatedly asked that the board not adopt delta flow requirements that would come at the expense of designated habitat, wetland habitat areas. And the board responded with the scientific basis report and framework document stating that you would avoid redirected refuge impacts. What we're seeing in the staff report now is that for the unimpaired flow alternatives, the staff WAM modeling does not give refuges their proper priority, and the staff report doesn't recognize the refuge deliveries as mandatory mitigation under the law. So we're seeing estimates of 140,000 acre-foot reductions for refuges in water supply, and in some years the modeling assumes much larger cuts than that. This can be changed, and it should be changed. Just to contrast it quickly with the other water planning proposals, the voluntary agreement analysis indicates clearly that there will be no redirected impacts for refuges, and the Bureau of Reclamation's project description for its long-term operations plan also indicates that every effort will be made to provide those statutory minimum required refuge water supplies. So you look at the modeling and the way it's translated in the text, we think it can be better tailored to support our public trust wetland resources. We're not concerned that the board intended to override refuge water priorities or that it intends for wildlife beneficial uses in our wetlands to be dried up in support of unimpaired flows. I think our concern is that this modeling is giving life to a new narrative about refuge water supply, and we don't really want that to grow legs and take off on us before it's too late. So thank you. We'll be providing written comments as well.
Look forward to those comments. Appreciate the good comment here orally, Ms. Weir, and thanks for the participation here in the work. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Frost, be followed by Dave Jacobs, Georgina Quinn, and then Christina Berte.
Thank you. My name is Michael Frost. I'm with Restore the Delta. And I wanted to start off with a couple of basic points, but I think it makes sense. Number one, we do not exist separately and distinctly from the environment. The second one is that money does not grow on trees, but it does flow down rivers. And people that turn every unit of water into a unit of money will never want that supply of water to be mitigated in any way, shape, or form. Okay, let's back way up from there and maybe close your eyes and take this ride with me if you want. But 1,000 years ago, this greater Bay Area, what we call Sacramento, all from Mount Shasta, the whole Delta watershed. This was a biodiversity hotspot with 6 million salmon approximately swimming through the bay every year. And it was a truly magical place with a biodiversity that, I couldn't imagine. I've read about it, I've seen pictures, but I couldn't imagine it. If we fast forward in the 19th and 20th centuries, humans that, the Europeans that came in, for lack of a better term, used assumptions and practices that were rapacious, to say the least. One of those assumptions was that there was an unlimited supply of water. And that was true based on the size and scale when these things started. But under those assumptions, many negative things took place. Beavers, gold, trees, fish, and now water quality have been completely decimated. In the 21st century, we are living through, it's not going to happen, it's happening now. This is an environmental collapse. If anyone asks you, what would you do in an environmental collapse? It's what you're doing right now. We have a militarized industrial technological economy. And look, we've got 40 million people in California. Everybody walks around with a TV in their pocket, and that's great. But it does not separate, it doesn't, all that benefit, all that industrial, it doesn't mean anything if we're facing an environmental collapse. I'm advocating for 65% or higher flow. And looking at the voluntary agreements, they don't make sense. They're word salad, and they're taking the guardrails off this thing. You know, human ingenuity built this 40 million person economy, and the fact that we're still living is unbelievable. And water quality is in the name of your organization. And without water quality, we will never get better. We'll just have one different version of the collapse moving forward. There has to be some guardrails put on this thing. Once the guardrails are there and people know they're in place, then we can start getting better. This is like rock bottom for someone who is an alcoholic or something like this. We must reach rock bottom and put an amount on the water that needs to flow through, and then we can work on top of it. You know, restoring floodplains, restoring habitat, that's great, but it is not mutually exclusive to flows. Flow and habitat are both important. The fish need both. And one thing that I want to talk about is the benefit from these guardrails. We cannot contemplate how much benefit we're going to get from restoring this environment and in restoring water quality. We understand the costs of what we've done to this point in time, but we don't understand the benefits of what are going to come when we start to build it back up. Keystone species, beavers, salmon, you know, restoring habitats, wolves, elk, these sort of things. This matters.
Mr. Frost.
Yes.
If you don't mind wrapping up, just because you have hit your 3-minute limit a bit ago. Thank you.
Sure. For centuries, the natives managed this region with 6 million salmon, give or take, every single year. You know, we need to let them back onto the management committee. And, you know, I'm a European descendant, and I've lived my whole, you know, I was born in 75. Here I am. You know, I want to be part of the solution. I'm willing to make sacrifices, and I'm imploring you to put a minimum flow, 65% or higher. Anything less is slow motion suicide.
Thank you, Mr. Frost. Appreciate those comments and for engaging here. I know it's been a long day. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, I'd like to call up Dave Jacobs, be followed by Georgina Quinn, Christina Bertie, and then Corrine Davis. Okay, I believe Mr. Jacobs, thank you, Ms. Tyler, is not on the platform, so we go next to Georgina Quinn.
Hi, my name is Georgina Quinn, and I am coming to you from Jalo GG, Without Land, up here in what is now called Eureka, California. And I just wanted to thank the Water Board for hearing us all today. As you know, you hold extremely important positions to everyone's life because we are all composed of water, and all of the life that sustains us comes from water. So please, I'm grateful that you take your job very seriously and think about the impacts that you have to everyone. And as you must be aware, California history is one of genocide, which not only to the indigenous people, but those values were brought over into the land management. And so that's where we find ourselves today, and that's why we have so much destruction of habitat. So I just wanted to also echo what Nicole had mentioned about the unratified treaties and the fact that much of this land in California is unceded treaty lands. And so when we talk about like managing these lands, it's not about, you know, allowing indigenous voices to the table. It's about recognizing our positions and understanding that we are learning, and I speak from also European ancestry. You know, I've heard many people talk about how their family is, you know, 6 generations, but that is nothing in comparison to the knowledge that indigenous people hold on this land. And so as much as we can do, and I implore you as the Water Board to use the power that you have to rebalance our relations both to this land and to the indigenous people as as non-natives of all backgrounds from coming to this place. And just in response to all of the growers, I really appreciate that you all are growing food and bringing up food, but I also consider the water board and also these growers to imagine a future that it's still growing food, but it doesn't have to be almonds that are being exported across the country, or that people, as I've heard mentioned here, also can't even afford to buy here. And so I think that if we're able to substitute these farm jobs for restorative agriculture, or I ultimately think all of the land could be returned, that should be returned, and then the state water board wouldn't have to decide all these things. But sorry, that's on a whole other thing, but not really. So thank you for your time today. I support tribal beneficial uses, and I support the 75% water flow minimum. I don't stand for the voluntary agreements, and I implore you to just make decisions with your heart and just do the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. Appreciate your comments and here participating in this important discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Christina Bertie, be followed by Corinne Davis. And I believe our last commenter will be Marty McDonald. But if you're on the platform and you haven't commented, or you're in the room and haven't commented, please just raise your hand. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say that a few years back, I fell in love with sturgeon when I became aware that they used to be 20 feet long and weigh thousands of pounds, and that they are these incredibly ancient beings. And I did an art project about them, which increased my absolute fascination with them and concern that they too are really vulnerable to water temperature and to adequate flows for their fry to be able to survive. And so I don't know I have anything new to say. There's been an incredible lot of beautiful speech and eloquence shared here today, and so many reasons why we need to have 55, 65, 75% of unimpaired flow going through our rivers. Rivers are living beings, and we don't have a right to reduce them to nothing. I mean, they're an essential part of the ecosystem, and rivers have a right to flow. Not to mention the fact that the fish have a right to go upstream, and the forests depend on all those nutrients coming in the fish bodies from the ocean as fertilizer to keep the forest healthy. So I just feel like we really have to focus now on how do we regenerate, how do we restore, how do we bring back the health of our forests, the health of our rivers, the health of our fisheries. And yes, of course, human beings want it all. Of course we do. We put ourselves first above everything else. Of course the farmers want it all. But everything is based on a healthy ecosystem. And so that's just my appeal to you, is to really, as people have said, feel into it with your hearts. We understand that you're getting a lot of pressure from above. That can't be comfortable, but then that calls for courage to do what is really, really, really best for the future of California and for the future of human beings who are going to be in California. So anyway, please do not be swayed by these volunteer agreements. The argument that the unimpaired flows are just one thing and there's all these other benefits that the voluntary agreements are going to provide. Yes, we should be doing creating floodplains, opening up areas to floodplains, but in order for floodplains to fill, they need to have enough flow in the rivers. So it was great to hear about floodplains. I'm excited about that. And yes, anyway.
Thank you.
Please vote for unimpaired flow. Thanks.
Really appreciate it, Ms. Bertree. I know it's been a long day, so I appreciate you sticking with and providing your comment here with us. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Corinne Davis, be followed by Marty McDonald. And Ms. Davis, you should have been invited here to unmute and or come on camera. We'll come back to you and provide you another opportunity here, Ms. Davis, and can move next to then Marty McDonald.
I spoke yesterday in our hearing about a week ago. I don't need to speak again.
Appreciate that, Mr. McDonald. Then, unless, please, if there's anyone on the platform that was intending to speak but has not had an opportunity to do so, please just raise your hand and I can acknowledge and call on you. Looking again back in the room and not seeing anyone further, that may have wrapped our public comment for this evening at this point. And I'll just keep an eye on the platform as I just thank everyone for these last, well, not these last, but the 3 days that encompass this public hearing. Been a lot. I think back to just the beginning panels we had with Shingle Springs and Buena Vista, and then Winnemucca Wintu, and discussions around tribal beneficial uses, continued discussion around the voluntary agreements and from parties, and importantly, a lot of individual voices that have come before the board and participated in this very critical work. We're not at a decision point. This is comment and here collection of comment and reflection on this draft staff report has been noted. There is still a lot of work and discussion before this board, but what I sense is urgency and a tempo here. And here's still a lot of folks maybe relying on kind of talking points on either side of the work and look forward to what is continuing to unpack past those talking points or perceptions and actually getting to how we can continue to manage the system that I know I take incredibly personal. I know there's been reference several times from folks to sort of appealing to the better nature, if you will, of us as individuals feeling the gravity of the situation. I appreciate that because it voices what I've been feeling certainly these last years. And as someone, that was in middle school the last time the Bay Delta plan was updated, know that there are a number of folks in middle school now that have no idea what conversation is happening before this dais. And so, yeah, all collectively have a lot to make sure that into the years ahead we feel good about. So all that being said, I just really appreciate everyone's voice. I'm doing my best to listen as well as try to bridge. What I see is a lot of commonality in the discussions and certainly in the concern and care that everyone has and brings to this discussion. So just thank you, an immense amount of thanks. Colleagues, board members, is there anything folks would like to comment on, questions to leave us with? Again, what will happen after this moment? The comment period is still open until January 19th, importantly, so all written comments, please do get those in. It was important, certainly, to extend comment period past the holiday, so spend time with your family, connect, recharge, and maybe read a little of the many pages that are part of the staff draft report and get your comments into us. Just again, note to note, it's extended until January 19th. So even if you didn't have an opportunity to provide oral comment here before the board, we still welcome and desire your written comments. Once that happens, our amazing folks will do their good work synthesizing all of that, coming back to us as a board and having further discussion. But we have a lot to mull over, and I know I'm left with just a lot of appreciation and thanks for everyone's participation in this. Colleagues, anything though to further leave us with? Question, comment, or otherwise? Seeing none, then we'll go ahead and wrap this this hearing, 3-day hearing. I want to thank everyone again. We'll have more opportunity, I know, for discussion. And just thank you. This 3-day meeting is now adjourned. And we'll all see everyone actually next week with our regular board meeting on Tuesday, 9 o'clock. Again, we're starting it'll be a very busy board meeting next Tuesday as well, but a lot of celebration between some work out there. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone. And we'll see you next week for those tracking along. Thanks. And thanks again for the participation. Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.